That's right. Everyone's here for it. Everyone wants to
Yay.
know about Squid Game Season 3. It's a season of TV that's
Exactly.
just been on everybody's lips ever since it premiered.
Nobody,
And
people
people
Well,
have
haven't
just
stopped
been
talking
talking
about
about
it.
it.
Yeah, it's been crazy.
for as much as for as much as that can be said, it was apparently remarkably successful on Netflix.
Those things can be
So,
true at the same time.
yeah, no, they can be true. I'm just saying it's kind of fascinating that that's the case because you're right. I've not seen people really talking about season 3 at all, but apparently it was like it was one of the biggest shows on Netflix.
Netflix would have to
Well, how
make
many
when it
more.
came out.
Like, the American one only makes sense. Like, it would be ridiculous as a business to
Yeah, as
not
much as people are
keep going.
complaining about it, it'll be incredibly successful, the American version. And let's be real, if it's being made, if there's significant involvement by David Fincher, that's like promising. I don't know
Because
why
he's an
we pretend
actual
that's not.
filmmaker director, man. He actually makes
Well, he's one of the
like
best ones
for
currently working. So yeah,
yeah.
like if David Fincher really wants to make a Squid Game show that's in America, it's like, yeah, I mean that could, let's be real, that could be better than the original version. Like
Yeah, it could. It could be, yeah.
if it was on the lesser end of like David Fincher's work, that would still make it really good.
Something that
Um,
Squid Game to me is sort of it's the series that my interest in watching it or being interested in it is kind of completely tied to the people in charge of making it, really. Because if I heard that Squid Game
Yeah.
season next it was being made by someone I didn't think was very good, then I would have no interest in watching it. But if it was being made by someone I thought was quite
Under
talented and
what is
capable,
what
I
is
would be super
something
into.
that you'd be invested
under
in seeing when you know it's made by someone who you don't think makes good things?
Invested in seeing, well, maybe more interested in seeing, but I think like the next, probably the next like Star Wars movie, there's like there's a curiosity there, that I would really want to see it no matter
like,
what.
it doesn't matter who's
Um,
making it.
yeah, you
Yeah.
want to see what they do with it.
I think I follow.
I'm not
Like,
sure I'd be
But what's
watching a
what is
lot of Star
Mando?
Wars stuff if not for the job we do.
it? I think it depends on the thing. If it was a show, probably not, because some shows like I never watched the Skeleton Crew. I haven't seen that, and no one talks about it, and I don't have anything. I
Yeah,
don't know
hang
anything about
on.
it.
I think Skeleton
But
Crew actually proves what you just said completely wrong, because that is actually a unique approach
also,
to Star Wars, and it's actually one of the better things they've made, and you haven't checked that out at all.
okay, so yeah, because I've never really heard people talking about it much. I don't know anything
I
about
mean,
it.
'cause I only watched the first 2
But I was really
episodes, and it
just
was
referring.
like, better it's better, but, like, it wasn't, because I think you said when you finished watching it that it wasn't the
No,
kind
I
of thing
wouldn't
that you would
recommend you guys
recommend.
check it out. I don't think you're gonna really like it that much, but I did it for open bar. I probably wouldn't have watched it otherwise, and I'm not convinced that either of you two would be watching anywhere near as much Star Wars as you have, if not for the fact that we cover it
No,
culturally.
but well, I was
Um,
speaking specifically to a
that
Star Wars like film, a Star Wars movie that comes out, not the shows.
I think
Certainly
that
not.
tracks more because there hasn't been a film for so long, whereas there are still TV shows releasing, like, every year. Well, actually, what's the next? It's Ahsoka season 2. That's like the next main Star Wars
Yes,
TV show,
which
right?
is
I'm
another
really
thing.
looking forward to
I
that.
wouldn't be watching that if not for the fact that it's going to be hilarious, obviously, and
No, it'll be
it'll
mean.
be furthering the
Oh,
the
it'll be
discussion
memes.
about Filoni's tenure at Disney. Star Wars is probably going to fucking last forever, for all we know, and the future somewhat of what Star Wars will be. So,
Oh,
I'm
I
not.
imagine the
But it would be nice if
response
we had a
to
surprise bit of storytelling. That could happen, right? Like a scene.
Ooh, well, it would
the
have to be
response to Ahsoka
surprising.
season 2 is definitely gonna be
It
wet,
wouldn't be
which is
expected.
gonna be kind of fun.
Oh yeah,
Now that Andor season 2's out, Ahsoka's gonna people will kind of respond to it like, "Oh wow, this fucking sucks by comparison." Yeah, always did.
Um.
Ahsoka season 2 was lucky. Season 1 was lucky that it escaped that.
Yes, on the subject of discussions, I don't know about you guys, but I have seen almost unequivocal hatred for season 3 of Squid Game. It was kind of surprising, actually.
The
It's
entirety of it, or just like the
it's
way it
been pretty
aired?
Yeah,
aggressive from a lot of people I've
generally,
seen. Yeah.
yeah.
General fans seem to be very unhappy with it, and then sort of nearer to our circles, I've seen a lot of people be very aggressively angry with it as well. Which, for everyone who doesn't remember, season 1 we were very fond of it, and season 2 much less fond of, but still some stuff in there that we thought was
Mixed
pretty
bag.
good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
stuff we liked.
So, you know.
So
And now we got season
yeah,
three.
I guess we'll see as we discuss we talk about the things that happened in it and to what they happened to. Fingers
Yes.
crossed. Did they film this in season 2 back at kind of like consecutively, or were they different?
Yeah, it's back to back for
Yeah,
sure.
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I feel like you get the vibe. But yeah, season
Well,
3
You know,
begins.
3 year gap between season 1 and 2, and then 6 months between season 2 and 3, and season 2 ending on an obvious, sort of not cliffhanger. That's not ending obviously incomplete
Yes,
yeah.
you can't
partway
stop
through the
there.
story.
Many would call disappointingly incomplete, or what the fuck have you done? You've chopped a season in
Well,
half,
after
incomplete.
well, yeah, after the first season, we had pretty realistic expectations for what the sort of, I guess, the structure of a season would be of Squid Game, and the nature of the story kind of owes itself well to splitting up seasons in terms of the games that happened during that year. So,
But it
yeah, I
does
don't.
like end itself at its second act low point, and you're supposed to then get very excited for how this thing will all be repaired at the end. But I, th- I mean, it's not always going to fail in this particular way. But I do think if you spend an entire season getting to the second act low point and ending on the second act low point, and it's like it's not a long season, but it's not a short season either. You are probably treading water for large parts of that show, which it literally was in the case of the detective in season 2. There's a
The
lot of
detective
stuff
in
which is
season
just
1.
like not really happening, but it
And
has to be there to remind you that it will be relevant at the end, and finding creative ways to stop characters making plot progression because we're not ready for them to do that. That's the next season, and it gives the impression of like this very sort of relatively loose and flabby show compared to the season 1, which is sort of very very
They've
tightly done and wound.
I'm pretty sure even by season 1 they admitted that the what was written was the Squid Game stuff, and then they were like, you need more to flesh it out into a full TV show set of episodes, and so they invented all the detective plot line, and even I think the organ harvesting plot line, that was completely invented as well. And it's weird because we were like, wow, they learned nothing because season 2 did exactly the same thing and had the exact same problems, which spells doom for season 3 considering it was created
And
at the
season
exact
3
same time.
still will, yeah, it will have a lot of those
it's
other
locked
issues.
in.
It's yeah,
And
it's
yeah,
really sad
it's
that
And
they
if
just
anything,
didn't recognize how shit that was at all.
yeah. I suppose what's interesting in terms of the observation that the season 2 ending on the second act low point, because it's not like season 3 rises up from that in terms of like what's happening in any significant way. Like it seems like a source of the discontent for season 3 is that it's kind of depressing. Or it's just like a lot of bad things happen, like bad things in terms of the way that the story plays out. It seems like there's a lot of which I guess is interesting, because it's not a it can't be said that it's a problem in and of itself that like the story plays out in a way where a lot of bad things happen for the protagonist. You know
Certainly works as a reason for why someone might not like it, but yeah, you're right. I'd say that in and of
why they
itself,
don't like it, that's understandable. But at the same time, there's a question of, well, what ought to happen if this is the way that the story is playing out? What was the expectation? For the way that this would it be like? What were people? How were people expecting that this story was going to end? Is something that I'm curious
Mhm.
yeah,
about.
it's
Though I
like the
suppose that
nature
can
of
be opened up as we
well, yeah, the nature of the
progress.
games is such that you understand that basically everyone will probably die except a person or two. So,
Yeah, particularly if you want to see more games, which obviously you want to see more games. There's more game. We only got 3 in season 2, so it's like, yeah, there's going to be 3 more. That's kind of what you want to see, because the games is where the most interesting stuff tends to happen.
oh yes.
Particularly if the games are good. And you might remember, everybody, that we were pretty happy with the new games in season 2, like quite
Oh,
happy
they were
with them.
excellent. Yeah, they were very good.
Mingle was pretty fantastic. Compared
The
to
yeah,
in
it's
season 1, where it's like the glass bridge is like in concept really cool, but in execution there's a lot of problems with this one.
Yeah,
It's
the real meat of the show really is it's the games and it's how people interact within them, come up with strategies within them, and then how they sort of strategize with themselves in the common room between them and how they consider what the next move will be. That is that's the stuff of the show that has been considerably the best going, the best so far.
It's because like, it's the most fleshed out idea with this like the most solid grounding in any kind of rule. The games provide you this perfectly narrative like diegetic set of rules, which you then get to watch your various different characters interact with in their different ways. So it's like a really great way of seeing these people that have been created and put into them and how they all react to the same set of rules being applied to all of them. It's like that makes a really compelling character drama, and they tend to be the best things because that is the case. I think the overworld story is the comparatively dull one, if only because I don't think they have a huge amount to say. Like it's a show that's like it sort of genuflects in like a meaningful direction. It tries to tell you that it's sort of got meaningful systemic things to say about the society that gives rise to the Squid Games. But beyond like the bare premise, I'm not sure they really do, which is a problem in say like season two. Obviously, there's only three new games. The games are the best bit, but then there's much more overworld stuff, which doesn't really achieve a huge amount. And you're still sort of left with this vague caricature which is sitting over everything. Like we've seen the evil rich people in season one. They were caricatures, and it's like, okay, I understand the point you're making with them. Not sure I need to see them again, because unless you're going to take that
there's
in
a
a
lot
brand new
more
direction.
reasons I would state for
Yeah.
why we should never see those fuckers again with how they were, but I saw some people asking, so yeah, season 1, I believe I broke it down. Season 2 was good old Fringleton, so it seems only thematic that it would switch again for season 3. And maybe for the American one, it would switch again if ever we decide to cover that. If it even comes out and it's worth talking
Yeah,
about, who knows?
Yeah, who knows?
it's
It
a
could come
fun
out and we
game.
might just go, "Eh." I
Well,
mean,
wouldn't it be awkward if it was just like notably better, which it could be if David
It could
Fincher.
be.
Like,
that's true.
it could just be a lot better. It seems like everybody, because of the, I suppose what you could call the post-credit scene. It's not technically a post-credit scene, but the post-credit scene of season 3 seemed to and understandably so, actually elicited a lot of negative reactions for some pretty
Yeah, yeah.
obvious reasons. It's kind of a pretty silly post-credit scene.
Well,
But who knows,
shall we begin?
Yeah.
Yes. All right. So season 3 begins essentially right where the second season left off, right after the failed uprising of the contestants and their attempt to go and get at the people upstairs who are organizing all of the games. The vast majority of the people who are, I think it is exclusively all of the people who are involved in the uprisings are people who have voted to not continue the games, because something that they introduced in season 2, which I think was an interesting aspect, was that when you voted yes or no, X or O, whether to finish to end the games or to continue them, you'd get a patch on your chest, on your jacket, that would show which way that you voted. And this would influence how the teams would sort of mingle and interact with each other and sort of set up the idea of who should we be teaming up with, what are potentially the intentions of the people who have a particular patch on their chest, and also it's useful for us narratively speaking when we are able to see a character and be, know they voted this way. I wonder why they have decided to vote that way. So pretty much all of the O players, or at least a huge chunk of them, have decided to do this uprising. It didn't go well for a variety of reasons, and so we pick up right after that. um, you have the the squid guards, the soldiers, because the squid workers are sorted into three, I guess, three roles you could say. There's workers, soldiers, and there's managers. The managers have the square, the soldiers have the triangle, and the workers have the circles. And we see that one of the guards, um, I'll probably just call them guards in general because they're kind of interchangeable for the most part. But one of the soldier guards shoots a survivor who is a 246. 246 is Gyeong Seok, who you will recall has a sick daughter with cancer in the hospital, and that is why he participated in the
Like, yes,
games.
it's this storyline. We are doing the North Korean soldier lady and the dad
Which
storyline, which was kind of in limbo for all of season 2, I think it's safe to say, and now it is actually like properly beginning.
in super slow motion, you might argue, which was very disappointing to almost everybody because the idea of having a POV plot line for one of the people who work in the Squid Games is like, oh, that's great. There's so much you could do with that, and then they're like, this is what we did, and you're like,
Well, yeah,
okay.
we had
And what
that
they did
season
was that
1,
she was
and that was the part that could have been really interesting with the detective, is he gets in, he sneaks in, he assumes the role of a Squid Game worker, and we see it through his perspective, learning about how that does work. But then they take his storyline in a completely different direction, when I think it would have been much better served as he was kind of in that role for much longer of a time, and we could cut back to him and how these things are organized.
But you'd think the obvious thing to do, like the first thought a lot of people would have, and in retrospect I think they should have just done, is you follow a worker who believes in Squid Game, and that he's having to deal with several co-workers who do this because they enjoy it, right? And all the conflict that can arise from that, and the need to try and maintain how everything here is supposed to work, and how that'll interact here and there with different players, different co-workers, and maybe, you know, there's some kind of the way it culminates in the end will have a big effect on the plot somehow. Just seems like the obvious
Yeah,
thing to do.
because it raises the question, who among these kinds of what kind of a person does it take to do this job, to be so callous and unfeeling, to be
Yeah,
able to
yeah.
kill people and arrange this stuff and drag out the bodies and go
integrated
through
into
this very strict
society
regimen.
afterward. You know, they do all
Yeah.
of this and then they just go back to living normal lives. Could you imagine if, because it feels like you could do something if one of the guards is actually like a guy who's got a family, for instance. Like he's actually
There's
just a, or imagine if it was a guy who was actually like doing well for himself in the sense that he's making a lot of money, but he doesn't find his job engaging, so he's a psycho that then decides that he wants to do this. Feels like you've got a whole bunch of angles to explore with following the story of one of the guards. It's like, what kind of person does this and like lives with themselves, you
as
know,
much as
for doing it?
season 1 could have just been left alone ultimately, even with the cliffhanger. You just would have thought that after the end of it, you'd be like, oh, we can create a really strong multi-season like set of characters, and one of them would have to be a worker in the Squid Game, and that you know we get to see go in and out, maybe 2 times before something more definitive happens to them. But just so many different angles you can take with creating so much more conflict for different elements of the people involved in this entire organization. Expand the
A
world
guard could
building
have
a
been
little
there
bit
for
more too.
many years, because I think this is like the 33rd year that they've done the Squid Games. So
Yeah, I mean, if your
it
goal
could,
was you want to shut down the whole organization, at least this sect of it, by your next season, it's like, well, you could do that. You could also have a story where you know write something out. I mean, you know, take a break, write a 5-season arc for a lot of different stuff. Create a really interesting interweaving story, or you know, don't if you don't want to do that and make this and stuff.
You don't want to, and you want to wrap it up in one season effectively and then move on.
Yeah, which you definitely get that vibe. The closer to the end of season 3 you get. Like,
Yeah.
so for those who don't remember, no eel is just off the bat, don't know the pronunciation of a lot of this stuff, so you just have to bear with me. But No Eel is the lady from North Korea. She escaped North Korea and it was looking for her daughter that she lost. Her husband was killed in the escape, and she has sort of befriended Young Seok, the father here, number 246. She has sort of befriended and taken a liking to, or at least certainly a caring position for the daughter. Um, and she has decided here that she is not going to kill the injured 246 because the guard shoots 246 once in the chest, but does not kill him. The guard even says, "You need to close your eyes and be quiet if you want to live," because their plan,
Somebody was
because we're
paying
doing the organ
attention.
harvesting plot, huh?
Man, if someone was paying attention though, it's just like, man, that guy's alive. Like, why are you talking to him? Like, what's going on?
Well, I guess
You
he
know?
was around a corner and he was
It's
quiet,
well,
or
actually, no, never mind. The main thing is because it's the organ harvesting thing of keeping him not super dead, right? Only partially
yes.
dead.
well,
It's
it's
like, yeah, that'll be good for
I'll be honest, it's a
organs.
bit laborious the scenes with them because there's just not much character of any kind.
Well, yeah, and then
And
when they talk to the evil gods, like, haha, I sure do love being evil. It's like every interaction she has with the gods who are trying to get her on
well,
board with
it's
the
very
organ
reflective
stuff.
of season 1. When our detective man was pretending to be a god and ended up with the organ harvesting thing, and then you get that big payoff scene where he has to kill, to get out of there and stuff. And you know where I'm going with this. Like, that is basically beat for beat. And it's like, but what do we gain this time? It's like, nothing really. There's not.
The whole organ harvesting plot would be another way to really explore the POV of the people who do it.
Yeah.
Why would some people want to do it? Why would some be against it? There's a lot you could do with it, but we don't really get any other perspectives. It's
It's
just, yep, we're
basically,
doing this.
haha,
We're
sure
doing
do
this for
love
money.
money.
Yep, we're doing this for
Aren't you
money.
on board with this? Haha,
You could have
organs,
leaned
they're so great.
so much more heavily as well into like the paranoia of the people who work there. So not just like why they would work there, but how they maintain their positions there. Like that constant air of suspicion, the reason they all keep their faces hidden from each other. Who can we trust even amongst the people who are living with us? Like, could any of them betray us at any moment, or are they trying to take our place? All of that stuff would have been really interesting, as opposed to just, well, it's kind of time for this plot beat to happen now, so we're going to decide that we all trust you. So come join our super secret, fucking highly illegal thing that we're not even supposed to be doing here. Oh, who's she? Oh, she's with us now. Okay. Right. That's fascinating. Well done. I'm glad we're doing this.
Yeah, because earlier, No Eel, she was finishing people off who were injured. She was stopping them from harvesting the organs. They were going to die anyway, and she was killing the players who had lost the games to stop them from doing the organ stuff. And the organ harvesting guards were really upset at her for doing this, to the point where they essentially tried to beat her up and threatened her that we're going to kill you if you keep getting in the way of our operation. And where season 3 starts is she has decided to at least go along with it for now, and the guard's like, "Oh, hey, we're glad that you're going along with this sort of thing." They put 246 in a coffin, and they mark it with a little X mark, really subtle one, to let them know that the guy inside there is not dead yet. We can use him to
You can drop them
harvest
down the
organs.
crazy
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which
Because one of the crematorium chambers is it's like it's got the door
trap
opens at the
door.
bottom of it and
Yeah.
it flies away or it slides down instead of getting burnt up. So she well, let's see, so Neil says that they're in the same boat now. All right, we're in on this little plot to harvest organs. So you should take me to see the workroom. I want to see what's going on here. And that's where that cuts off for now, because we have to go back to the common room, and I'm gonna call it the common room. This is the area where all of the players essentially are sleeping and eating and hanging out in between the games. But back in the common room, the guards, they return with a coffin, and they leave it for the remaining contestants to open up and examine. And inside is Seong Gi Hun, our protagonist. He is in the box and he is alive after his encounter with the front man, In Ho, who had disguised himself, you recall, as a contestant in the previous season. And after the attempted uprising, frontman murdered Gi-hun's friend Jung Bae in front of him. So, what? I guess I'm thinking about how we're gonna deal with what happens next, because it's the detective plot,
Oh,
and so not
The
Sure,
thing is,
surely
here's
we can save
We-
our and everyone's time in chat by summarizing it, like we did with season 2, pretty much immediately. It's laughable, I think.
it's pretty
Do you-
feeble.
you actually could have woken, like he could have been in a coma for all of season 2, and he could have woken up at the beginning of season 3 and just condensed all of it, and it would still seem lightweight. That's the thing. Like, you could combine 2 seasons worth of detective story and have a quarter of a story. But I think they should have kept him on ice for season 2. At least then we'd have had something kind of new to be looking at before we realized or remembered that this is kind of, pointless.
either
But-
that, or he's not looking for the island so much as investigating in the mainland, and we have some like corporate
anything else,
espionage-y kind of
anything.
stuff
Yeah.
The amount
happening,
of
where
time,
he's
the
got
amount of time they spend on that goddamn boat.
It's insanity.
All right, we gotta go to this
And we
place
was
to look
like,
for islands.
and when I
Yeah,
say
okay,
we,
let's
I
do that.
mean everyone. We were all strung along season 1 to being like, it'll amount to something in season 2. That's the exact same thing you say in season 2, but for season 3, and then you get hit with it for the third and final time. It was pointless.
Yeah, it
It's
was.
because like the conversation is playing out on screen at the moment. It's like they're at the islands, they're scanning, but obviously this is only episode 1. We can't be making progress. So rather than find someone else who can use a remote control to pilot a drone, which a fucking child can do, it's like, nah, we have to go back. We have to find another drone person. We have to do all of this again. Yay! It was so
Yay.
It
fun
does
the
feel
last
like
several times.
it does feel like such a reset. Kill the drone, gotta get another drone. Okay, let's go get another drone. All right, we've gone to get another drone. Are we ready to go out now that we have another drone? Okie dokie.
And sustained by the detective doing no detective work
Nope.
on the boat. Because so the thing that's happening here is obviously that the original drone pilot was killed by the captain, right? Like he woke up and he found
Yes.
something suspicious, and then the captain killed him, and then he like the story that's now being spun is, oh, he must have just got
Got
drunk and
drunk and
gone to
fell
throw up and
overboard.
yeah, fall over. Isn't that right, Captain? Because you were up and awake at around this time, weren't you? Yes, I was. I was up and awake at around this time. This isn't suspicious at all. Please don't ask any questions. Detective Man doesn't ask any questions, so fuck it. How is he even employed? How is he a detective? He doesn't do any detective work.
Well, he isn't employed anymore. He's not on the force.
Oh,
But
Still
I do
referred
call
to
him
as
the detective
detective,
through
though,
this.
yeah.
Yeah, that's Detective Huang. Yeah, he's not interesting in any way, I guess is a good way to describe him as a character. He never really says or does anything that's interesting or that makes you go,
Is he
"Huh?"
ever challenged
Yeah.
really as a person, other than like physical challenges, like maneuvering through a space or getting to this island? When is he ever confronted with a particularly difficult choice?
Gee, I don't know, because he just sort of does he looks for the island with the others. That's all he does. Is like,
Yeah.
well, we gotta find the island. We'll look for the island. It's got
Remember,
to
you
be
got the
around here
evil.
somewhere.
What will make this interesting is the captain is evil.
He
Yeah,
sure
Captain Park.
is.
He is in cahoots with the Squid Game, the Squidites,
The
and that is, I
Squidders.
suppose, that could be something interesting. That the person helping the detective is actually told by the brother to keep the detective safe because the front man doesn't want his brother to get hurt, but there's a limit to it, and he's trying to sabotage their search. Like that's something you could have done something with that, but they didn't.
that'd be
So
another like angle to it as well. Is like from the detective's POV, like what his brother means to him, what the backstory is, why like this could have happened. Any hints you can pick up, which will start, maybe dropping more information about the front man's past and his real identity. Anything just to give him a character and to inform on the rest of the world. Could even be flashbacks. That would be a better use of our time than this. But
yeah,
nothing.
especially because the Detective Huang knows about the games and the idea behind them. And you could introduce the idea that, well, the front man, he one day our family just got this shit ton of money from seemingly out of nowhere. He said he won the lottery, and then it made our lives better, and he did all this stuff with it, and then he started taking these trips, and like, what does it mean? And oh, what it has? How long's he been doing this? Is this where the money came from? I have to see what's going on, and but all that's just it doesn't ever pop up. None of that's really a thing. It's just I have to find my brother because I'm detective and I will detect or do my best to. It'll take me a while to detect, but it's a work in progress.
And
But
it just
yeah.
like every little in beat in this opening scene is just fucking done. So the body's overboard, or we don't have the body. There's no point. The currents are really strong. It's somewhere in the ocean. We'll never find it. We should just go home. Camera pans away. Might it just be just to check, just to rule out the possibility? What about that little rocky outcrop over there where the body has actually washed up? Maybe he's still alive if he just fell in. Maybe he swam over there. Shouldn't we at least check? Well, we can't do that because if we check, then
There's
we'd
currents.
reveal the ruse. So fuck it. We'll just go home. No detecting.
Captain Park loves currents as a concept because he can use them as an excuse for
For anything.
literally
Literally
anything, it
anything.
seems, in this show. He always uses it. No, we can't do this because the currents. No, we can't look for this because the currents. No, we got to get back because of the currents.
We've got too
So,
close to the correct island. Well, the currents will bash us against the rocks. We can't go there. Like,
oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. And oh, if this is where you went to the island, no, the currents would have carried you far away, so that couldn't be it. Yeah, it really is kind of like the catch-all, excuse for everything. But if ever the detective plot amounts to anything, we'll let you know. But it probably won't. Not until the very end,
Well,
which
I
is
guess
weird
the thing is,
considering how instrumentally important it is at the end, but it just sort of happens. It's so important and yet not interesting in any way.
well, it feels like given the nature of essentially how it's funny to say how they connect together, given that it's like
Yeah.
fucking it's bullshit, but how the detective storyline and the god storyline like converge. That you could just knock them out in like 10 minutes, and then we could just talk about the interesting stuff, the actual
I'm in
interesting
favor of
portion
that.
of the story. Because I mean, it feels like the TLDR is simple as the detective man keeps he's gonna keep looking for the island. Meanwhile, you might remember our sort of friendly man. Wow,
Friendly man.
Wusuk, like you can call him kind of.
Woo?
He's
Yeah, I
eager,
just call
but
him Woo, yeah.
he's a little bit sort of
He
bumbling,
should have
and
been the character
I
because
mean
he has
he's
like a
way more
personality.
entertaining
Oh
generally.
yeah.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah,
like
He's got
Woo's
like
way
he's
better
gonna
than
go.
detective.
the
He has a
trauma he has is
personality,
way
and
more interesting too. With
yeah, with the boss
the
being
boss
killed in
and
rock paper scissors.
the recruiter, yeah.
And he's sus of Park, so he decides that he's gonna look into him, and then he finds out a whole bunch of stuff that he's evil, but because he fucked up while fighting that evidence, he gets in trouble with the cops. And then he tries to tell Detective Man that Captain Park is evil right when he initiates his evil plan and wipes out basically the entire crew of mercenaries. It's just like, what the okay, yep. Alright, cool. Nice, good stuff. Great writing.
Yeah, and the no eel plot line essentially comes down to she stops the organ harvesting, and then she gets the father, off the island.
I think it is
No,
atrocious that you truly have covered all of the story for both those plot lines.
no. I
Yeah.
gotta say, we have to talk about the evil the manager guy, his demise. It's so funny to me.
Oh, we'll get there. Yes. Well, we'll get there. It'll be wonderful. In 6 hours when we get to the
Because
culmination of the plot line.
because
We'll,
I,
Yeah,
just,
we
I just
we
don't want it
can
understated. Like, to say, we'll get them out of the way and then we can talk about the main story. It's like, get them out of the way. Like, did we just lose about an episode and a half to 2 episodes worth of content?
I think it's safe to say that we did. Like the
thereabouts.
amount that all of this is drawn out, because again, it's just, oh man, can't keep looking for the island right now. Hey, you know what? That captain guy, he's sus. I'm gonna look into him. Oh my god, he's evil. But oh no, I have gotten myself in trouble so that I can't get this information to Detective Man in a timely manner. Now I'm going to get it to him in a dramatic manner when it's a little bit too late and the evil plan is initiated that seriously incapacitates them, but not too bad because we kind of need them to keep going in order to facilitate the end of this version of Squid Game. But it takes longer than it takes like 2 hours, like in totality. Or maybe I might be exaggerating. It's like maybe a
It feels
complete
like it.
hour, maybe
Whenever
1/6 of the total runtime of this season is that storyline that was just summarized in like a sentence.
whenever they cut back to that fucking boat, I was just like, great, we're fucked.
Yeah.
Because nothing ever happens.
Mhm.
And it's funny
Well,
because you'd be
just
like,
like when we
well,
cut
stuff
back
happens.
to
It's like, no, I mean, nothing meaningful ever happens.
Nothing
And
interesting
it's the
or
same.
useful really happens. It's just
It's
right, like the
unfortunate.
whole, like we killed we killed the drone operator, or Captain Park killed the drone operator, so we have to go back and get another drone. It's like, well, what's the point of that? Well, um, it's a thing that
Delay.
happens. It's kind
Just a
of, yeah, it's
delay.
just a delay. It's like, oh, it's to get Wu Xiok onto the mainland. It's like, no, they would have had to go to the mainland anyway because they can't live out here in the boat. They got to go back eventually. So it's all
I still
just like it
think
doesn't
you
matter.
can compare it to any, say, like individual character arc in season one, particularly like the longer lived characters in season one, the ones who will either survive or the ones who will die basically right at the end of it. And what that show did reasonably well for most of them is that you can then go back through the story you've just watched and you can see how like the final event in their life has been completely shaped by the experiences we've seen. Like all the time has been fairly well spent with most of these people. And the end decisions make a great deal more sense and they're more satisfying because they're paying off a huge amount more than this is. Because you will get to the end of this and it's like, well, does it, and it doesn't actually meaningfully alter the A plot conclusion in any way, in the sense that you would expect maybe some meaningful closure between Detective and his brother, the frontman. So, not really. You'd maybe expect that he succeeds in exposing some, at least part of the company. So no, not really. And all of this is just treading water. Like, this is not telling you anything that's going to be paid off later. Nothing about this needs to be invested in to understand the only real intersect with the A plot at the end, which is just, it's very, very shallow, and it's disappointing because, like, again, more tightly written show which actually treats them as characters, which this show used to be, can do useful and interesting things with them if it's minded to. It just isn't in this instance. And it is like they've split 2 seasons as an excuse to avoid basically just hiring an editor, because one editor would have maybe said, hey, there's 6 episodes worth of content here, that's it, we'll use that.
Well, you have to wonder if it was because Netflix were like, no, we want 3 seasons. And he's like, but I don't
Yeah.
really want to make 3 seasons. It's like, all right, just expand that storyline that you have for season 2, because 3 trilogy, 3, that's a fun set of anything. 3, it's always 3, rarely 2,
Most
rarely
remembered,
4,
yeah.
just 3.
3 there are.
Yeah.
Gihun, our protagonist, he awakes in the casket that has been brought to the common room by the guards. And in his mind, he is replaying the conversation that he had with the then undiscovered frontman as the contestant. A conversation where he was telling him about his plans to dismantle the games. Now, all the others they're watching him. Because how come he's the only one who came back? They're pretty curious. And Gihun is told by Hyun-ju, this is the trans character who was in the South Korean military. She went to go back and help look for more ammunition after Daeho did. But we'll get to that as an entire thing as well. So do not you worry about all the super details on it. But essentially, during the uprising, they were going to run out of ammunition. So Daeho was sent back to go and get more magazines of ammo. And he wasn't able to do it because when he had the magazines, he essentially became afraid. He became terrified. You could call it some sort of some trauma that he was dealing with when he saw the
You
the
might
bodies and everything
remember
along the way.
that it was a bit sus whether or not he was actually, because he was trying to connect through being like part of the military, but there was
Yeah.
sort of a like, but there's more to the story here. Something's not, the whole truth, or there's something there that he's not saying.
Mm-hmm.
And so when
And
they
when
needed him most, he failed.
That's right, he did. And when Daeho didn't return, they sent Hyun-ju to go back. But when Hyun-ju got back to the common room to get more magazines, guards were arriving to check on, all the contestants and everything. And Hyun-ju was about to open fire on them, but she was encouraged not to by, I believe, the old lady, Noam
Best character in
Gyum-ja.
the best
I
character
think
in best new character anyway. Best new
I think an
character
argument
in
can
season
certainly
2
be
and 3.
made. But
I
Gyum-ja,
think
the
there
old
is no
lady.
argument. I think she's the best.
Well, the
Like, of the
detective.
new
Oh yeah, he's
contestants.
not new, of course. That's
Yeah.
He's
But,
not new, yes.
he just feels new every time you see him because you forget. You're like, oh, it's you again. Oh yeah. But yeah, so um sorry, I kind of lost my place here because I keep thinking of this character, that character, and then I talked about the detective, so my mind kind of delivered that little malaise on it. So the guards arrive in the common room and they let everyone know about the events that have transpired. The prize money increases because 35 players were killed in their little uprising. And now that means that each person's share is 660 million won. And now they are going to vote to continue the games. But Gi Hun gets really angry at the guards and he yells at him and he's asking how come he was allowed to live. Because he's distraught after his friend's death, Jung Bae. He's really beat up about this. And he tells the guards, just kill me already. Why did you let me live? And he starts going into conniptions. He's yelling, he's screaming, he's very upset. And the front man is watching all of this from his viewing room. And then the captain gives them no, I just blended. I'm sorry. We're not going to talk about the captain subplot. Sorry. there's a little bit of interplay between the front man and telling Captain Park to make sure the mercenaries don't do this and make sure that
It's
that
just
happens, but
plot. It's just
it just doesn't matter.
delay them.
Yeah.
You know, then shoot them if it gets to, which is what happens eventually.
Yeah.
It's
It
just who
it
cares.
just doesn't ever really amount to much. So they're going to do the voting. In the common room, they begin the voting process. Gihun is handcuffed to one of the bed frames, and he is in you can call it an emotional malaise. He's very he's just ruminating.
He's
He's in a
black
very
pilled
melancholy
now.
mood. He is
He is
super
black
black
pilled. He's
pilled.
on his punished arc.
Uh, Gihun does not vote, and refusing to vote counts as an abstention from voting. So it's not a vote in any way. I guess you could choose to simply not vote. 448 swaps her vote. She decides to continue, and we see all of the people, doing the votes and everything. And you could probably guess which way the votes are going to lean now, because I think all the 35 people who were killed were people who voted to end the games. So obviously that's going to sway the voting that happens. But the
I
front
think
man
this
in
is
his
It's a little bit. Yeah, go for it.
well, I think this was already becoming a problem in season 2 and becomes quite a big problem in season 3. Is that you just said we already know which way the vote is going to go, which we do, and yet we spend a lot of time on them over and over again.
Well,
Yeah, I
And,
agree.
the voting was kind of an interesting addition to season 2 for the first few times, and it's quite a good way where you can have these characters interacting with each other. But then it also, unfortunately, exposes how superficial quite a lot of the characters are. Once you understand their basic premise, which we have done now for over an entire season in many cases, rich guy is in debt and is a dick. He's a rich guy who is in debt and is a dick. There's not very much else worth exposing about these people because they haven't written anything else to them. So it's like, well, we already know where it's going. Okay. We're going to spend, 10 minutes doing it anyway? Fine. We're going to do it again? Okay. And
In
again?
this case,
Fair enough. And then we're even going to turn one of the games into essentially a vote later. So lots of voting is going to be occurring. Not a huge amount else.
This is a
it's
pro-democracy show.
because the only thing to be said for this one is, yeah, now that the X's are so overwhelmingly outnumbered, some of them will just vote differently to save themselves, which is something that they say explicitly, and it's like, man, I got it. You know,
Yeah.
like you don't need to explain it to me as if I don't understand what's happening
If
here.
we can be honest as well, the way they show the voting, they could edit it so it's way faster. Some Edgar Wright shit, but instead we see a lot of
Yeah, like a
walking, a lot
montage
of
of
thinking, a lot
hands
of
on
pressing.
buttons.
Yeah.
Patches. Yeah, boom, boom, boom could be done. Because, like, obviously, we're gonna know how the voting is. 35 X votes were basically just killed, so it's pretty clear. Now we also learned the front man is notified by the head manager that 8 manager workers and 27 soldier workers were killed. So each side lost 35 people. The front man says to replace the soldiers with some workers because the VIPs will arrive soon.
Oh
Ooh,
no,
I love the VIPs. They're my
no.
favorite. Yes.
They learn
Um,
nothing. They
they
learn
Nothing.
did
absolutely
learn
nothing.
nothing.
Remember, they took the criticism of season 1 and were like, no, everything was fine. Like, the actors that they got were like, what? No, we did everything properly. It's like, you guys are crazy. It's just like, it's
I can believe the
bigger.
actors saying that they did what they were told exactly to do. It's just they
Well, but
were
the
told to do
criticism was
something
that their
terrible.
voices weren't even right, and the actors were like, yeah, they were. Like, no, they're really not.
Clearly, someone who is not used to English wrote these
Yes.
characters or told them to act that way, because you listen to them and it's obvious that these are
Yeah,
not
and a lot
people
of
who
actors
like speak English.
will
typically.
read the words as written. They're not going to be like, hey, this is not how a person says. They just go, no, do the job. So when we say weird things, it's like, hey, that's what they want. It's a wacky show. I'm sure it'll work. It's going to be great.
The IPs make it very wacky, that's for sure. It's wackier with them.
Yeah.
The guards take the this is no stuff. Fuck it. So
Yeah.
the votes are pretty much what you expect. And it's 41 to 18. And the next game will the O votes win 41 to 18. Next game begins tomorrow. So Zhang Day, the old businessman who's in astronomical debt, he's got like 10 billion in debt. He will just be referred to as the businessman from now on because he is just
Yeah, that works.
businessman and he's evil businessman. And also, these are Korean names. I'm not used to Korean names. None of us probably are used to Korean names. It took me a long time to get used to like
American names,
remembering
yeah.
them because it just takes a long time to get used to them and who's who. So I will be using names and I'll be using roles to help everyone remember who is who and what the names are, because that's the process that helped me to do it. And now I'm pretty familiar with them, but it took a while, especially when they don't say the
Kind of
names
is
that
easy
much.
for some
And
reason.
yeah, it's just
Gihan
exotic
and
names.
Ho are particularly easy to remember, but in a lot of other cases, it can be a bit trickier. You start to think of
Yeah.
them more as the archetype that they are.
Yes.
Yeah, they need more cool names like
Um,
Shao Kahn, A few more of them in
ooh,
there.
Shao Kahn.
That's a cool. I hope
Now
that
all of
movie's
Squid Game knows you're here.
Exactly.
So, the businessman goes up to Gi Hun and asks, "Hey, was this a part of your plan to get a lot of people eliminated to increase the prize pool?" And then make fun of him. A lot of the guys on the O team, they mock him because he got so many ex voters killed. And obviously, this makes him really upset, Gi Hun, because his whole point of doing this and entering the games a second time was to try and save people, to stop it, to shut it down and get these people out and to save lives. So the fact that his uprising has not worked and it instead led to a bunch of people being killed, it weighs very heavily on his conscience. Now, after they get done mocking him and making fun of him, the weird mystic lady, who shall
Oh
be referred
god.
Dumb
to as
lady.
Mystic Lady, Xion Niao, insults him as well. She says that he's not here of his own free will and that vengeful souls are hovering over his head. She says that their screams will haunt him until he dies. The Mystic Lady she's very sadistic, and we'll learn that furthermore as time goes on, but we've already kind of seen it a bit.
Or
She seems to take this.
she will disappear sooner than she could have from this
I
story.
I
I
just
think
So,
later than she should have. That's the like.
yeah,
I think she should already be dead.
I feel like a comparison could be made between her and the opportunistic lady in season 1, who I found
Yes.
way more interesting in terms of how she bounces from person to
Oh,
person
yeah.
to try and survive. This woman, I don't know what I was supposed to gain from her story.
Well, I think much like with the evil businessman, it's the same as it's just you gain the premise. What is she? She's nutty religious lady. What does that do? Well, it means that some people follow her. That's it.
Mm.
We're not going to develop that any further.
She
He's
says
evil,
ominous
rich
things
dude,
about
so some people
Gihan.
follow him. They're not going to interact with each other because one of the things that made the woman in season 1 kind of interesting is that she's got that she is slightly crazy. She's also like slightly aging. She's also slightly a nymphomaniac, so she interacts with others, and then being jilted is quite an important part of a particular character's downfall in season 1. So like
Yeah,
the
the gangster, yeah.
interactions between these characters with different premises actually has a payoff, which involves more
Yeah.
than one character. And here we don't get that. It's just she just sits there. Almost every one of her lines in this season is rambling about dead spirits talking to her.
Yeah.
I got that last season. Give me something else, please.
They don't do anything about her like being like religious in a non-crazy way, where she talks about like faith and the goodness in people or our roles or fate and destiny or anything like that that's actually interesting or meaningful, and how that could foil against other characters and what they think about it. um, Especially because a lot of these characters are very secular and religion never really comes up at all, and she could be the because we hypothesized when we were talking about the first and second seasons, particularly the first, wouldn't it be interesting if there was a priest among them who
Yeah, yeah.
for some reason got in the games to try and save the orphanage or do whatever it is, or maybe he had terrible vices of his own and was otherwise a really good person, but he had a gambling problem or something like that, and so he found himself here. um, they don't do anything with her. Her mysticism and her spirituality is total bullshit, and the show is very clear on that. And she's very very sadistic and hoity-toity about it. But we don't learn anything about her. She doesn't. She doesn't serve any sort of thematic role in the story. She's just
No.
a person you can easily hate, and we'll be glad when she's dead. That kind of thing.
And I think like
Um,
if you're gonna keep her around, which they do, you probably need to keep her around until after, like jumping ahead a little bit, until after the baby gets involved, because then like one way you could take a character, for example, is to have her like this at the beginning. She's almost sadistic. She's the only one who sees like her religion has given her this inflated sense of her own morality. The baby gets involved, and one of the trade-offs for like religiosity tends to be that you prize and value children. Maybe that changes something about her. Maybe she becomes almost fanatically protective of this new pure being that's entered the world. Like just anything that gives a
yeah,
little bit of dynamism to her that actually also
Yeah.
is interacting with something else in the world.
Yeah, that would have been interesting. But we have to talk about the show. So
Oh.
you got to keep those thoughts to yourself. You can't be
Yeah, naughty.
he can't be getting the people excited.
Hmm?
Uh, she just takes a sadistic pleasure in mocking Gi-hun. She's a real jerk. And then when she gets really close and starts laughing at him, Gi-hun actually grabs her throat tightly. And she's got these like four little acolyte companions that are sort of following her around, like they really think that she is in touch with the spirit world or whatever, and they have to pull her away from Gi-hun's grasp.
Yeah, he's pretty
So
mad.
there pretty upset. He's pretty angry. So later on, we see the contestants are getting. It's actually amazing how much I just skipped. It's wonderful. We didn't have to talk about the workroom or the operating anything. It's all just we don't have to talk about it because nothing interesting or meaningful happens. Um, so the contestants are getting their food later on, and we see that contestant 124 Nam Gyu, he is taking some of the drugs that were hidden in Thanos's cross pendant, while Min Su watches him. Now Nam Gyu he was like a groupie of Thanos. He hung out with him, and he sort of utilizes Thanos's chaotic energy to be on the same wavelength and help them get to the games as sort of a team. And Minsu is the young man. Minsu was sort of with the group, and they called him a coward, and they said he didn't have what it takes. He wasn't tough. And in the bathroom fight, remember that Namgyu was the one who used the fork that Thanos was killed with to murder several other players. Namgyu's a killer. He's a psycho. He's a crazy guy. You got to watch out for him.
Unhinged. Yeah.
He is actually unhinged, and now he's
but
got
not in a fun way like Thanos was.
yeah. Thanos was a much more
I
interesting
wish
character.
to mention I miss
yeah.
Thanos. He was cool.
They should have
I
swapped
like
Namgyu and
Thanos.
Thanos.
Absolutely. Thanos was that chaotic agent
Yeah.
we said had so much potential, and then he died, and we were like, oh.
Oh, I
But
guess he died.
he's enough of an archetype that I'd be like, oh, you're probably going to want to keep him for most games because what he does is different than everyone else, and so it's an
Because he's
interesting.
not stupid. He
No,
would
yeah.
like if someone made because Namgyu is kind of the same way. Namgyu is not stupid. If someone makes a plan to him that's good, as we'll see in the Starry Night, the next game, we'll see if someone makes a plan to him that he thinks makes sense, he'll go along with it. He's like, yeah, that's a good idea, and he'll do it. He'll do things to benefit himself. Typically, he's not just actually a psycho weirdo. He does have some baseline level of intelligence, but it's not nearly as interesting as Thanos' ability to interact with other players and make deals and backstab and stuff like that. He
And
was
it's
a
nothing
wild
that
card that was
like
interesting.
it's
Mhm.
nothing that requires a new character to be present. Like if you're plotting this out as your script and you reach a point where season 3 comes along and you say, well, what we need is a character like Thanos. I said, well, okay, you could have just kept Thanos and just like added this characteristic to him to make him a slightly more well-rounded character that you can develop over time. You don't need 3 people to do a job that 2 people can do. You don't need 2 people to do a job that 1 person can do. So why kill him off then? Why kill him off to replace him with a slightly less interesting version who plays a really similar role in the plot? Just maintain
think
him, develop the character.
Even when we broke down season 2, we said that Thanos doesn't reach his full potential as an archetype because they don't seem to be fully sure of what they wanted to do with him. But the actor was way more entertaining IMO than the our now replacement actor, which I still, there's stuff to draw from the new guy. It's just you're sitting right here. It's like this isn't even making up a new character, as Platoon said. He was right there. You could have just used the other guy.
Well, he's just not as funny. Thanos was funny. Like, he was entertaining. I enjoyed when he randomly spoke English for some reason.
Yeah, yeah.
Like, come on,
It
my
was fun,
boy.
yeah.
Yeah.
Come on, my boy. Yeah, he's got the accent, and he's
I'm
he's
sorry,
clearly
boy.
a man of the world, and
It's just he was funny, and his interactions with Minsu were funny as well.
Well, like, he was funny in
So-
Mingle, right? The way he was
Yeah.
picking people because he just didn't give a fuck.
Him, like, yeah, you out, let's go.
Yeah.
and he was dancing around with Namgyu and
Yeah.
everything in the circle. Now Namgyu will be important, so boy, don't you forget about him or Minsu. Now let's go over to Jun-hee. Jun-hee is the pregnant young woman, and she is given an extra sweet potato by Myung-gi. And Myung-gi is the YouTuber MG Coin. He's the father of her child. And remember, he's here because he ended up scamming a lot of people with his cryptocurrency, including Jun-hee when they were back in a relationship, as well as Thanos. So he's here, and he's trying to help her out a bit. And she doesn't protest his offering when he gives her the sweet potato. Is like, look, you need your energy. You need to take this. Here you go. Now, we see Gyomja, the old lady, and her son, Young Sik, approaching Gi-han, and they encourage him to eat something because he's chained to the bed and he's just in a daze. He's in his black pill arc. He's just not saying anything, he's not doing anything, he's just absolutely in the dumps. But they say you need to eat something, right? And the son he's kind of hesitant to have his mother interact with Gi-hun, but he relents really easily when the mother says, "No, no, I'm actually going to go and help him."
Because he's on the protective, because you might remember in season 2, one of the most interesting moments was in Mingle when he essentially didn't fight super hard to save her life when he got dragged away by another group to get saved in Mingle, and that kind of destroyed him. And now he's essentially like totally attached to her.
Yeah,
Like he's not,
Young Sik
and so
is
you assume it's like there's an inherent sort of mistrust and like wondering and potential danger involved in interacting with Gihan in any capacity. Whether Gihan goes crazy or whether that causes any problems with the guards, like it makes her a target or anything. I assume it's all those things all at once.
yeah. And I think what's interesting too is that he is known, and it'll be explicitly stated in part of the story later. Young Sik, the son, he's a coward. He's a loser. He doesn't have any umph. He's a pushover. He lets people walk all over him and bully him. He doesn't have a backbone. He
Mother has
doesn't have a spine.
guts. She has guts.
Yeah, the mom, yeah, the old lady, the mom, she has guts. But even here, when she goes to approach Gi-hun, uh the son is like, no, you shouldn't do it, you shouldn't do it. But his protestations are so light and casual that she basically doesn't have to do anything, and he doesn't even stop her. He automatically relents so quickly. Like he knows, like he wants to stop her, but he just doesn't bother. He doesn't have the backbone to commit or actually do it. So even then, we see in these little interactions that the two have, we learn about their personalities,
Yeah.
which is a good thing. I think it's something the show really needs, and it's one of the strengths of the show that it really needs to lean on, not boats and detectives in North Korea.
Oh yeah, and it's safe to say that like all of this stuff that's being said about these two characters and their relationship is going to be very important for the next game. Like
Mhm.
it's super important for the next game and how that game ends.
Oh yes. So uh Gyomja, the old lady says she tells Gi-hun that she knows that he was trying to save them all. He was trying to punish the bad guys. And then Hyunju says that she's sorry that she wasn't able to bring back, the magazines of ammunition. And then the son speaks up and says it wasn't Hyun's fault. It was Dai's fault, Dai Ho, the first one that they sent to get the ammo. Because when Dai got the magazines, he froze with fear. And there's been clues dropped in the second season. Remember during the little circle games that they played where they all had to do like the rolls and advance through the circle. Dai was the one who was good at the what one? It was the it
Really
was
good
the it
at
was the
the one where you throw the little like pebbles and you have to try and catch them like
Yeah,
in
because
order.
he said because he grew up with 4 sisters. So growing up, he got really good at what was kinda
Right. Yeah.
considered
Yeah. Yeah.
girl games. And so it kinda made him a little bit insecure, and it's kind of implied that his father really didn't like that about him, and his father might have been even a little abusive and mean to him. So a lot of this stuff is sort of coming back up. He's got some kind of a childhood trauma, and they're not specific about what it really is, but clearly something sort of happened in Daiho's past that he's very insecure and worried about. Almost like he's trying to overcompensate for in some ways, as we will learn later. So the son, he says that Hyun was stopped from getting the magazine because the guards came back into the room. It wasn't her fault. Now, the lady gives Gi-hun some water, some food, sweet potato, and he's really unresponsive to it all. He's still out of it. But he does turn around and he sees Dai Ho in the corner munching on a sweet potato, and he just stares him down now that he's got this revelation that Dai Ho's the one that let him down. That Dai Ho froze up and he didn't get him the ammo. Because if only they had more ammunition for their guns, maybe they would have been able to do it. That's certainly what Gi-hun thinks. Not just the uprising being killed, but Jung Bei, his childhood friend. At least his friend for quite a while.
Oh yeah,
So,
you'd be pretty pissed.
yep.
Furiously,
And
like next
boy,
level punished levels.
the actor who plays Gi-hun, boy, if you need an actor who can give a death gaze, this is your guy right here, because he's gonna be giving a lot of them throughout this show.
I feel like
So,
it'd be cool to get him in maybe Star Wars or something, you know?
Yeah, that'd be pretty
absolutely,
awesome.
Is he not
100%.
channeling his experience from the Acolyte into his death scare there? It's like, you put me in that fucking pile of shit, I'm gonna kill someone.
I mean, he's clearly a very talented actor, so you just got to utilize him. Don't put him in your terrible Star Wars show. Put him in your good Star Wars show. So there's detective stuff we can skip, and so going back to the common room, the sides are still split. So you've got the people who are the O voters, the who want to proceed, they're the biggest group, and you have the X voters on this side who didn't want to proceed with the games. And now you have 4 guards with guns who are in the middle, who are separating the 2 groups so that they can't like fight and kill and destroy one another. Um, but Gi-hun still hasn't eaten any food after all this time. This whole time he's just staring down Dai-ho as he sleeps. And Dai-ho even notices that when he awakes in the morning, that Gi-hun's just staring at him.
You
Very
familiar
creepy.
with the saying "staring daggers"?
Mhm.
Oh, I don't think I am staring
Because
daggers.
you hadn't heard of giving you the hairy eyeballs. So I thought maybe staring daggers would be one you haven't heard of as well.
There's
But
something about staring daggers that feels a little more familiar, maybe because it's super intuitive what that means. But what was the hairy eyeball one? What does that mean if you give someone the hairy eyeball?
it's when you like the person giving you the hairy eyeball probably doesn't trust you, thinks you're up to no good, doing something that they keep an eye on you,
Okay.
basically.
Okay.
But staring
I
daggers
don't.
is more like when you're fucking pissed, when you're like super
Oh
angry at
yeah,
the
you can
person.
tell. Yeah, I didn't know that one. I don't think I've heard that around here. Uh, so the front man is notified that the VIPs have arrived, and the players are led to the 4th game. Now the players notice that as they enter we'll call it the staircase foyer. It's a big room with all the staircases and everything that the fight was in. It's even in the Netflix intro thing. It's the one with all the
Mm.
stairs where the blue Danube plays. It's Danube. But they notice that all of those, or a lot of those who were killed in the uprising, they've been left hanging by their hands in this stairway foyer. And the intercom says that they have tried to subvert the democratic process and end the games with violence. So Daiho
Traitors!
seems Daiho seems particularly unsettled by the bodies. And remember, it was him with seeing a body earlier that kind of helped to freeze him up a bit when he was going to get magazines. And Gi-hun is still leering angrily at
Fuck yeah, he
Daiho
is.
this whole time. He
He's
has
getting
got
angrier
these
is
laser
I
beams,
think what you
man.
could say.
Yeah.
It's again, it feels like a good way of sort of complimenting his acting is it's not the same stare all the time. The
Mhm.
longer that it goes, the more deranged it becomes. Oh, apparently,
He's stewing on it 100%. Yeah.
no, it stream temporarily was floomed there, but it's back.
Getting
Oh, okay, good.
sabotaged. Unacceptable.
Yeah,
Why
don't
don't
worry
people want us
about
to
it.
talk about this? What's going on?
People have to talk about
Conspiracy.
Squid Game.
Well, I'll take
All
that
right,
chance to just be
so
like, look at that face. So mad.
the 4th game. They're led to the
It,
4th game, and there's a sort of the vestibule room, an opening room, and the players are split into 2 teams at random by a gumball machine. They turn it, and they either get a blue or a red ball, and that will determine their teams. So they all go up, they get their gumballs that will determine which team they are on, and we see that they're split up quite a bit. Because on the red team, you've got like the pregnant lady is there, Junhee, the old lady, Gi-hun. They're on the red team. And the blue team has the mystic lady, Hyunju, Dai-ho, the businessman, the son. They're on the blue team, among with others, of course. Now, the 4th game is hide and seek. The blue team must either find the exit and escape within 30 minutes, or they have to stay hidden from the red team until their time is up. 30 minutes. Now, the red team, they have to find the members of the blue team, and they have to kill within 30 minutes. They got to kill someone on the blue team within 30 minutes. Because if somebody on the red team fails to kill any opposing players, they will be the ones who are eliminated.
So,
So,
You made that
instantly,
sound
it's
really
like,
simple and easy to explain, though. Like you just did that in 5 seconds, which
I will
is
say
that
impressive.
it's funny how because
Yeah.
the explanation takes a while, and I remember thinking to myself like, there's got to be a better way to have done this. Like,
Well, it's I understand like how it came about because it's all about having characters ask questions that
Yeah.
are clarifying and that are going to be relevant. But all it does is that it makes it a lot more long-winded when what Rags explained is just a much simpler way of putting it. Red team, you got to kill somebody in 30 minutes or you die. Blue team, you have to either make it to the exit or survive those 30 minutes without being killed. Pretty straightforward. And conceptually already it's like, oh, this is a good idea for a game. Like this
This
is
is
well,
an
this
interesting
this
idea.
is
correct me if
another
I'm
good
wrong.
one.
Is this the first game that's required someone to kill?
Yes. In this one it is
Sort
the
of,
first one
yes.
because Mingle, you don't have to like kick people out or, like Inho snapping that dude's neck. And in the second game, that one was just working as a team. So like it kind of feels like it's a thi- this is obviously parallels the marble game in terms of where it falls in the timeline. And it feels like it can be said that it kind of parallels it in that this one forces the players to really grapple with the reality of what they're participating in order to survive. On the red team in particular, you got to kill someone.
Gotta
I
kill
suppose you
someone.
could say it's less direct on the blue team because it would be like, well, your surviving necessitates that somebody else is going to die, but there's a level of indirectness there. Like, it's less of
Yes.
a feeling of culpability compared to in the marble game where the culpability is like strong. And obviously on red team, it's just like complete. It's like, yeah, you did
You
it.
have to kill someone.
I think
And of course, the thing that makes this one interesting is like, well, who is on which team, and the fact that you can change the team that you're on, you can switch with someone else. It's like, oh shit, this is some good
That's
fucking.
right.
This is a good template here for some drama,
but
because obviously
So,
Gihan, yeah,
yeah, so there's I guess just to set it up, get the rules and everything all set. Um the blue team are given necklaces with keys for doors in the arena. And because they think of it as it's a big labyrinth. It's a big multi-story labyrinth with winding passageways and little rooms and big rooms. It's a hide and seek paradise minus the murder. Um, and there are all of these rooms that are scattered, all these green doors scattered across all the whole labyrinth, the arena. Once a door is they all start locked. All of the doors start locked. And once a door is unlocked with a key, it cannot be relocked. So Reds can't go essentially a red team or
you
someone without a
are
key cannot go through a door without
you
it
are right,
being
but about the quote, like I'm pretty sure that's what they say, but that isn't necessarily true, right? The exit doors themselves can be relocked.
the exit
um
doors, but the regular doors, just the individual ones, it
Do
appears
they?
they can't.
But do they make the distinction, or do they just say that all doors, once unlocked, to stay unlocked?
I don't think they make the distinction. I
I
think
don't
they
think
just
they
say once
do.
a door is unlocked, it cannot be relocked.
Because
Mhm.
that'll obviously be for a payoff.
Yes, it
Well,
will.
yeah, for later.
And
To
as Fringy mentioned, you go ahead.
just to grasp like a sort of combining the detective organ and the way that they sort of make some of these scenes way more stretched out than they need to be. When we like approach understanding this game, you might look at the timeline and be like, "Oh shit, we're gonna be getting this game this episode," and it's like, no, like you're like, "Oh what?" And you're like, "No, they will find a way to make sure that we don't begin until next episode, like actually begin," which I think is
Yes.
sometimes indicative of just like, how do you manage to fill all this time? It's like all that shit that we're kind of
With
skipping over.
useless filler.
Yeah.
You'd be amazing how long you can make a season if you fill it with worthless shit and scenes no one cares about that go nowhere.
And you could
little bit.
still I don't think you should try and do that anyway. But if that was what you were told you had to do, like this is
Oh,
just
you
how
could
the
make it
episode's
work,
gonna be
yeah.
balanced. You can, yeah, exactly. You can make it work because the problem they've got is that the game itself is so incredibly simple, and as has been demonstrated, you can just explain the premise in about 5 seconds. They decide that the way to drag it out is to make explaining the game take as long as possible. So you get the keys, and then people are like, what's the keys? And then you get that bit of the game explained. And then you have an argument because people on the red team say, well, that's not fair. We can't kill them with bare hands. And that takes a while. And then they bring in the boxes with the knives. And then they explain the knives. And then they explain that you can swap the teams, which is unnecessary because you could have just, if you'd bought the keys and the
Yeah.
knives in at the same time, for example, they open the box, they take out the knives, you understand the premise of the game already, and you understand, you can see it on their faces, the calculation they're making. The thing that needs explaining is the keys. You save that time, and then you can do more interesting stuff with the characters trying to change teams because the way they've weighted it, because there's so much time spent trying to explain this game, you almost underutilize the opportunity they have to try and switch teams. The son and the mother being on a separate team is a powerful dramatic device, but the only person they really speak to about changing teams is each other, as opposed to trying to maybe beg somebody else to let them change teams who doesn't want to. Like, there's just more interesting stuff you can do on the character level, which we are losing because they are taking longer to explain the less interesting part.
But yeah, because as was mentioned, the blue team gets keys, red team gets knives for which to do the killing, and as Fringy and Platoon had mentioned, one last little shakeup for the rules is with mutual agreement, you can swap teams with someone on the other team. So very interesting aspect here that they could work with. They
And
should have
the
worked
cool
with
thing
more.
is, because you're right, it's like, yeah, when the more time that you spend, the more time that you waste on just explaining it, the less time you get dealing with this dynamic, which is essentially that, one side is empowered and one side is disempowered, and it's interesting to see like which characters have essentially been given a power that when we're talking about the protagonist side, that they wouldn't want. Um, but at the same time having to sort of grapple with, okay, but I mean, in this case, like who among these people should be the one that is essentially burdened with having to kill somebody in order to continue with the game versus simply having to like survive, just let the time expire and progress. It's like that makes for some interesting conversations. And of course the most interesting one is Gihan he's on the seeking side.
Yeah, he's on
So he's
red,
got to kill somebody.
and he
And there's
knows
one person in
exactly who he
particular.
wants to kill. Yeah.
But it's just interesting because Gihan don't want to be, normal protagonist Gihan ain't wanting to kill anybody. And obviously this time around his goal has been to try and save as many people as possible, like
Yeah,
actively
like,
try to save as many people
Yep.
as possible.
And now he's a killer.
someone listening to us up to now might have thought, like, so you think this season's absolute trash? Like, no.
No, there's
we,
stuff.
we appear to have probably going to have more positive opinion on it than most people.
There's good stuff. There's good stuff in
Yeah.
here. But it's like last season. There's gold in them there hills. There's just a lot of hills.
You gotta
Yeah.
search through them hills, yeah.
You gotta dig and get all sweaty and nasty, and you're like, oh, I found it. I found a good sheen. We see that the businessman in blue, he's on the blue team. He's just like an evil fucking jerk. This guy's cutthroat. He's an absolute savage. He is.
So
He
this is
actually
a
goes.
really interesting place to put him in, because he would absolutely be killing people with the knife, but he
Yeah.
ain't got
Yeah,
one.
he tries
So-
to swap teams with Gi-hun so he can get a knife, but Gi-hun just glares at him without saying a word and he backs off. So the businessman tries to swap teams to get to red, but he's unable to do it. And actually, Daiho is trying to swap to red as well with another player in desperation, but she's like, nah, I'm not swapping with you. And Dai can
he's
see that
starting to lose his
Gi-hun
shit.
is just, yeah, he's like, holy shit, man. And Dai sees that Gi-hun is staring right at him with a fucking knife in his hand. And but yeah, he cannot get to the red
Dude,
team either.
Isn't it crazy that, like, I know this wouldn't happen. It's just that there is the potential in this game for basically everyone to follow the leader, so to speak. As soon as the blues get the sign to go, they find the exit, 3 keys in, and then they just escape. Like all of the blues. Like
There's an excellent twist, yeah.
Because imagine if that happened, all the reds have to die. It'd just be like, wow, shit, get fucked,
So
But,
Yeah, it'll come up as a really neat twist that I think is interesting. That would say if you were observant, if you and your fellow blues
Yeah,
were more
yeah.
observant about what you've been given, then you might have already pieced together some strategies you should keep in mind. But it doesn't seem that anyone is. So Dicey's Gi-hun staring at him, staring daggers with a dagger. And he strides over to him and he says, "How come you're staring at me like that, man?" Dai says that they wouldn't have won this uprising either way, and he tells Gi-hun that if they fought the O team instead of all the guards of the facility, then they would have been able to win the vote maybe and vote to get out of these games. And he blames Gi-hun directly for all of those people dying. And Dai Ho like actually starts yelling and being upset and being super accusatory at him.
He's
But a
coping and
guard has to
seething, you
come
might even
over and
say.
break up. He is coping and
He's
seething.
absolutely coping and seething on this one. Yeah.
Yeah, he failed
The
him. He
idea that
did.
they would have been able to beat the other team when the other team is filled predominantly with like strong, able-bodied men, like you know, like there's no way they would have won that fight. It's kind of the thing that was already being pointed out is like they are the weaker team, the X's. So yeah, the idea that like, oh, that would have been a better shot, and then they all could have gotten out. Like, nah, no way. Like, Gihan made the best. You know. The reality is that if he hadn't fucked up, they might have won. They might have
They
won
might
I
that
have
think
fight.
won.
it even
Because
goes
remember,
beyond
they
that. It's like
35 to 35 for
even if they were
deaths.
guaranteed to all die, you still left us.
Yeah, you still failed. You said you wanted to be a part of it and help, and you let everybody down like that. But I mean, that's kind of the point, right? Him screaming and going crazy. It's like, yeah, I mean, he is coping. I know it's a meme way of saying it, but that's what's happening. He feels
Yep.
he is guilty.
He's coming up with the reasons why. Yeah, it's actually
Mhm.
not my fault. It was doomed from the beginning. We should have done
Yeah,
something else. And da da
it's
da.
like a frantic. Oh, actually, this is your fault. Yeah. This is your fault. Fuck you. This is your fault, Gihan.
And though this whole time, Gihan's just staring at him, just staring him down. Doesn't say a word. Completely unfazed. He's just a gargoyle, just gazing. And the announcer says that the game will begin shortly, and that it's time for the blue players to enter
Like
the arena.
it will begin shortly. Cuts to the fucking boat. You're like, no.
That's right. We
We
have detective plot that we could actually skip.
do we talk about the mother and son and the
We are
conversation that
we're
they were
we're essentially about that's actually what I've got next. Yeah. So we see that the old lady and her son, they have swapped teams. So he is on the red team now and she is on the blue team now. So they've swapped.
and he has done this obviously to try and save her life
That's the
because he
plan.
thinks that he's more capable of following through and then protecting her from
Yes.
anybody that tries to get her.
The plan is that he needs to essentially he needs to kill somebody and then he's going to go and find her to protect her. And if she can just live and he can protect her, then they could both make it, right? So there is an aspect of you can still cooperate with teams. If you do what you need to do as a red player and kill someone else, you can go and protect other people. But you can also do the opposite, as will pop up as well. So um, she tells him that when his dad got drunk, he threatened to kill her. But who kicked the bucket first? She said she will live and that her hairpin is actually a secret little weapon if she needs to use it. Her little hairpin actually has a little hidden blade inside of it, a little tiny one. And she tells him that he needs to do whatever it takes to survive, and they'll both make it out alive. Do what it takes to survive, and they'll both make it out alive. That's what she says. She uses those words. Now, the pregnant lady, the ex, Jun-hee, she approaches the YouTuber, Myung-gi, and tells him to keep his word because they've made an agreement. They made an agreement that he is going to kind of do a similar thing. He's going to go and he's going to kill somebody so that he can make it, and then he's going to find her and he's going to protect her. Because they swap teams. She was on the red, but now she swaps teams with him, so he's on the red and she's on the blue.
Mm-hmm.
And she trusts him with this. And he says, "Don't worry, I will find you." Now the blue, and again, this is good. I like this, the idea that players can swap teams, especially with the dynamics of, families and friends and, strong and weak and things of that nature. I think it's good. I think it's really good. So the blues, they enter the arena, and it's like I said, it's like basically it's a big old labyrinth maze, and it's painted like a starry night in the city. So the ceiling and the top of the walls, they're like blue with little stars on it and that kind of thing. So it's a bit thematic. And they have 2 minutes of a head start to run and hide. And the businessman says that
Okay.
instead of hiding, yeah,
Well, I feel like as soon as I'm in, I'm running.
Yeah,
oh,
I
I'm
I'm
not
was
I'm
slowly.
I
was
making as much
surprised
distance as possible.
the fact that we have so many
Yeah.
people here. You'd think just law of averages. There'd be some people who, as soon as the doors open, they just sprint. They're like, go, go,
They
go, 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 go,
bolt
go,
out.
search, 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 search. And first thing I would think is try and get as far away from that door in any direction that you can.
Yeah, of course.
And that's
Yes.
likely where the
Yeah.
exits are probably going to be.
Probably. It would be
Mhm.
it would be I'm thinking,
Though
what
you
would I
wonder
do?
if
And it
because
really
they're
would.
little assholes when they run the game that the exit is actually like right next to the
Well,
Yeah,
and
it's like in a
entrance,
level in a
if
video
they
game
want
where
to
once you
I-
turn around, there's actually a
Yeah.
secret or something
Yeah,
for
I
you.
think that's a reasonable thought, and I also then think that as they were entering the room, even you should have a character being like, "Everyone, as soon as we start, sprint in all directions. Get going. Don't waste a single second of time." They do it somewhat with the businessman. It's just that you'd think it would happen a little bit faster. They are wasting precious seconds.
Yeah, so the businessman says instead of hiding, they need to split up and look for the exit, and then the person who finds the exit will yell out to the rest. That's his offering of strategy.
Mm-hmm.
So, the red team's waiting. Tick tock, 2 minutes. Namgyu, the druggie guy who is with Thanos, he goes and talks to the YouTuber, Myonggi. He says, "Hey man, we should stick together because the Blues, they're not just gonna let us stab them, right? They're gonna resist. They're gonna fight back, and things could go sideways. So it's gonna be easier if you attack them together." And he says that, "Hey, when you stabbed Thanos with that fork in the bathroom, that was fucking awesome, man." Because Myonggi, he's crazy. He's psycho. He's unhinged. Oh, he's crazy. Um, Now the YouTuber Myonggi agrees to team up with him. It seems to make sense. There's a logic behind it, you know. The red team then enters the arena, and Gihun says to himself, "It's your fault." And he goes to find Dai Ho, dagger in hand. And before the episode ends, we see that the old lady finds the pregnant lady, so Junhee and Hyunju, and the three of them sort of make a little group, and off they go together. And that is episode 1, with the game about to essentially begin proper.
It sure is. And yeah, I
Calm
don't
down.
know, like, fine.
Yeah, it's
barely.
well because it's a lot of it. Yeah, it's like there's the setup for the game and the concept of the game is really good, but all of that is just we skipped a lot of stuff because remember, as we're
Yeah.
going through this, we're skipping 2 entire plot lines. The B plot, which is Detective Huang and Wu and the captain on the boats looking for the island, and the C plot, which is No Eel trying to save the father, player 246, and stopping the organ harvesting thing, and she's gonna try and save him and get out. And all that, it just don't worry about it.
It
We're
doesn't
cutting
get
out 2
you
plot lines when we talk about this.
doesn't get
It
you
doesn't help.
jazzed, There's
No.
the energy is a bit off, if not low, and you're like, yeah, I shall watch the next episode. It's that kind of attitude.
Which I think was my reason for really not looking forward to going into season 3 anyway. After a similar-ish experience with season 2, is just knowing that these episode runtimes are about an hour each. Of the hour, there might be 20 minutes that are good.
Well, to
and
know that they
that
created
have been
2
condensed.
seasons, whereas they should have had 1, and both seasons are filled with bloat. It's like, oh, I think
Yeah.
I see a solution, guys.
And also knowing that all of the wasted time is not going to be spent on embellishing the actual strongest part of the show, which broadly speaking is the games and the characters inside them, which means that even though the games and the characters are the best bit, they actually seem quite underdeveloped at this stage in the story. And I know which ones are supposed to be important, and I have a reasonably good idea of which ones are going to make it through to the end even. I just don't feel like I really give that much of a shit about them because we don't really have the time spent with them to give that much of a shit about them. Unless they have an obviously endearing premise, family is usually a good one, then you kind of understand them and sympathize with them intellectually more than you necessarily feel for them. And again, I don't think I was in that position with season one. I think I actually kind of liked a few of the people. Whereas here it's like, I guess I hope you survive. You probably won't. I'm not that interested. And there's so many people still alive as well by this point in the story, which makes the whole thing quite diffuse. Which is not really in an ideal position. So like bloated plot lines elsewhere, and then bloat even in the good bit, and underutilization of the obviously strongest elements.
It's interesting you say that so many people, it feels like so many people are still alive at this point when we just had an in-between game slaughter of 35
Yeah,
I
contestants,
yeah.
know.
and it still feels kind of that
That's just
way.
because, yeah, the number of named characters who have died, it's like 2 or 3 named players have died up to this point. Of if you want
Yeah,
to
it's
say of like
Semi
all of them.
and Thanos essentially are the real two.
I think it was Youngmi, like the one that Hyunju was trying to look out for. So it's like, yeah, you got. But meanwhile, they're gonna start dying real quick. Is
Which is,
kind of like what happens in season 3.
it is going to be odd as well in the sense that you're going to start losing named characters really quickly, but you're actually going to be left up with a bunch of no names or people whose like names are not really important because they are not played a
Yeah, at
major
the
part in
end,
the
yeah.
story who are going to
Yeah.
continue
There's
being
a
in the
lot of
games.
there. That's true. That the people who they choose to continue, it's mainly who you could call the antagonist characters, and the vast majority of them are pretty shallow. They're all, I'd say, because businessman is just a worse version of Doc Su. Like Doc Su
There's
is better from
There's
season
just a
one.
couple of
It's
people
like an
who are a worse
Definitely,
version
antagonist.
of
yeah.
Doc Su. Like it's like they've
Yeah.
split him down.
Well,
I think
yeah,
we talked
because
about this
they
in season
introduced a
2.
new guy. There's another guy that will become more prominent over the course of the games, who sort of
Yes.
emerges as a more unhinged guy as part of the bad guy team.
Which now
Obviously, Thanos has been replaced. Like
You're
he's
talking
out,
about
so he gets replaced.
you're not talking about Namgyu, you're talking about
Um,
number 203?
no, no, no. It's
whoever
the
in the final
tall
game,
guy. He's
whoever's
like the
leading a lot of the
yeah,
conversation in it, because you just reminded me, it's like, oh, that guy's like
yeah,
kind of a major villain, and we still don't really even know who he is yet
yeah.
in the story.
No, he only really emerges like in the 5th game.
Yeah,
He starts to emerge at that point, and it's kind of like, man. And meanwhile, we'll talk about the characters that we lose in the interim while this is happening, and it's like, yeah, we're like, we start to burn through a lot of the characters really quick, which I wonder if that does contribute to people feeling like how depressing it is, because in a sense, it's like, yeah, you start to lose people rapidly over the course of the next few episodes.
The pacing does feel a bit odd in terms of, yeah, how they're made, especially I mean,
Well,
you were
yeah,
right. It
it's
is
just
you notice at the end that
too
most of the people, you have no idea who they are, which is weird.
pretty much, yeah. Because by the end, there's like, I'd say that by the final game, there's like 4 characters that you should remember and have been paying attention to, and one of them
That's
is
like half of
Oldman,
them.
businessman, and he's not that interesting. So
He's
then
just
you're
evil
left with the other
businessman.
3. Pretty much. And then just a bunch of, as someone in chat said, nameless thugs, essentially.
yeah.
That's kind of who you're
Yeah,
left
yeah, they're
with.
mooks.
And
Yeah, they're mooks.
and it seems the conclusion is, yeah, but it's because you've still got Detective Man and the soldier lady, and it's
No
like,
eel, yeah.
man,
They're just
like,
they're doing
okay.
plot stuff. They're just doing plot somewhere else. Um
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, the Reds enter the arena. The 30-minute countdown begins. Gihan goes off, and we see Myunggi and Namgyu together because they've decided to sort of team up as a red team pair. Namgyu opens up the little cross pendant, and he takes another drug pill as he frustratingly recounts how Thanos would make fun of him, not say his name right, not respect him. And he offers one of the drug pills to the YouTuber Myunggi, but Myunggi declines it, and then Namgyu takes a second one. So we see the players wandering and hiding and searching the area, moving through. And remember, there's a lot of green doors scattered all over this labyrinth, and once it's unlocked with the blue key, it cannot be re-locked. We see the Mystic Lady, she's wandering around and she has these 4 apostles in tow with her, and they're just following her. Oh, they really think that she's magical or mystical or can talk to the spirits or whatever the fuck she's got going on. And they reach a fork in the hallway as they are wandering about, and she pretends to go into some kind of trance. Oh, spirits of the earth, which way? Ooh. And eventually she decides to lead them left on this fork in the road. And by the way, one of the things
Like,
I do
oh,
like,
okay.
yeah, she's just
You
totally
know,
bigging it up. It's totally it would be interesting if they wrote it to where it was a little ambiguous as to whether or not she did have some kind of a
but then
like ability or power, but they never it's
we're
not
about to
like
get
obvious
zero
either way.
ambiguity on this one.
Oh
We're
yeah,
gonna get
that's
zero, absolutely hyper
it,
confirmation of,
But
and it
that's
makes you wonder, like,
yeah.
so what was the point of this character?
that's what I mean.
To
Like
be a
What-
jerk and die.
you know, opportunistic lady, she gets all kinds of different results throughout the games, and then she gets to make a decision that's actually the opposite of opportunistic, right? Technically speaking, for the end of her story,
Yeah.
it's like there's lots to draw from that. This one, I mean, it's just like okay,
He's
full of
just an
shit.
asshole to die. Yeah. It would have been so cool if the game it was written ambiguously. You're like, "Oh shit, that was how does she know?" Da da da. Um, but one good thing about the format of this game, in terms of it being a labyrinth and a lot of people splitting up, is that you can cut boom 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 back to different people, different groups, red team, blue team, to see where they are. And they do a lot of
It's a
scenes
good
and
game.
cuts where you have one person rounding a corner and then another person rounds a corner behind them, and they don't even notice each other, even though they're like red and blue. Or Gihan even narrowly misses running into Daiho just
yeah.
because they happen to cross around a corner just right at the right time. So there's a lot of cool little
Yeah,
tense stuff that you can do with
I
that they
think
kind of play into.
the arena lends itself well to essentially being presented in this way, like on
Yeah, really
film,
compartmentalized
essentially, because
story kind of scenes.
you don't know what's around the corner, much like it's simultaneously you can play with essentially forcing the POV of the viewer to be the same as the characters in the situation, but you can also do the fun things of showing, like, as an omniscient viewer, like, oh, actually they're back there. It's like you can play around with it depending on essentially the tone that you want to evoke. Do you want to lean into the paranoia, or do you want to lean into the, oh shit, they were really close to each other, this particularly potent interaction.
Yeah, because they show like the pair of three, Hyunju, Junhee, and the old lady, when they're together in their group, it's a much different sort of mood than when Nyamgu and Myunggi are together as a pair and they're just out looking for blood. Very different sort of feeling and objective that's happening here. And you wonder who they're gonna run into or who they won't run into. Um, but yeah, the mystic lady, she leads them left, and they go left. And then we cut to the businessman, and he opens one green door with his key. Ka-chink, opens it up, and then he walks up some stairs, and he realizes, oh, there's another door here. Okay, I'm just gonna unlock this here with my key. Oh, wait a second, my key doesn't work on this door. What the hell's going on here? His key does not work on the second
So,
door. Uh-oh.
funnily enough, I think I said this when I was watching it. It's like I should be hearing screaming by now. Enough. I know it's early technically, but you've got 30-ish people running around, and 30-ish people who haven't found any exits. There's people should be dead already by now.
Yeah, they have it happen later on where you hear screaming in the
Yeah.
halls, but it should start sooner than it does.
Takes a lot longer, and
Maybe they just quiet dyers.
I guess so.
Some people are like that. I've heard. I've been told. Yeah, he notices that his key will not work on this second door. That the key just doesn't quite work. And then he gets spooked when another person approaches from behind, and it's another blue. And the blue comes up to the door and tries his key, and that key does work. So
Wait, hang
not
on.
all of the
For
keys
shame.
work for all
So
of the
so
doors.
you overestimate the people's ability to kill. No, the show.
No,
They're brutal in this. Like they kill the fuck out of
These
each
are-
other.
It's hard to
They're-
overestimate
yeah.
when they actually show it happen.
I was gonna
later,
say, like,
so you
I'm
know
just saying-
exactly how good they are at this job.
Many of the people on the red team they're just killing. In fact, not to jump ahead, but there are people who will be killing a lot more than just their single target. They be killing. I'm just saying. And
So
when you've got a group of about
Yeah.
30 people, as much as I agree, there'll be plenty of people there who couldn't bring themselves to kill. There'll be people in there who absolutely will.
I totally would be able to.
Unfortunately, I think I could as well.
If it's me or you and we're in this scenario, it's like, sorry, man, you're getting stabbed. It's stabbing time.
Either both of us die or one of us die, so.
So, our trio, Hyunju, the pregnant lady, and the old lady, they're still wandering around the arena. And Hyun notices that her key is actually a circle, but the keyhole that they try to open is a triangle. Not all the keys work with all of the doors. This means that if you go alone, then you might encounter a door that you cannot open. And when Jun Hee, the pregnant lady, when she gives Hyun her key, Hyun tries it and it opens the door. And Hyun hypothesizes that there are three key shapes: the circle, the triangle, and the square. Very thematic. And the old lady says that Hyun should have all of the keys because Hyun, she's kind of leading them up front, and that'll help them to get through doors faster. You just take all of them, and that way you can open whatever door you come across because you're in the lead. So, okay, we're learning about the game. And one thing I really like about this revelation about the keys is that this is something you would be able to know from the very beginning. If you were observant with the rest of your fellow blues, you would notice that not all of your keys are the same shape. You have different
Yeah.
shapes. And the circle, triangle, and square are very much recurring themes in this in the games.
Yeah.
So
I
it's
almost
the
wonder though whether it
information
would have
is there
been
for you.
better placed in the opening exposition in the previous episode though. Because I like the premise and the idea. I think is pretty neat. It's just that so something about it's slightly bumpy, and I think it is just a pacing thing. Like the fact that we are now in game proper, pace is supposed to ramp up. They get through a door, and then they just sort of sit around for a natter, and it's an important natter, but it is a pace breaker, and I don't necessarily think it's the best place to put it for that reason because they don't really present as though they're under as much pressure as they really should be, given that everyone
That
is out
happens
to
a
try and
lot.
stab them.
Mm-hmm.
I think that happens a lot in general, though, with the way that people talk about everything.
Yeah,
A lot of the times, there is sort of a lack of a rush when when they talk and they discuss things. They seem to do it very calmly and organized, like they're
yeah, it's
not
like
about to have 30 people try and come and
Yeah,
murder
like they
them.
should be sweating
stoppage time for
probably and
exposition.
shaking, and one of them speaking faster than needs be, slipping over words, and also another one being like, what are we doing? Come on, we got to do stuff. What are we doing? You know, and just make it feel a bit more frantic, I guess. But then again, this is the
Yeah.
whole episode, so even from a filmmaking standpoint, you might want to allow the pace to change instead of being aggressive, the whole thing.
So Gihun is prowling the hallways. He's stalking, and he spots a player. He thinks it's Dai Ho. Look at him. I can see it by his haircut. And he chases him down, and the blue player frantically tries to escape from Gihun chasing him, and he's barely able to open a door to get away. But it's not just a room or another hallway. It's a large chasm cutting through the labyrinth. It's like 10 stories tall that kind of goes through the middle of the labyrinth. This is a very elaborate arena for hide and go seek. It's kind of crazy. He had some funding here. No, but he's not able to open it in time to get away from Gi Hun, who grabs him and turns him around, and he raises his knife about to kill him. But Gi Hun realizes that this blue guy, he's not Dai Ho. It's just someone who kind of looks like him.
Racist.
And across the cat, yeah, and yeah,
By the
Gi
way,
Hun's like, all Asians do look the same.
we do spot what I think might actually be, that might be the best hiding place. I'm not sure how viable it would be, but can you see that little bit there? I think if you could find a platform where the door opens such that it like covers it, that would be perfect, because you can see the door there doesn't open the best way. Not bad, because someone will be able to spot you if they look at you through a door. You need like a cover, but I'd be curious to look at that whole area to see if there's some wacky fucking hiding place in there. Or
even there, like, it's a
Yeah,
pretty good place
along
to.
the
If
rim,
someone
yeah.
charges through that door after you, they're going to be off balance. So you can just give them
Yeah,
a
and
little
you
shove
can-
because they're not going to expect you to be standing in that little corner.
Yeah, and if they try to get you because they know you're there, you can. It's risky, right? Because you could pull them and then off they go. So you got to be careful. I don't know. I wouldn't mind looking around in that big
There's-
old area.
Yeah, right along the ledge, maybe in places where you
Yeah.
can just barely fit, or even hanging off and getting down to the bottom one if you really need to. There's potential there. I mean, we do see people hiding right behind doors a few times in this game, which would be something I feel people would do because they almost get away with it.
It's
I guess we don't
smart.
see all the times people did get away with it, so maybe it's a bit unbiased.
Ooh, that's a
here.
good shot, actually. Because I'm also
Yeah.
starting to wonder, how far down do you think you could get safely if you were, like, even slightly familiar with parkour?
Oh,
Look at all those
because you would.
ledges, you know?
Yeah, because you'd want to
Yeah.
hang down and then you'd want to swing forward and
Oh, look at that space right next to him there, top corner. See that? The door swings, and so you kind of covered.
Oh
If you
yeah,
crouch
yeah.
there, you might just get away with it, I think.
And how do they get you? The door is the barrier. How do they
Yeah,
can't get through without the door
you
closing.
getting there, you'd have to swing around the door. It would be difficult, but you could do it. Or you could jump from where he. Oh, that's another one. There's so many. There's a couple options here. A couple of interesting ones, actually.
Yeah, come and stab me, bitch.
This is where I would realize, like, oh, I'm risking it
I'm
trying to
kicking, you're
get to these
dead.
places, but if I get to them, the rewards are just.
I just
you
gotta
know.
wait it out.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, if someone comes up and sees you, it's like, you're gonna try and get me or someone else. You should probably go for someone else, because I will kill you if you're gonna go off this ledge.
Yeah, that would be
Plus,
fun.
you gotta
That
keep
would
that
be a
knife in
good
your hand,
scene, man.
too.
If someone's trying to slowly get to you on here, and you're like, listen, you're gonna try really hard. You could die, and even if you get here, I'm gonna fucking kill you if you get anywhere near me. They're like,
Yeah, if we get next to me, we're both going off the ledge, brother. They expect two of us in the wreckage, and they're getting it, so you're gonna be fucking dead, all right? This is suicide, because if you get to me, I'm dead anyway, pretty much, so you're coming with me. Let's see. Yeah, but this guy that Gihan's found, it's not Daiho. It looks like just looks like someone who looks like him, and so he lets him go. Gihan lets the guy go, and he actually notices that the real Daiho is looking at him, unreachable from the other side of the chasm. Ooh, I'm gonna get you.
mm-hmm.
Now, at this point, we start hearing screams and stuff in the background. People are getting caught. People are getting stabbed. It's stabbing time. It's
Oh
not
yeah.
nice. So, the son, Welch, on the red team, now, he gets a jump scare from another red. Whew! He just actually gets, like, legit scared when he sees another guy pop up into him. Because he's kind of a wimp. He's a scaredy boy. He's a bit of a,
Yeah,
of
and
a
I mean,
push over here.
he he's got to kill someone, and the time is actually running now.
Yep. Mm-hmm. Because remember, they've only got 30 minutes. And he doesn't notice also that his mother actually is peering through a little door and kind of sees him, and she doesn't call out to him or anything. She doesn't say a word. So, Myung-gi and Nam-gyu, the pair of reds, they find a blue guy and they chase him down, and they corner him in a small room, and they get into a fight. They get into this fight with the knives. They're able to wound him greatly. They stab him in the leg and they get him a little elsewhere, and he's begging not to be killed. He's like, "Oh, don't kill me, don't kill me." But then the pair are about to kill, or Nam-gyu is about to kill him, and then Myung-gi, the YouTuber, he stops him, and he's like, "Hey, wait, hold up. Wait a second. If you kill him, that means you are safe. So what about me? How do I know that you're gonna help me with
How
killing
didn't
another
they
person
have
when
this?
you're in the all clear?"
How didn't they have this conversation before? I don't understand. It's like the
I-
most obvious question. We're gonna
I
kill people
guess
together. And it's
it-
like, yeah, but who gets the first one?
Oh, I guess they were just
They were so caught up in the moment.
thinking of something else. Yeah, they were so caught up in the moment, It happens, it happens, like,
I'm telling you, man, if
Um,
we had made an agreement like that, that's the first thing I'd be asking. I'd be like, okay,
Yeah.
who's getting the first slice of Reno? The
so,
pizza.
the Myung-gi says, "All right, we'll stab him at the same time." And Nam-gyu's like, "Yeah, that's sensible. Look at you saying those things that make sense. I like it. All right." Because either they think it'll give them both credit for the kill, or that they both get half a kill credit and they have to do it again. Either way, they'll have to do it again together or whatever. So
Yeah,
that's what they decide upon. So
I don't
the rules aren't really clear here, but
take issue with them
'cause they say-
deciding that. I think that's fine, but I do think it's kind of silly on the part of the Squid Game people to be like, okay, you've both got 0.5 of a kill. It's like, what?
Because that's their perspective. They say they've only got half a kill each, which I don't know what the official ruling is.
Well-
and it ends up not being an issue, but it is an aspect of like, oh, what if you and someone else stab someone at the same time? How does the credit work with that?
I would have thought they would have just awarded one of them, and then the other one says, all right, let's get you your kill then. I guess that's what they decided. But like the idea that the game they're watching, and then they're like, you stabbed him at the same time, so half a kill each, and then if you do it again, we'll give you a full kill each, just seems strange to me. But I guess it doesn't cause any issues or anything.
Yeah, I think it makes most sense that they both get credit for a kill, because they both killed them together. They were both responsible for it at the same time. So, but who knows what the official ruling is? But I don't know. So yeah, they do it. They stab him at the same time, and that's that. Myung-gi is he seems a little bit distraught that he has actually killed a person, but he kind of snaps out of it, and he takes the blue's key, the key that's on the blue guy that they killed. He takes the key and he tells Namgyu to follow him because they've only killed a half man each. So that's certainly how he thinks about it. So right after they depart, however, Min Su, the cowardly young man that Namgyu spoke with earlier about Semi, who was the lady that he killed, and Min Su was too cowardly to go down there and help save her from Namgyu stabbing her. Right? Min Su finds the blue, the blue body that was just killed, and he notices that lying on the ground is Namgyu's cross pendant, which was lost in their struggle to kill the guy. It's just lying there on the ground.
Yep.
He opens it up. Yeah.
No, it's just interesting. Yeah, that's what happens.
Mm.
You are
Yep.
right.
Not sure if maybe it's just the thrill of the murder and they didn't notice it, but I feel like they would have. Feel like Namgyu would have noticed, or someone would have noticed, or they
He
would
is
have heard it
pretty
hit the
high
ground.
right now.
Yeah.
Double pills, I guess.
He is a bit high.
But,
Yeah, that's right. He double pilled. Double
he
pilled
did
excuses
double.
everything. The writers covered themselves with the double pill strat.
Because it was one of the things I was wondering, is like, would he be so carefree as to lose it, especially considering, how desperate he is to get it back later? But it's like, I guess him being that
I think
high,
so, with him
and
being
also the
dead,
high
though.
of him actually just killed someone as well.
What a
I can
glorious
believe
high
it.
it is. True.
Yeah, we've all
know.
been there.
Allegedly, I've been
Nothing
told.
quite like
So
it.
yeah, that's what I've been told. But yeah, so Minsu, he opens it up and sees that there are 2 drug pills remaining inside. And in his voice, Minsu can hear Namgyu's voice taunting him about it, taunting him about his cowardice and not saving Semi earlier. And so Minsu takes one of the pills. He takes the drugs. And by the drugs, I mean he takes
Drugs are
a
bad.
drug.
Okay. Don't do
Drugs
drugs.
are bad.
Drugs are amazing. Take them. Take those drugs. Don't take
Mr.
drugs.
Mackey would be very disappointed.
Yeah,
Take
you shouldn't take drugs.
medically
Drugs are
helpful
bad.
drugs. What you should do.
Yeah, take ibuprofen take ibuprofen. That's pretty good. So while this is happening, we've got the businessman and sorry. So our blue team trio, that's Hyunju, Junhee, and the old lady. They're confronted by a red player with a knife, and he starts to chase him. But Junhee, the pregnant lady, she trips on the stairs as they try to escape, and Hyun has to step in between the red player and her when she falls. And they get into a fight. He's like, "Get away, move so I can stab one of those bitches behind you." And he's like, "Nah," or she's like, "Nah, I'm not gonna do it." And they start to get into a fight. Hyun fights the red player to try and save the others behind her. And after the knife fight, she kind of uses the training from the South Korean military because that's part of Hyunju's the background. She's able to take the knife and stab the red player with it. She kills the red player.
And I mean,
Sweet,
she's
yeah,
gonna
that
have
would be
solid
happening
strength
at
too.
this
So, like,
Yeah.
Yep.
it's
No
Well, it's just-
pushover.
this feels like when you think about the nature of how the games play out, one of the things that is generally good is to show all of the variables, and this is a worthwhile one, which is just because you're on the red team and just because you've got a knife doesn't mean you're necessarily you could get killed with it,
yeah.
depending on the
It's not.
player that you encounter.
You don't necessarily hold the power to choose who lives and who dies. Basically, you should be more
And
careful.
they mention it as a rule. I think I forgot to mention it, but red players are not allowed to kill other red players. Red players cannot
No.
kill red players. It
They
is,
have to.
yeah.
Yeah,
If they
that's
kill
blue
someone, it has
players.
to be blue.
But blue players can, whatever, right? Like
Yeah.
they're not bound by those rules.
Yeah, blue players. They're technically a blue player could get a knife and then kill everyone that they find in order to
It's just that
eliminate more
they're really
contestants.
not incentivized to do that. Like the more conflict is just, there's just no reason to do that generally, unless you're particularly crazy, I guess.
And they didn't mention in the rules explicitly, but there's technically nothing that would stop Hyunju or really any blue player from taking the knife and jersey of a killed red player and then wandering around pretending to be a red
kind of-
player.
Oh yeah.
I wonder if you might get in trouble, like if one of the pink
I
soldiers
think
will come find you.
that's actually been a core weakness for Squid Game all seasons. Is there's a lot of exploits that either the writers didn't see or that they just never want addressed, but that humans would totally engage in. They do some exploits
That's
here
what I
and there.
do.
But there's so many. And a lot of it is an offer for sly players, sneaky players, just doing things that and they've got so many years of experience of having run these games. They must have at this point had amazing rules. You know what I mean? Like, you can't do this, you can't do that, go. And then instead of leaving it so open that you're like, well, what if I cheat this way, cheat this way, cheat this way? I mean, we're going to be coming up against more of them, but we've said, like, as much as I love the Stepping Stones one in Season 1, it's like, there's so many ways to cheat that. Like, but nobody seems to want to.
Along the edge. You could just walk along the edge, and then maybe somebody tries it and they get shot, and it's like, nah, can't do that.
I mean, you're faced with death if it breaks. You would absolutely put your arms out to grab onto the rails.
Of
course,
yeah,
100%.
because that's the thing.
And none of the players do.
Grab it, maybe somebody grabs it, and then one of the soldiers shoots him. It's like, nah, it's not how it works. When the glass breaks, it's over. You don't get to save yourself. Or maybe that's not how it works.
Someone just suggested in chat as well. Wouldn't it have been cool if there was just a group of blues that basically got together, like 5 of them, hid in a room, and just every time a red player came in, they just jump him.
Door.
Just jump him.
Yeah, or jump him. Or there's
nothing they could do.
The red player.
You
or
5 dudes on you.
Focused on holding the door closed.
Yeah, well, they could drag him in. One closes the door and stays on it. 4 of them take the knife, keep him down, pin him, and just kill him. And it's like, fuck yeah, that would be brutal. And
because you could see that players, if it gets too hard to like deal with them, they're just like, fuck it, and then they run.
Find an easier target.
That's what you want to say, yeah.
When I was watching it, I was thinking if you were with some other people, you go into a room that's like a small closet essentially. Doors open inwards to the room. So if someone was going to try and get in, they have to push into the door into you. And what they could do is you could have someone whose back is to the wall, and then someone who's at the door, and someone in the middle. So you basically create a pillar of people that holds the door closed.
Yes.
Just stuff like that would have been neat to see some players doing that creativity in tactics in order to protect themselves.
It is,
and
they do it selectively in this very episode. You get a guy plays dead later. There's a guy who holds the door shut to stop someone getting through after him. Like, there's bits and pieces. I think the writer's excuse will just be, well, it's high pressure, high octane, and none of these are professionals. They don't have time to think to do all of these things. But it might have been nice to see a few more of them
many people
try and think.
Yeah,
somebody would do it. That's the thing.
Because these,
and it's their life. Their life is on the line. Who knows what they might come up with as creative ideas.
Yeah, especially when you're in the moment and you see what your capabilities are. And one thing that, like, playing tabletop role-playing games has kind of shown me, it's that when you're kind of in a real-time situation where you are role-playing characters and scenarios, things that are actually very obvious don't actually occur to you necessarily. You literally just don't think of something that seems super obvious. Then you only realize after the fact that an entire group of 4 or 5 people didn't think of an obvious solution. So it's interesting to kind of think about what does and doesn't come to people's minds. But with groups these sizes, and just for the sake of entertainment as well, it would have been neat to see that stuff. I do agree. Because
makes for a more interesting show. Right. Like, even if you say, well, yeah, but regular people wouldn't do that. It's like, sure, regular people don't tend to speak as cleanly as characters in fiction do. People and ah and have incomplete sentences, but we wouldn't argue that this means that you should write all stories exactly like that. This is drama, so if you can find ways to have characters do things that are maximally interesting, like that feels like the angle that you should always lean in, as long as it's not contradictory.
Yeah, if it's believable.
In this case, it ain't, as far as I'm concerned.
Because I think it would have been totally believable for some of these people to really like stretch the bounds of what they could do. Their lives are in line. So you're right.
Someone said, y'all forget most of the players want to get as much money as possible, so it works for them to have others killed. I think every suggestion we've had is compatible with that.
Yes, because reds are not allowed to kill reds. Blues can kill blues, but they have an investment. Ultimately, you want to get money, but ultimately, you don't want to die.
We see it in almost every game. You will team up with people if it increases your odds in that game, but you will betray them in the next game for sure. Like, a lot of people are like that.
And some will betray people easier than others, which is part of the different, aspects of different characters that's interesting. Which is why, like, businessman will, like, I mean, as is shown here, he will drop you in a heartbeat, even though you might have a key that he might need. In that moment, you're done. Could the 2 of them beaten that girl? Yeah, almost certainly they could have. But that's still a risk. And he is super cow. He will drop you in a heartbeat. And like Doc Su from the first one, the gangster guy, he's a lot more tactical with his, backstabs and teams and things,
It
So,
was also said,
but
panel said they could just switch shirts in the game, but it was stated no switching shirts in the game began. It's funny, I know that, and I only watched 2.5 episodes. So what we actually said
they
was that
said,
people would try to do that, and they would hope to trick other players with doing that as a tactic. It wouldn't necessarily switch their team according to the game rules, but it would
yes,
definitely be able to work as
Yeah.
subterfuge.
Because all you need
Because
to
the line
rely
is no
on
switching teams, right? As opposed to no
Yeah.
no
switching
switching
shirts, which is a
teams. You
slight
can't
difference.
switch
Yeah.
teams.
I mean, you could. It would be probably neater and easier for the show if they'd said shirts instead, like, or if you'd seen someone try to do it and they got shot for trying to
must
do
keep
it, and
your
that
jersey
establishes you're
on.
not allowed to
And
do it,
for the
just because
record,
it rules
yeah.
out one of those.
Just because there's a rule that says you can't do anything, when you're desperate trying to kill or survive, there's no reason to assume a person wouldn't try this.
Yeah.
Mhm.
We see
And
that
also-
a lot.
and-
We see that in season 1 and 2. The just sort of a stretch of rules and just hoping, basically. Isn't it
Yeah, because
Mingle
I'm not switching
where
teams. I'm just switching jerseys.
Mingle they cheat or they don't follow the rules and then they just pray that they're going to win, but then they all get shot.
Because I mean, in the exactly people cheat and they cheat. They would, of course, it's their
Most
life.
people cheat when their lives are not on the line.
Yeah.
So,
exactly.
That's true.
now, the businessman and I guess it was showing the businessman and the blue that he encountered. They meet a red player in a little room, and the businessman he runs back and he shuts the door behind the blue, so he gets stabbed.
Pushes
And
him forward.
yeah, he's like, "Fuck you, I'm living," because that's him. He's the businessman.
And I'm
That's what
pretty
he
sure
does.
the lady is the one that I think the lady is the one that
Daiho was
wanted
trying to get the
trying to
I think
switch
so.
with.
It's interesting, yeah. If she would have done it, she wouldn't have been able to, advance through. But after the blue dies, the businessman then he takes the key from the guy, so he's got the key now as well. So he's got two. Now Namgyu and the YouTuber Myunggi, right? They encounter another blue. They stab him together. They take his key. They're on a they're kind of on the they're kind of going through. They got to find another guy to kill, and they do manage to find and kill someone else. So no matter which way you slice it, at least those two, they're in the clear now. The two of them have killed two people together. Now,
Think of
all during
it's half a person. You gotta get a second. It's like, come on.
based on that's how Myung-gi said it. So who knows what the rules really are? But they're
Well,
not playing.
we
They're
have
playing
to
it safe.
conclude that is how it works because after
I mean,
this,
what else
after
could the rules
second
be?
guy, they pass. So that
That
seems
if you
to be the
both kill
rule.
someone together, you both get credit for
It
killing a
counts as
person.
half.
That would still be
It gets you
half. So what do you mean?
Yeah. Because that's
Well,
what
if-
we see. They
well,
get
you
one. They kill the one guy. It doesn't advance them. Then they get the second guy, and then they get the pass.
Yeah.
Oh,
So
because
that
there's the
appears
pass
to be the
declare.
rule.
Okay, there's the
Yeah,
pass
the
thing. Okay, I forgot
declaration
about the voice
happens.
that says
That
pass.
is
You're right.
how
You're
it
right.
works.
There's not really
That's silly.
any other
They-
interpretation. It
That's
is
silly,
half a kill per kill.
Yeah, I forgot about the voice thing, which is weird because here I say like, oh, during this time we've been hearing the intercom announcing players who've been killed and which ones are saved and pass. And now the YouTuber tells Namgyu, right? He says, look, we're clear, we're good, but I still have to find somebody. I still have to look for somebody else. And Namgyu says, oh, is that the girl that you've been talking with earlier? And when Namgyu dismissively calls her some bitch, the YouTuber he gets upset and tells him, listen, don't you lay a hand on her, right? And Namgyu realizes, oh, this isn't just some fling. You're in love with her, huh? And he starts singing a little
Gay.
love song since he's a crazy kooky guy who's on drugs. So yeah,
That's what they do.
He's a crazy guy. Namgyu then says, hey, wait a second. We need to kill every blue that we find because there's not a rule against killing more than one. But we just need one to be safe. And it's double effective by his reckoning because they would eliminate both the blue player from the pool and the potential red player that would have killed them because the blue won't be alive to satisfy the requirement. And that means that for every person they kill, they'll, in theory, increase the money by two people's amount. So that's Namgyu's reasoning.
It's if you're like a psycho that's trying to win, and you're wanting to like actually go the full length, it's like
This
yeah,
is a
but that's the thing,
tactic.
it's like, well, Mr. YouTuber man, do you think
Yeah.
that she would approve of this if she knew that this is what you were doing? You know,
Especially as well because it entails a broken promise because you're not looking for her to protect her. In that instance, you are going around killing other people, and if you happen to find her, then you'll protect her. But actually, you're just going around having fun with
I think
knives.
I've seen that this character is a particular source of frustration for people, but
Which
I would
one?
So,
Myung Gi, that he is I
Uh-huh.
think he's been singled out, particularly given how important he actually
yes.
emerges as being as a character in the story. It might be a bit too early to talk about
We
this
can
character in
We'll wait for
totality.
well, we can open
This
up the
is
But
conversation of
right.
we don't have to get anywhere further than what they've shown, right? So
right,
the question is, I think the show was trying to go the way of we get this intro that shows he's quite like his circumstances quite selfish and has harmed a lot of people. However, you know what how does he feel about that whole situation? What is he going to do about it? And you know, he's now got a potential kid on the way. Is this going to change him into someone a bit else? And I do think what they're going for is notice the difference between someone's stated intentions versus the actions they actually take.
yes, because
Yes.
in this case, this
Myung-gi.
is a test, it could be said, and he has failed this test by making the choice to actually go along with this plan.
Yep, and
Yeah,
kill
He
as
Well,
didn't
many
have to
people
so
do
as
this.
possible.
I think
He
some
did.
people think it's a bit of a stretch that he would pragmatically killing two people to send them both to the next round, sure, but to then be like, let's start killing loads of people. Some people, I think some people think that's too much for him.
Why?
It
Well, has he been shown being particularly ruthless in that way before? I guess would be the question. And
The
like,
thing is
he's
that none
killed
of the other
before.
none of the other games put him in a position where that was an option that was before him, right? Because in the first one, it's just red light, green
Yeah.
light, and there's the shock of the
I
situation means you're
suppose
not going to be thinking about the game because you don't even really understand what it is yet. Number two, you're not in a position to do that at all. And then in number
you're in a team,
three,
yeah.
it's kind of
Carousel
like, again,
doors.
the situation is a little bit too frantic for that choice to, like, I mean, well, the thing is that he, you know, we already had it right when he pushed his way into the room, thereby locking out the other player, and then she gets killed, and then he just aggressively defends himself as like, well, I had to do it, otherwise we all would have died, fuck you, like, get off my back. So, like, we've already seen he's a bit edgy, you know.
Which is like this
So
the
this is the next
potentially
step.
very interesting thing about his character is that the whole premise of the Squid Game is essentially you are in there because of something you have done wrong. The people who succeed, or toward the end of the story, the question is: have you realized your own mistake, or do you double down on that problem? Obviously, like his character is going one way. He's sort of with the ghost of Christmas future in this moment because this is what he could become unless he repents, but he doesn't realize he needs to repent yet. And he's been offered this moral choice and has failed the moral choice. I really like the idea. It's just, I guess the question is, like, is it too much of a swing too quickly to have him abandon the person he claims he loves and the kid that he knows she has in order to go around murdering people for a bit more money? It's thematically on point, is what like the character has to do by the end. But
Especially
yeah,
Um,
when she isn't watching him, what does he do?
yeah.
mhm.
When he's tried to appeal to her in the past and try to get on her good side, like, he says he wants to make amends and make things right, but when she's not watching, what does he really do?
Mhm. Well, and also, like, does he even fully even understand, like, who she is and what she wants, right? Like, you know, maybe his thinking is like, oh, well, this, you know, this ultimately benefits her, so it's good, like, without failing. The sense of, like, what he thinks he needs to do to win her back is just incomplete. It's like it's inaccurate. It's not correct because he's a little bit too selfish. I suppose an unfortunate problem that this character has is that he kind of is invariably going to be compared to Sung Woo because
yeah.
that's kind of like it's not the same role, but it's similar-ish.
Kind of. And that he makes it, yeah, very
Like
far.
he's kind of out. He will essentially he will emerge as sort of the proper antagonist amongst all of the players, which is what Sung Woo was. You know, Doksu is, you know, he's like the more straightforward antagonist, but Sung Woo's kind of the ultimate thematic antagonist of season one.
Mhm.
Which works
So
really
yeah,
well because obviously there's a very close relationship between your antagonist and your protagonist in that situation. Whereas,
Well, yeah, Sung Woo's better. um,
yeah, um, this one has a
he's better.
more abstracted relationship between the protagonist and the antagonist, and it's gonna, well, obviously we'll get
like,
there later, but the payoff for that is, I don't entirely hate it. I just think it's a little bit harder to grok.
I agree.
For a second there, I was like, "Wait, did you just say that on purpose?" I was like, oh, "Of course you did."
harder to grok.
The way I stand with it is like I totally understand the pragmatic point of view, but I think even the show knows that we're supposed to be somewhat surprised that he would engage in this, right? Because I think all of us could have been convinced to do the 2 people, but then to move into just kill as many people as you can is like, oh man, that's grim. You're like, there's a pragmatic reason for it. It's like yeah, there's a pragmatic reason for all kinds of things, but it's just maybe people would have accepted this better had they portrayed these beats with him having a bit more conflict that he gradually gets over with it, as opposed to sort of he's just kind of game, you know. But the thing for me, I guess, is that maybe I need to rewatch season 2, but I didn't get the impression that he was a good person.
I didn't either.
No.
He never came across as being seriously sorry
Well, I
about
mean,
what
he never
happened.
really owned exactly. He never owned that. He was much more like I mean, it's kind of what you saw again in Mingle, where it's very defensive, like fuck off, like stop tearing into me for this, and then even trying to create like a rationale for his choice. Not a good guy.
Mm-hmm.
Not definitively a bad one at that moment, maybe. Well,
No,
I mean,
well,
you
no,
could,
because in that situation, he makes an argument that is somewhat compelling, which is that she wouldn't have made it, so I saved
yeah.
all of you. But I guess that almost feels like it's
But
kind of like, well, you didn't go so far as you all owe me thanks. Like, I saved you.
It's also like a very,
It's
very like sort of self-centered justification. Is that you're doing this ex post facto. That is a convenient excuse that
you
you've
were
come
just
up
trying to
with, and
save
your
yourself.
motive in the moment was saving yourself. And it is sort of setting up an interesting difference between him and Master Sol, in the sense of like the problems that they have going in come from very different places anyway. One of them is in the Squid Games because they have sacrificed for themselves, and the other one is there, at least in theory, because they sacrificed for their daughter in season 1. Like he wants money, he wants to treat his daughter. So like you're already beginning to set up the fundamental difference in character that the end of this season will try to show them. Like one of these people is there because they are essentially good and self-sacrificing, and the other one is essentially bad and will get rid of anything if it means that they come out of this alive. So there's some interesting stuff going on there. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it is. Maybe the shock is intended, and actually the reason it's sort of the discussion point means they've done a pretty good job with it. So, is this the best expression of where they're taking this character? Yeah, I could go either way.
So Gihun is still looking for Daiho, and he does find the body of a slain blue player. And while he's brooding over the body, it just so happens that another blue just kind of stumbles across him. She just walks right into him, but he looks at her and he doesn't pursue him because you're not the one I'm looking for. He is on a mission for revenge, and he doesn't react at all to any of the screams around him. He is stone cold. He is on a mission.
Yeah, you get the impression, especially from his performance, he doesn't actually care about the whole living or dying thing at all. He's just looking to kill a man, potentially. That's all.
Yep, because he's had multiple chances to kill a blue and save himself, and he hasn't taken them. He's let them go. He's looking for one person.
His punished arc, because being punished doesn't mean you're a villain, Not necessarily.
So, not
There's
necessarily.
interesting sort of subtextual character beats as well. Like, have the games beaten him? Have they turned him into the kind of thing that the games are designed to turn you into, or have they not? And the punished arc is to sort of, at least at the moment, the games have won. He's told them they've won, and now he's demonstrating that they've won because he is playing the game with not a strictly like winner's motive, but still playing the game in the way that a lot of other villains
to
do.
kill. He's using the games as an excuse to be able to kill Daiho, that bastard.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, Daiho, he's running from a red up some stairs, but in a tussle for survival, this red player kind of cuts him on the leg and it slows him down, and the red tumbles down the stairs and is either knocked out or killed. Which would probably lead to the same result, actually. So Daiho takes the broken blade of the red's knife because it snaps when it falls onto the ground, and he proceeds onward. So now Daiho has a bit of a little secret weapon there he's sort of come across, and he's got Now, the blue trio, that's Hyunju, Junhee, and the old lady, right? They enter a small room together, and they find out that the pregnant lady's foot, when she hurt it, it wasn't just twisted, it wasn't just injured, it might be fractured, and she should not walk on it. It's looking pretty bad. It's all blue
Gnarly.
and ugh, not attractive. Hyun suggests that they hide here for a while and see what happens. But the old lady says that, Hyun, you need to go and find the exit because we've only been a burden on you. Now, Hyun looks up to the clock and sees that the timer is about 15 and a half minutes left. So we're pretty much halfway done in terms of the time. And it is at this point that Junhee, the pregnant lady, her water breaks in the room. Oh no.
Darn.
What a terrible day. Not to say like having a baby is a wonderful experience, but like now is not
but under
a
these
great time for
circumstances,
none of these.
yeah.
Yeah, contextually, yeah. It's like the patience is a virtue thing. Not right now. It's not.
Oh, I love that. Not right now, it isn't.
Let's
But,
just watch The Mummy after this.
We can do that. I just want to say, unadvisable to go to Squid Game while pregnant. I'm just saying, that's my hot take for the stream, I think.
Yeah, don't do it.
Mhm.
If I ever get pregnant, it's
Why
the
not?
last place I'll go.
Why are there so many stories with pregnant women putting themselves in like insanely dangerous situations? Why is
Because
that
it's
become a
empowering.
thing? Okay.
Yeah.
You're trying to hold pregnant women back, Fringy, and we've been meaning to talk to you about this and your horrific hatred of pregnant women.
I just
it's
asked
just
a question, goddammit.
I know. We're just asking questions.
Questions can be oppressive.
Questions. I gotcha.
So you okay? So when what was his name? Who said just asking questions?
Oppression.
Which Fox News guy was that? Who said that?
Tucker?
That was Bill O'Reilly, wasn't it? Or was
Was it?
who said that? Like just ask. I can't remember. I feel like there's some that dude. I'm pretty sure it was because wasn't Cartman? Or was it Glenn Beck? I'm trying to think because there was a South Park episode where Cartman became like not the recent one, but one from years ago, become a political commentator. You remember when he took over the morning announcements and he became like he had like a
Bill
talk show and it was
O'Reilly.
even like
Wasn't that what he was
yeah, I think
spoofing?
so. It was, or maybe it was a composite of all of them. But I'm just asking questions, all right?
New internet story and videos about like a partial disaster that happened.
The canal.
Yeah, and there's a part of the video where he talks about how they had a plan to wait until I forget what the type of moon is called, but it's basically when it'll bring the tides to their absolute highest because it's perfectly aligned with like
tide goes in, tide.
I was literally when I was watching it, I could imagine Bill O'Reilly being like, "Wow, they finally explained that."
Tide goes out. You cannot explain
You can't explain why the tide's going in.
Yeah, the atheist can't explain tides.
Oh my god!
Good shit.
That's where we got the famous meme as well. The guy's face.
It's
the
funny,
meme. That's where we get that. Yeah.
Well, what do you say to that?
Yeah. It's like,
the moon, which sounds a little silly
explain
at
the
first,
tides,
but then,
atheist.
Mm-hmm.
Because there is a little bit of a delay between the full moon being overhead, or the moon essentially being overhead, and the tide, because the tides are kind of following it, but they're lagging behind a little bit.
Mhm.
So I don't know exactly what phase or anything it is. So
Super moon is what everyone was saying. Is what I was thinking.
Super moon.
Super
Okay.
moon.
So the sun. He enters a room after noticing blood on a doorknob. And inside the room, he finds a blue there hiding behind a door. And the blue begs him not to be killed. This is actually a player that he shared a room with in Mingle, the carousel door room. The carousel door game. And the blue says, "You're here with your mother, right? Well, I have a mother who's sick with cancer in the hospital. Please spare me." And while the sun is sort of thinking about it, the blue leaps on him. And they struggle with a knife. And before the blue is able to take the knife away, and he's about to kill the sun with his own knife, another red player just happens to come by, and he notices the commotion and stabs the blue guy right in the back. And steps on the sun's glasses on his way out. So,
You know,
lucky for the
Connor,
sun.
and that guy must be thinking like, God, I got lucky. back's turned to me. Jeez.
Well, they
Like,
both got lucky in different ways.
He
in different ways,
he
yeah.
gets him to drop the knife by biting on his arm. I was just thinking, what would your instinct be if you had a knife held in your hand and someone bites your forearm? Do you not increase your grip on potentially on the knife as opposed to dropping it?
I figure you wouldn't be
I think
releasing it. I'm not sure why. I don't know why
I
you'd
think
be
more
releasing.
than anything else, I would not be letting go of that knife.
I would
I
be
cannot let the
so
knife
fucking
go.
intensely gripping it. And if someone bit me, there's one argument I could think of, which is you are so in pain from him biting you, you know that he just wants you to drop the knife, and so you do it to make him stop biting you. But I would have thought that would be override by you can't drop that knife because that
You
knife.
can't knock the knife.
Yeah.
The ability for a human to like chow down on your arm to the point where it'll be
Well,
worth
he's
dropping
also
a knife is
he's got that like jumper
got
on as
the
well,
jacket
right?
on,
It's just
yeah.
tough to fucking bite someone through that. You'll hurt them for
I ain't
sure.
letting
It's
go of the
just
knife.
yeah,
You're
that's
saying
I
fine.
mean,
from
when
experience.
Yeah, I've
look,
bitten loads of
eyes are
people.
we're gouging out eyes, we're grabbing at throats, we're biting off ears. I ain't letting go of the knife. So the knife is so important.
I saw someone
But
mention, by the way, that Boogie would be great
he
at
is a wimp,
this
though.
because whenever someone comes up to him with a knife, he'd be like, "I have cancer. I have cancer. I'm gonna."
I have cancer. Wait, you know someone at home with cancer? No. I have
Dude, Molly,
cancer.
you
I
gotta,
have it.
Molly, you have to tell people about the boogie thing.
Which one?
What?
The profoundly retarded thing he said
No,
about.
no. We
No,
can't.
no,
That's got to be on a
no,
stream.
no.
We've got it. That's so
Okay,
beautiful.
yeah,
Oh,
that's
all right,
true.
because
That's
I
a
don't
good
even know if
point.
I know about this.
Boogie said something remarkably stupid. That's
Yeah,
if
not
you
not
can believe
like
that.
My
He said
goodness.
something
this one isn't medical related or disgusting or like flab related. This is just something he said that just it's like,
dumb.
wow, you
Yeah.
are fucking retarded. But not
How exciting.
not now. Soon.
Not in the middle of Squid Game season 3.
No, not right now. That's true. We'll save that one for a different
Oh, and
episode.
just so you know, the reason why Frankie would want me to show this one is because it's 100% not like staged. It's very quick, very small, but he said something that was so fucking remarkably stupid. You'll be shocked when we
I'm
show
excited.
it one day.
Yeah. Now let's cut back to the Mystic Lady. She, remember, she had led them left at the fork in the road, and she seems to have led them in a circle. They come across the fork yet again. And then she takes them right this time, and she leads them to a door and says that her key is vibrating. Oh, it's the spirits telling me that this door is the exit. Ah. And so she opens the door with her key and she goes inside. But only after a few moments, she rushes out as 2 red players follow her and begin stabbing some of the apostles of hers that have been following her around.
It's the two crazy guys. It's Myungi and the other guy.
Yeah.
This is what happens when you fuck a
yeah, the 2
stranger
red
in the
players.
ass. Which you guys should know back to front by now, because you've seen Big Lebowski, okay?
I have seen Big Lebowski.
Like the best quote from the movie, among many.
It's one of the many best quotes from that
There are lots
film.
of really good quotes in that movie.
So, the Mystic Lady, she runs. She's out of there. She's leaving them. Fuck those guys. And she actually stumbles across Dai Ho, and then she stumbles into Gi Hun, who's trying to follow Dai Ho, and he approaches her menacingly. But she asks, because remember, right before this, she was like making fun of him and calling him, calling him an asshole and things of that nature. She's really getting on his case, being an asshole to him. And now she says, "Hey, wait! You don't kill me. You're looking for 388 Dai Ho, right? He was just outside the door. I just bumped into him, and he's got cut on his leg. He's leaving a trail of blood. You should go and kill him, because if you do, you'll clear your bad karma." And
Neat.
Gi-hun, with this clue, then leaves to follow the trail of blood, and he spares Mystically.
She better not be lying about that. He better clear his bad karma, because that's pretty cool.
Yeah, you don't want to carry that stuff with you. Bad karma's bad. It'll catch up to you. Now, Junhee, the pregnant lady, she's starting to deliver her baby while all of this is happening. Not a fun time. And there's only 11 and a half minutes left on the clock. Time is winding down. Now, the Mystic Lady, who had just run into again Gi-hun, she is approached by Min-soo, the young cowardly man. Remember, he's on the red team and she's on the blue team. But he seems to be like he's in a bit of a daze. Remember, he took those drug from the cross pendant that Namgyu had dropped. He asked her, Mystic Lady, If have you seen Semi? And he's worried that Namgyu is trying to kill her. He's under the effects of the drug. He's like reliving the memory of when Namgyu murdered Semi, and he was too cowardly to actually go down and help her. It's clearly on his mind. It's haunting him, and the drugs are bringing that out. He's just kind of wandering around in this weird daze. But the Mystic Lady doesn't answer him. She retreats to a small room and just leaves Minsu outside, and he's just sort of he's just in a daze. He's just sad, just kind of standing there like he doesn't have any energy, and he doesn't pursue the Mystic Lady. But in the room that she used to get away from Minsu, she notices that on the wall is an exit door of the labyrinth.
Oh
Holy
my
fuck!
god.
She found it. Jesus Christ. Oh, this is the best day ever, except for the murders. And
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
then she goes up to the key and she uh-oh. She notices that the lock to the exit door, it has 3 keyholes, a square one, triangle one, and a circle. All are required to open the lock, and she only has 1.
Rip.
Interesting. Big rip for Mystic Lady. Well, she's not dead yet, so we'll see what happens. So, the son, he's wandering around the arena and he's weeping. He's got his broken glasses on, and there's even a point where he comes across a corpse, and it looks like he's trying to like build up the courage just to stab a body. And he can't quite do it, and he just keeps walking around. And then the Mystic Lady actually sees the blue body that the son was by, and she takes the key because she realizes now she needs 3 to get the door open. But she's the key on the body is a circle, and that's the one she already has. What terrible luck! So then she takes some of the blood from the body and she makes a little arrow on the wall that points up the stairs towards the exit to help her find her way back, which is a good idea.
Yeah.
Um, so, YouTuber Myungi and Namgyu, they're still stalking the hallway, and the businessman sees them coming before they see him. And he's kind of at a dead end, he can't get away. So, he's by a body, and he covers his face in the blood of that corpse, and he lays down and pretends to be dead. And Namgyu, he's kind of crazy. He's a wacky guy, and he's on drugs, a double dose this time. And he's just like, "Oh, are you really alive, body?" And he stabs the body. And then he goes over to the businessman who's just pretending to be dead, and he's about to do the same thing to him. But then Myunggi's like, "Oh, come on, we got to continue. I got to find that lady. We got stuff to do." And and so the businessman narrowly escapes death by pretending to be a body. So
He's a lucky
oh boy,
fucker.
so close. He is cheeky. I mean, it's a good idea. It's certainly a really solid idea. If it wasn't for the fact that Namgyu's a crazy druggie who took a double dose of drugs, then that would be a super solid strategy for a blue person to do potentially. Um, so Mystic Lady then encounters the businessman lying there because she's prowling around. She's looking for keys. She knows where the exit is, but she needs the other keys. And when she tries to take the necklace off of the businessman, he's like, "Oh, hey, shit, I'm awake. I'm awake. I'm awake." And she tells him, "Hey, I know where the exit is. I know how to get to the exit door, and I need the keys." And then she pretends to use her mystic powers. "Ooh, I know the way to the exit. Spirits lead me to the exit." Ah, but we can clearly tell that she's just looking at the little bitty arrow icons and blood that she has marked, by bodies and stuff, and it turns in this thing. So off she goes with the businessman to find the exit. Now, Junhee, the pregnant lady, well, she's not pregnant anymore. She is no longer pregnant. Congratulations. She delivers the baby in the room with the old lady's help, and she cuts the umbilical cord with her secret hairpin knife. And they marvel at the newborn. Oh my goodness, this isn't this wonderful thing, the joy of life. Oh my goodness.
When
Um,
you say this, are we taking into account how monstrously horrible the actual thing is?
The CG, you
the
mean?
baby.
Yes. The
Look,
babies as a whole, they're fine. Weird
those are just
CG babies, less
no. That's
so.
how all. No, this
Is that how they all
2025. That's
go?
how all Asians are born in CGI, right? That's just it's a
Wow.
modern world. All right, they're very plugged in people. This is totally it makes sense. It's not the worst CG we've seen, but it's. I mean, well, look. What's important is the joy of a new life entering the world. That's what you should be focused on. Okay.
Okay.
So yeah, that's focus on that.
I'm
Um,
focused.
oh yeah. So a red enters the room at this point. He's probably heard all this commotion, and he comes in and he wants to kill him or kill something. But Hyunju, they get into a fight, and Hyun is stabbed in the leg as they tussle around. But Hyunju is able to take the red's knife and then kill him with it. Um, and then after Hyun kills him in this room, another red another red player kind of walks by and sees that they've just got done with this big fight, and Hyunju standing there
Yeah.
over this body with a knife, and the red player just looks at him and just starts walking away, isn't even gonna try because that's too much of a risk.
I
I
mean,
like
when
that.
you're dealing with someone who has clearly just murdered somebody or killed, you'd be like, not sure I want to risk it.
I'll go look for an easier target.
Yeah, I'd
You're
rather.
clearly,
Yeah.
yeah, you're
Well,
clearly like,
it's as
I'm
well
not
as
gonna.
the wiping the blood on the
Yeah.
face. The hand is covered in blood. It's just like, nah.
I'll go look for someone else. I'll go look for someone else. Is a bit less psycho than you are. um so before Hyunju leaves the room, she notices that the door is also marked with an exit and notices all the three keyholes on the door as well. Now, Hyunju has been given all of the three keys from the other two. She's been having them around her
Kind
neck.
of
She's
a
got them.
kind of a nitpick, I
So
guess, but I don't like how many instances in this episode there are people seeing things in rooms or figuring something out, and they've not closed the door. It's like, you understand, you can get stabbed in the back real easy.
it almost
Like,
just happened to you as
just
well.
close the fucking door so you can hear it open if someone comes in. Just all you gotta do is just close the door. Close it.
That's what I'd be doing all the time. I'd be rolling that body in front of the door too. Um, so yeah, Hyunju puts the keys into the keyholes and turns the knob and opens it, and then bam, there's this is the exit. There's a congratulations song that plays, and she smiles, but just as she's about to step through, Hyunju turns back and goes to get the other two, the old lady and Junhee, the smile on her face, right?
Because it's
So
truly about
Hyun could have
more than
left.
just you, you know?
That's
It's
right. Hyunju could have left, could have won, could have saved her skin, but she went back for the other two.
so I don't know about
Now,
you guys, but when I was watching this, I was like, I think I'm dead. Like
Yeah.
the show's
Yeah.
made a big deal about that choice, so there will be consequences. The only thing I was thinking about is who would be the most sort of poetic or interesting person to kill at this point out of all of our selection, because it's like there's a couple of people that the option's open for, right?
yeah, there is. Hyun, I guess we'll just go ahead and say it.
Mm-hmm.
Hyun goes back to the other two, the old lady and Junhee, who are hiding in the room. And as Hyun tells them that she found the exit and that they can finally escape, all of a sudden, she's stabbed in the back by not just a red,
I will
but
say,
Myung-gi,
I
the
was annoyed
YouTuber.
at being like, stop not looking behind you when you're in the fucking hallway and talking. You're an easy talk. There you go. Like,
Someone with
Mhm.
like was it like Korean special forces training as well? Was like
yeah,
standing with back to open door, doesn't hear someone running up the corridor toward them. Yeah, kind of asked for
it's.
it, which is a shame, but
That is a shame
I,
because
I
Hyun
I think they'd
killed
had it
two people,
justified.
defended them twice.
You could have had a fight happen, and unfortunately, like if you move it away, I don't know. Just the health bar's low, right? 2 fights, one taking wounds each time. I think you can argue that eventually the fight will be lost, and it's even kind of it's got a tragic element of that was their shield and it was breaking more and more as time went on.
Mhm.
But there's dramatic. There's a reason they did it this way. I just think it sacrifices the intelligence of the characters every once in a while when they do these sorts of things.
It is a real shame because the idea what they do here is it's Myung-gi is the one who stabs Hyunju, kills her. And as Myun falls dead, Junhee looks up and sees that this is Myung-gi. This is the father of her child as she's holding in her arms, the man who swore to protect her and now has just killed the person who actually did fight multiple times to protect them and save their life. And Myung-gi's killed him. So Namgyu is not far behind, and he calls out asking if there's any left in the room. But Myungi says there are not, and closes the door. As the old lady mourns Hyunju's death, closes her eyes. Hyunju is out.
Yeah, it's good
So,
stuff. You know, it's just
yeah.
that there's it's just rough around the edges sort of stuff. You know, it could be cleaner.
We go to Gihan, who is still following the trail of blood of Daiho. But he notices that it stops up some stairs and it kind of doubles back. And then he sees that it leads to where Daiho is hiding behind a door. Ooh, and he goes to confront him. Meanwhile, the old lady has taken the 3 keys from Hyunju, knowing that she could have left, but came back for him. And the old lady says that they need to find the exit. Junhee asks why can't they just wait there, and the old lady says that the baby will probably cry, they'll be heard, it's too dangerous. Meanwhile, the mystic lady and the businessman, she leads them to the exit door, and they put in all the 3 keys, and then she opens it up. Oh my goodness, it's the exit. We've made it to the exit. Businessman and mystic lady have made it to the exit. But he pulls her back and shoves her back into the room. He takes a key out of the lock with him and he closes the door behind him. And she yells curses at him through the door. And as she's yelling, Min Soo approaches from behind. He's taken that drug and he's lamenting and the depression of not being able to have saved Semi. He's still in this drug-addled daze. But he asks the mystic lady, "Have you seen Semi?" Now, Dai Ho, right? He admits to Gi Hun, right, that he's lied about being in the Marines. That his tattoo's fake. He's never been in the military. He's never even held a gun. And that he lied about all this stuff so that he could be with them and the group from earlier because he felt if he was with that group, they could do anything. They'd be able to make it through. But Gi Hun says, no, this is your fault. Dai says if he had gathered the magazines, he says that he had gathered the magazines and he was going to bring them back, but he just got too scared. He wasn't able to do it. And then Gihan holds the knife to his throat and he yells that this is your fault and you're the one who got them all killed. And as Gihan holds up the knife, Dai takes out that hidden broken blade that he got from earlier and he cuts Gi-hun. Now, Junhee and the old lady, they have discovered the exit door. They've gone and they found it. Don't exactly know how exactly they did, but I guess they looked around and they found it. They probably wasn't too far. They found
I guess,
it.
yeah.
It's still a bit, yeah. Like,
Yeah.
I understand the others that they actually went to great lengths to explain how, like, you know, the mystic woman found her way back. But if you're going to take the trouble to explain it because it's that important for one character, it probably is also important that other people know where it is.
I got the impression it was part of a tragedy that the person who had that information died right before they could share it, and you're like, ah, fuck. And then they just find it anyway. And it's like, oh, all right.
Yeah.
Okay. Why
Tragedy
like
for Hyunju, I guess.
the solution? Oh yeah, but there's additional. I thought obviously that if you wanted to make it so that they just made it to the exit door, she could have just said it's 3 doors to the left or whatever, wherever it is.
Or as Hyunju was coming back, leaving blood or
That's
something.
actually that's a good way to do it as well.
Yeah.
Yes.
Particularly with the cut, it's like that would make sense. That would follow.
It might just be a trail,
yeah.
period, from where she's been bleeding. But they discover Junhee and the old lady. They discover the exit door, and so hooray, they made it to the exit door.
Yay.
And while at a separate exit, right, Mystic Lady, right, she couldn't get through. The businessman locked her inside of the arena. She is being asked by Min Soo if she's seen Semi, and he is begging at this point. He is out of it. The drugs. He just can't handle those drugs. Now, she says that he should have become a ghost long ago, but he survived by leeching off others. She insults him, and in his drug-addled mind, he hallucinates that she is actually Namgyu insulting him. And it drives him just like mad with rage to see Namgyu insulting him like this. And so he begins stabbing the mystic lady over and over. He's killing her.
She's out.
Is
She's
this
out
not
of here.
having
And
that
I'm
guy
happy she's
kill
out.
that woman is very like, okay. Like,
Yeah, it's like,
Yeah.
all right.
That's the thing,
I
'cause
guess it's
I'm happy
supposed
to
to
see her
be
die because she's fucking irritating. But on the other hand, she still managed to annoy me more even in the act of dying. Because why would she have deliberately tried to antagonize the person who is like standing in front of her with a knife? What is she
because like
doing?
I get what they're going for. We're like, oh, see, she was mean and that cost her life. He's like, but she has no reason to be mean here. She knows this guy's a red jersey with a knife and he's here to kill her. Why is she trying to actively piss him off when he seems to be like out of it and not quite all there, you know, instead
when
of going
there's
along with it, which would have
She's
been more
shown
interesting.
lying to people to get her way all the way through the series. Like she kind of lies to the people who are her followers, and then she abandons them when like to save herself. Earlier, she lies to the businessman in explaining how she gets to this position. Like she is a liar is one of the few things we actually do know about her. And yet here, instead of lying and saying, "Yeah, I know who you're looking for. Follow me," because the gods have told me, or whatever the fuck she says, it's just she can't even do that. It's just no, be as irritating as you possibly can be in the last 2 seconds of your life. Job done. Congratulations.
you
Now, when
when
she slumps, yeah.
when you have a what seems to be like a threadless ending to the story, where I don't even know what the point of this was. It just comes across to me like, oh shit, were they like, we're getting rid of her? This'll do. Like, right? Because obviously it's
Maybe.
more meaningful on his end than it is hers. He goes through hallucinations, like even once he's killed her, right? Like he hallucinates it's the other girl, and it's like breaking his brain. Like there's more
Yeah,
there for
yeah. As
him.
she
For her, there's not really anything. I don't know. Like,
what's
well,
the
all
link
right,
between the two? Yeah.
yeah.
But yeah, when as the Mystic Lady slumps over, bloodied and about to die, um, Minsu sees the vision of Semi in her place, and he cowers in the corner, like mentally distraught at what he thinks he's done, or just being sad about everything. So yeah, she's out. Fuck her. Um, the old lady and Junhee, they put their keys in the lock of the exit, and they are about to leave the arena when
They didn't close the
they are
fucking door,
approached.
Rags.
Huh?
They didn't close the fucking door. They left it open.
Well,
Why
of
would you do
course
that?
not. If they so that they could have a dramatic confrontation. They are approached from behind by the old lady's son. He's here. The son is here. How very dramatic. Oh my goodness. Meanwhile, Daiho and Gi-hun, they're still in their confrontation. They're fighting. And Dai asks why he was the only one to come back alive. Dai accuses Gi-hun of orchestrating a plot to get all those people killed, which makes Gi-hun,
Thieving
understandably,
and
fly into a
killing.
fucking rage, because that's the exact opposite reason that he got involved with these games again in the first place. And they begin to fight once more. Dai kicks Gi-hun off of him,
Like
and he
Daehoon's just
ascends the
kind of a
stairs.
shithead, really, isn't
Yeah,
he?
he's a
Like
bad
fucking
person.
hell. He's just a bad guy.
Yeah, because it's not like
He
he's on his
managed
knees
to.
begging for mercy, like, "I fucked up, I'm
Well,
so
the thing is,
sorry, I
that
did
he
this,
was.
I."
Well, the thing is, he was faking it, but then it was to get the knife so that he could try and kill Gihan. Like he's just a fucking asshole.
But yeah, so the Daiho's able to get away a little bit. He gets up the stairs, but Gihan grabs the knife blade to go and pursue him, so they can
Go
have
and get
another
him.
final showdown. Now, meanwhile, right, we got the old lady and Junhee at the door. The son has confronted them from behind, and he tells the mother that he couldn't find anyone to kill. He couldn't kill anybody. And so she says, "Son, you need to stab me instead of Junhee because she's lived a long life. She's an old lady, that's the title, and he has to kill her in order to live along with Junhee and the baby." Back to Gi-hun and Dai-ho. They get into a fight when Gi-hun catches up with him, and they reach a door that leads once again to the great chasm in the middle of the arena. Gi-hun is able to overpower Dai-ho, and he starts to choke him with his bare hands. Ah! And with his dying breath, Dai-ho says, "It's your fault."
Can I just
And we
say,
see the
I thought it was really funny that he sees he's there with a knife or threatening him with a knife, and he decides to take off his shoe, which is like, yeah, I guess, like
I
use it,
mean, he
may as
uses
well.
it to knock. Yeah, he knocks the knife out of
Yeah,
his
that's what I'm saying. It's
hand.
like it's
Yeah,
kind of funny, but it's also like it's better than nothing, bro. Use the
it's
shoe.
something that It's an object I can hit you with. It isn't me. It's all I've got, okay? Needs must. But yeah, with his dying breath, Daiho says, "It's your fault." Ugh. As we see the front man watching this play out from the control room, the front man has a keen interest in seeing what Gi Hun is going to do now in the games, now that he's been confronted. Because remember, right? Frontman he hasn't revealed his identity to Gi Hun, that he was actually, playing as a contestant, right? Gi Hun doesn't know that these two are the same people. He's never seen them together. As far as he knows, In Ho is dead. He died in the uprising,
Yeah.
off screen, so to speak. He doesn't know this, but the front man is very interested in seeing how Gi Hun goes forward with the games, knowing, about what happened. Now,
Well, and this, it's probably worth because I figured when the door was opened and it showed that it was a pit, my assumption was in the midst of the fighting, Daeho was going to go through that door and fall to his death, which could be like a way of essentially, in the heat of the battle, Gihan, unwittingly, accidentally killed him. But instead, they went with a different one, which is no, he just did it. He choked him out, choked him to death.
Yeah, and I
And it's
think
like,
even if
that's
they're
a
in the
different choice
middle,
that you made.
take for example, if he was to charge a Gihan and he like crouched, or that he threw his momentum such that he falls through the thing, I still think that's a tier up, but this is a tier up from that. This is a very definitive, I am killing you, I could stop at any point, but I won't, I am killing you, Like this,
Yeah.
They wanted to make sure they gave that sort of choice, which, to get him there, you did have to have him, because when he had the knife to him, he was like, "Please don't do it, don't do it, don't do it." It's like, I don't think he would have done it there. It's just that enough time has moved on. He's shown himself to be a really awful person many times over, and he's tried to kill him several times now. So it's like, the episode was clearly trying to get him to the place where he would kill somebody, because that's obviously what they're trying to do here, especially with the flashes to Frontman being like, "What does it take to turn our protagonist into a different kind of person, to have him understand the different elements of the game, all that stuff."
now to to keep things organized, Gi-hun then sheds a tear a bit as he lays beside the body of Dai-ho, and he puts the knife blade to his throat, saying that it's all his fault, and he looks like he might gonna be killing himself here. But then the guards arrive. They shoot the knife out of his hand, the knife blade out of his hand, and they
Really
stop him from killing
shooting them
himself
out
and
of his
knock him
hand.
out. Yeah, they just
Like,
shoot.
come on,
They're
that's just
they're
silly.
really good shots in this scene. Okay, they couldn't have done it any other way. It simply can't be done. Meanwhile, right at the other exit, the son is sobbing as his mother tells him that he has to do it. He has to kill her. Um, but when Jun-hee goes to the door to open it up and escape from the labyrinth, the son goes to Jun-hee and he grabs her and he raises the knife and he says, "Sorry, but he has to kill her." And so the son raises his knife and he's about to stab Jun-hee, but then the son is stabbed in the back by his mother, the old lady. He turns to see her, and as he turns to see her, the timer on the wall reaches 0. Boom. Game over. The old lady and her son embrace, and he says that he's sorry. But before he's able to, die proper because he hasn't killed anyone, the guards come in and they shoot him dead. So, yeah, a
Some good
little bit of a
drama. It's good
subversion. Yeah,
drama.
I think
it is good.
was.
It's a decent subversion. Yeah.
It might be my favorite payoff of the episode because of the way that they played Mingle meant that he regretted his choice to leave his mum to death so much that it basically is an impossibility that he would hurt her ever again. And so it's like,
Even when she's asking him to do it, she's
Yeah,
saying, "You
yeah.
need to kill me, son, or I've lived a long life. I need you to live so that you can live with Jun-hee and the baby." And he's still he can't do it. And
But
so he goes to kill the woman because Jun-hee.
is like how much he loves his mum is what prevents him from killing her and thus forces her to kill him. It's like, that's not bad. That's solid.
Then
Good
plus,
stuff.
And as we'll learn later from her, also, having it, come from her side. But I think it's a great subversion because the obvious safe thing to do, for drama is the son is forced to kill his mother, to survive. But we get that twist where he tries to go for Jun-hee and he dies. I really like that. I thought it was really good. Yeah,
Um,
good stuff.
Someone mentioned, and
Hmm.
I did have a similar thought. It's like, is that knife enough to kill? And it's like, I guess if she got him in the spine, it would be, or at least enough to do serious damage. It's not a particularly thick knife, and it's like, how long would you say it is? Like the length of a finger?
I mean, it's about a finger. I mean, that'll really hurt
It'll
you.
hurt. Well, that's the. It's just. I think if she hit him in the right place, it probably would be able to do some serious damage. It's just, yeah. I get the
I mean, the
question.
guards come in and have to shoot.
Yeah, they
to be
finish
the
him
ones
off.
to shoot
Yeah,
him dead. So
I think it works regardless because even if he's not killed by it or seriously hurt, he's like my mom
the
stabbed
pain
me,
and
you know.
yeah, the realization of it and the pain it would be. Yeah. So that is episode 2.
It sure is.
Episode 3.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was
Well,
it.
It's a
just
So there's
powerful
some
way
good
to
stuff
end
in
it,
there.
but it
Some
does
good
show
stuff in
what
there.
you can do when you are actually, you are identifying your strongest core characters and making the fullest use of them. And those
Yes.
are they have one of the strongest, most easily understandable premises right from the beginning. Like the family angle will always be a strong one, and they remind us at the beginning of the whole sequence what the essential dynamic is. And then as Mortis says, like it does sort of pay off as well what happens in the Mingle game. So like that's all really good. The concern is again though that this is episode 2, and we've now lost 2, shortly to be 3 of the main, what you call the main cast, I guess.
well.
Um,
On that note, there are a handful left, and some of them way more developed than others, and it would be a real fucking shame if we were to boot arbitrarily one of these characters that we have left. I would sure not want them to do that. Let's assume I've just gone nuts and assumed a universe that definitely doesn't happen.
Or at least if hypothetically you were going to do that, you would reorder it. So most of this stuff actually takes place, say, in the penultimate
Later,
episode,
yes,
as opposed to
yes.
the second one.
It is the one that made me feel the most like Squid Game at its strongest.
I think so.
Yeah. It gave me the Squid Game vibes.
What's notable is this episode had no detective plotline and one very quick organ harvesting scene right at the beginning, and I mean like it was like 30 seconds.
Marbles episode of this season, but it's not as good as the Marbles episode in season 1. But it serves the same
because that's like
purpose
the
in this
best of all
storyline.
Squid Games. So
yeah, it's the best of all of them for sure. This one is not really approaching that, but it's a strong game with some strong drama in there. But
yeah, and like I said, some tweaks being made, and just broadly speaking, you start to realize like I just wish the characters were a bit better. It feels like we may achieve more in season 1 by this point than season 2 and 3 combined have managed to do, which is weird. It's like, what happened, guys? Oh. And the answer a lot of people give is the season 1 was pitched many times. The guy had worked on the script forever. Is a reason why it's as refined as it is versus this one that's like, oh shit, get going, make a season 2 and 3, quote unquote.
I think he actually said, didn't he, after season 2 came out, that he was sick of Squid Game and like his life being about this. He didn't want to keep doing it. He wanted to go to an island and retire. You can kind of see it in the general energy in lots of the scenes in this season.
But
there's the core ideas which are still really strong, but it's everything around it, which is just
thought his own Squid Game in real life.
Yeah, he had to hire a detective to try and find an island for him to come full circle. All right. Episode 3. It's not your fault. Let us go from the emotional high of this moment into the beginning of episode 3. So we see that in the labyrinth maze, the guards are cleaning up the bodies and they are carrying them out of the arena, and they are also killing the red players who are unable to kill anybody. So we hear some gunshots here and there. Now, one of the reds, right, who we presume Sablekin did not find somebody to kill, starts trying to attack a guard with his knife. And he goes up to the guard and he gets him down. He's about to like fight and struggle with him with a knife. But then another guard shoots him and saves the other guard with her gun.
It's kind of crazy to me that you know, you totally, when the timer runs out, go around into one of the rooms and wait for someone to approach it, and then, you know, get the jump on them, get a gun, and be like, right, this is my life now. I'm gonna have to kill the
Yep,
fucking,
I gotta
you know.
shoot my way. I gotta see what
But then
happens. I gotta fight.
Which is why all the guards are
simultaneously,
presumably really highly trained soldiers, right? And you never know who's going to adopt what tactics to try and kill you. So you would absolutely make sure that if you are sending in a cleanup crew, the cleanup crew is very good at what they do.
They work in pairs or something like that. Something.
what I was
All
gonna say
right.
was,
So yeah,
it's
go ahead.
just
Go ahead.
that that creates a lot of like interesting things about like how it could run out. But I think it would also present an issue of, and I think this was brought up in season 1 even. It's like you'd have thought after all this time that they would have a pretty clean way of dealing with the people they got to shoot. You know, like it's surprising how many mishaps
because
happen.
Of course, at this point, and particularly since they've got a knife, of course they're going to try and save themselves.
Yeah, and you got cameras everywhere because you can track who's killing who. So it's just like there shouldn't be many surprises to be had here, guys.
Yeah, or you just like flood the place with gas or
You
whatever.
could, yeah. I honestly think that would be fair too.
That could
Little
be part of the
filter
game,
systems in the masks. The masks are also gas masks, and that's how you clean up.
Yeah, Alice in Borderland doesn't have this problem because once the game is over, everyone
Well, I
gets
guess because
shot
there's
by
the
God.
blue. Well, there's the blue. You have the blues who have able to hid successfully. You gotta get them out. So whatever. There's a better way to do this. All right. So we're gonna have to. So there's some things that I can't quite get across to you in the format that we're using here for EFAP. Sometimes you just have to listen to something yourself and watch it yourself to kind of understand what it is exactly what we're really trying to get at here. But this is the introduction of our VIPs. The VIPs were a crowd favorite, certainly our favorite from the first season because of their incredibly weird stilted dialogue and the horrible writing that they had and just their mannerisms and how cartoonish they were. Well, they're back, everyone, because the guard takes off his mask. He says, "Mamma mia," and then he says in English, "Damn, that was close. Good thing I like to go hunting."
So,
And then two
just
more guards approach, and
to be clear, because I was watching this, certainly this episode with Fringy and I think because I was slow on the uptake with this, I was like, why do they sound like as shit as the VIPs? That I think for you said, was like, I think they are the VIPs. I was like, oh no, like,
yep.
that is-
Two more guards approach the first two, and we see that those guards are all speaking English, and they take off their masks, and we see their faces, and they basically
why?
talk about how they're reveling in hunting down the players and how exciting it is, and there might be some more, and they could go get some more. And
I mean, never mind
like,
the tremendous risk that one of your VIPs might be murdered by one of your contestants. They take the masks off, but in every VIP scene before, and in every
Yep.
subsequent VIP scene, they're still wearing the masks. And I naively assumed from season 1 that the point of wearing the masks is that this is highly illegal, and it's to keep plausible deniability. Like, you are all there, but you don't necessarily know who the other people are. That's why you're wearing the masks. But here, they just take them off and then they put them back on later. But then why do you put them back on later if you're not bothered about anybody seeing your face? I
are
don't
you
understand what
questioning
the
the
thinking was there.
VIPs?
I am
Yeah.
daring to question the VIPs. I know they're rich, but they're
Wow.
also retarded.
Well, they would say, I mean, I
What
don't
would
know,
they say?
whatever they said,
Something in
they'd
really
probably say it's
clunky,
really
broken
terrible,
English.
yeah, and clearable, yeah. Hey, listen, maybe you just don't understand the thrill of the hunt.
Oof.
That's right. You've never done something like that before. Nothing beats it.
It's like
It'd be like
being
that,
in
but worse.
it's like in a dream or something. It's like, what's going on? Why is everything
Well, a
weird?
nightmare, but yeah. So yeah, these are the VIPs, and they run off to go kill some people. They're so excited, they're having a great time. Whoa, let's go, guys! There could be even more to get. Ha! Damn, that was close. Good thing I
It's
like to go hunting.
bigger. That's still my favorite line from the VIPs. It always will be. Season 1.
Back in the common room, we see that there are not many people left. After the game, Namgyu is upset that his cross pendant with the pills is gone because he's noticing that it's gone, and he tries to go back into the labyrinth to find it, but the guards prevent him. They say, nope, can't go back in. And it's this point that old lady and Junhee arrive back in the common room with a baby in tow. And all the others are obviously a bit taken aback by the fact that there's now a baby here. You know, like, oh
Including the
shit, the baby. I guess
audience,
she had it.
who are waiting, obviously, for the officials to take the baby and be like, what the fuck, and then organize with frontman, what is the precedent for a contestant giving birth during the games? We're not going to get our answer on what the game people feel about the baby for a long time.
Nope. Which you think they would keep in mind, considering that they know she's pregnant. This is something that
You
you
would have
should plan
thought.
for. But, and also we see Gihan has been brought back and he's handcuffed to the bed frame once more. We don't have to talk about the Neul plot. Now, the guards arrive, and the manager lets everyone know that 35 players were eliminated. And now only 25 players are left, and each person's share is now 1.7 billion won per person. And then they will hold a vote to continue the games. Now, we see we're in a different area now. We're at the VIP dinner table essentially, and all the VIPs and the front man are there. He's with the VIPs and they're all wearing like these masks around a dinner table, and they talk about, "Whoa, it sure is a thrilling thing to actually be able to participate in the games." And I just thought watching was fun. Well, and they just do this dialogue, and like I said, you gotta hear it to know how bad it is. Clearly the person who wrote this and how it's being acted out, these are not native natural English speakers as you would know them. It's very stilted and strange.
But honestly, though, it's like perfect
Bizarre.
for if you wanted to create a scene in a movie where a character has entered like a different dimension or a world that's not quite their own, or like I said, a dream sequence or something. The way they talk is perfect for that. But for this, it's like, are you guys okay? Are you all broken? Like, what's happened to you? Who did this to you? Is the
It
meme that
is
they
like a
had
bad
mentally
anime dub,
retarded?
is what it is.
Yeah.
It's like the dialogue has been written by 4 kids or something. It's just.
Well, the part that I don't get, of course, because a lot of people say, this is what it's like, guys. This is what it's like when all other countries experience watching their countrymen speak in a big American movie or whatever. And I'm just like, they're huge. They couldn't get one advisor? One person just to be like, hey, couldn't they get Kate Blanchett? Tell them what to do?
I don't think they have that kind of money.
No, okay, fair.
But yeah,
Also,
back in the common room. Go ahead.
Isn't
Go
the
ahead.
primary audience American for this? I haven't looked at like, the viewership
think
breakdown
so.
geographically.
Presumably,
But I think the main audience isn't. It's a Netflix production anyway.
The nature of its creation, you just would have thought this would be a good studio note. It's like, hey, whenever you film whatever those VIP guys are, we're bringing in a guy just to do the scene for you to make sure they sound authentic. Okay, buddy, thumbs up.
Bring in some actual English speakers, some proper like Americans or Britons or whatever. Or you just actually get someone from different countries who speaks English, because they're supposed to be this multinational group of VIPs. One of them's like Italian and one's American and one's Chinese.
Yeah. You could nail all of those with one linguist just on the team for the crew. Just one would be able to help them out, but oh well, there we are. I mean, the thing is, they probably got a lot of freedom and control because of how successful the first season was, right? That's kind of how it can often work.
Control even with writing this dialogue.
I think Wonder Woman 84 has permanently proven that like, we're in a place where studios will be like, listen, I don't understand why these guys like this sort of thing, but let him do what he does. They make a lot of money. And then they don't, and you're like, oh, shit.
You're never going to work in this town again.
Get out of here.
You're never going to make a Rogue Squadron movie.
No, that's for Sean Levy to do. He made Deadpool and Wolverine, don't you know?
I guess the lucky thing about it is, though, like all it does is just aid to the cartoony impression of the VIPs. That would be a problem if the show ever wanted them to be something other than cartoony stereotypes. But because it doesn't, in a way, it doesn't matter. Like, it's weird and balked and horrible to listen to. What does anything they do really mean about the story, though? Like, what real involvement do they have?
As if we weren't in enough trouble, we are now solidly introducing another useless plot line. It's like, are you kidding me? And you're like, nah, sorry, man.
And you say plot line, nothing. They just talk a bit here and there.
They are extremely important to explain to the audience what is happening, that we already know what is happening. They're very good for that.
We
there's a
just see the
particular
VIPs
scene.
kind of talking amongst themselves.
I
Kind of.
think it's in the final game where the VIPs say things that I think one of them literally said something that I said while watching it, like in terms of, oh, I guess the drama here is blah 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 blah. And then, like, a few seconds later, the fucking VIP said the exact same thing. I was like, you are not allowed to say things about reviewing the fucking show. Stop it.
So back in the common room. We've already done that. The VIPs then raise a toast to Chairman O, who you recall was the old man from the first season, who was the financier and founder of the games. Uh, these after he's died, they've kind of made the front man in charge of it, and they said, "Oh wow, you've been doing such a great job at the games. He was wise to have appointed you. You have done great." And they raise a toast to him, and then some stuff happens that has to do with another plot that we're not going to talk about. So
Well,
don't you
if
worry about it.
I can just say, I really want to illustrate, because this is a serious problem, but, because we can make jokes, but, like, I do want to just make sure it's pressed in. You see that scene where it's like the aftermath of the game, where you're sort of like, oh shit, I want to know what's happening. And it's like, okay, wait a sec, we're gonna do some more organ plot line. You're like, okay, and then
Yeah.
little bit more main plot line. You're like, and then it's like back to over to the VIPs, where you're like, okay, so we're doing like a 1-1-1-1. At least I get it 50% of the time. That it moves to, no, sorry, now it's time for fucking organs again. You're like, okay, so then back to main plotline. It's like, no, now we're back to the boat. You're like, oh my god, I'm not getting it. It's like actually watching the show, and there's a man next to you hits pause, and then you have to wait 10 minutes while it buffers or some shit, and then you get the show
Or he
again.
just like plays a different movie for you. He's like, "Hey, check out this part of a movie that I really don't like," and then he shows it to you, and you just have to watch. And he's, "All right, let's go back to Squid Game."
Yeah, and it's like, you have all this time. You know how to write stuff. You've got some stuff in here. Why couldn't you write more stuff instead of the nothing stuff?
So in the VIP room, they are watching the voting play out. The front man explains that the ones here got to this point by killing one another, and of the 25 left, 16 are already wearing an O patch for continuing the game. So now they've kind of dragged the front man into like being an adult in a room full of children, and he has to explain things to them
Yeah,
it's really
but
like almost condescending and
there's
patronizing.
at least when designing exposition scenes that they can double up of meaning. Like all the exposition you get in Act 1 of Season 2 of Andor about Gorman and everything. It's like nobody's questioning that. It's like, oh, this isn't very good exposition. It's like, well, no, this is a secret project that Krennic is explaining to the entire team that are involved, and they've got different divisions, and this is going to play into the rest of the season. We know it's exposition, but it's totally fine because you know exactly what's happening. Here, this, I guess, counts the same way that the fucking frontman has to explain it to these actually brain-dead retards. But the thing is, there's nothing for us to, like, work with here. This is all stuff we kind of knew if you're just watching the show. Like, oh, it's going to be interesting now to see them vote Sickle or X because of the things they've been through recently, and the consequences of the vote will be this. It's like, yeah, I know! You guys have gone through this millions of times. Like, why are we...
It makes me
Unlike
wonder
the
why
Andor
the
example-
VIPs... Go ahead.
Unlike the Andor example, where part of that scene, arguably the most important part of the scene, is learning how people respond to the exposition. You are building characters, and like how the characters react to information is what will determine the subsequent plot. In this version, there are no characters to respond to the information. It's almost like it's being given to slow members of the audience who might not have kept up or not been watching fully. It's like it's the most artful way, I guess, of that implementation of the Netflix standard where you need to tell the audience periodically what's happening on screen in case they aren't watching.
Yeah,
It scans like that because there's no characters to react to this. It doesn't matter who's listening because the VIPs are just like clown people. So
at least we know why exactly this is happening, that this is fucking mandated for shows now, and that you have to explain it over and over again in case someone truly did fall asleep between different scenes. Which, the irony, of course, for those who pay attention usually, end up fucking falling asleep in these scenes. Like, well, I already know all this. I guess I'll wake up when there's a scene again.
It's the paying attention tax.
Which is, like, oh god, the sorry state that we're in.
And honestly, it kind of brings up some world building implications about how come the VIPs don't know this. They've gone through all this trouble and effort to come here and to have all this stuff arranged and organized, and that they don't care about all the games up to this point? How
You'd
come the
think
VIPs aren't here the entire time to watch all of the games? How come they just show up near the end? Surely the franticness of the beginning is going to be even more
I
exciting than
didn't
some of the last
I
games.
didn't understand that about season one. It's like, yeah, they were watching, and it's like, yeah, but if you're gonna want to be there in person, surely you'd want to be viewing red light, green light
Yeah,
from like a
right.
podium, right? That'd be
Absolutely,
crazy.
you'd want to.
And there's that, but then there's also just, yeah, these guys should be as fans of this as sports fans are of particular teams in the sport, right? Like, they should know potentially more than like a lot of the workers, maybe, because they're just so into it, like, passionately, and they've probably studied other games and rewatched them and stuff. Like, they should, it's just, you don't get that impression. You
Yeah.
get, they never get further than what they were created to be, which is, look at these rich assholes celebrating and enjoying and treating as a sport people killing each other and dying. It's like, yeah,
You could
I
even make
get
it up as
that.
a comment on like how much more desperate and extreme entertainment has to get to satisfy
Yeah,
its own audience. If VIPs come in and they say, "Well, we've seen all this stuff before. Why don't you have them do this? Why don't you have them do this? Why don't you have them do this particularly depraved thing?" And the games are always evolving in response to these demands of these VIPs because they've seen it before. And that's like a comment on like how shallow audiences will always demand like the most gratuitous thing in the end because they're just after base stimulation. Anything like that would have been, you don't even need them to be particularly well drawn characters to accomplish that. At least it puts them involved in the narrative in some way besides just, well, I was going to call them ironic commentators, but they're not because there's no irony and there's no commentating. So fuck knows what they are.
and to be clear, some people are saying it's like, oh yes, the rise of like second monitoring or second screening. It's like, that's not the problem. I've watched plenty of shows second monitor and understood them, followed along with them, if you know what I mean. It's people just who aren't even listening at all. You can put something on the second monitor and know the show back to front. You could also put it on the second monitor and have no idea what happened. It depends on what you do when you second monitor. For example, if you're playing a video game that's mostly on mute or has like a chilled tune in the background, so that your eyes can dart back and forth and you can listen to all the dialogue. That's very different than someone who puts it on the second monitor and sometimes just forgets it's even on, you know?
So the voting process begins. And we see here, interestingly, that Namgyu no longer wants the games to proceed. He seems stressed out already that his drugs are gone. He's getting jittery. He's going into withdrawal. So yeah, he wants out. He wants him to stop. Minsu sees him standing in the X group, and Minsu votes. Oh, he votes for the games to continue. So those are sort of an
Flip.
interesting pair of voting there. Yeah, see how they flip. Because Minsu knows that he's got the pendant with a cross. That's got the remaining drug inside. But Namgyu does not know. It's interesting, yeah, to see him flip. So that's neat. Um, Now the old lady goes up to vote no, and then she pleads with all the others. She gets on her knees and says, "Please, if you vote no, then I'll give him your share. She's lived long enough. It wouldn't matter if she died here, but they can't let Junhee and the baby die." She begs them to vote no. Um, but falls on deaf ears. The voting is pretty much what you'd expect at this point. Gihun is the last to vote, but he forfeits his vote again. So it's a 16-8 and the abstention to continue the games. Myung-gi, he goes to Junhee, his ex, now that the baby's been born, but they don't speak. Like they don't really manage to actually say anything after what happened with Hyunju.
I
Um,
think there was an opportunity 'cause it is weird that there has been no commentary on the baby yet, given like how unusual, unexpected, and potentially very important it is. There will be some later. I just wonder whether they should have actually introduced this basically now and had it seeming to change a lot of people's minds because people react this way to babies. Babies are important in some ways, more important than material goods and things like that. If they'd had it, for example, that the old woman's appeal was actually quite successful, the vote was looking incredibly close, and in response to that, the game masters decide the baby is going to be a player in order to demonstrate the ultimate victory of the self over like non-you concerns. Something like that. At least then we've addressed it. We've acknowledged its importance, and we've then shown how desperately selfish a lot of these people are by showing that the minute the baby's in competition with them, they will change their minds. I'd have probably done that during the vote and before this point even. We don't do that though. I mean, like the decision to add the baby, which will be made shortly, happens. I don't
I
want to say
think
independently of anything, but it's not really closely connected.
it is baffling that the Squid Game people don't address the baby. I don't understand what the fuck's going on.
I mean, we don't get any commentary from Myung-gi about it. He's the father. He doesn't say anything. They don't talk. They don't say anything about it. That's wild. Like, this is your child. It's been born. It's here in this situation with you.
Yeah.
Do you have anything to say about it? What does Jun-hee have to say about it to you? Do you have to talk about it or no? I mean, some of the players mention it later, but it's almost like it's in response to what the ruling is on the baby instead of like, holy shit, what's going on? I agree. So, we got some stuff we could skip. Fuck it. Now the old lady goes over to Jun-hee and says, "Listen, you need to eat. You need to keep up your strength. You have to live if the baby's gonna live. Here's a potato. Here's some water, because that's what they get now. They get potatoes and water. Potatoes are
Really
delicious.
given up on giving him like good food, I would say, in
Yeah,
terms of like well prepared food. Because yeah, potatoes is fine, but it's like so basic.
Well,
because they got double
didn't
potatoes. They got the sweet potato, and then they got the regular potato. This
Jesus
time.
Christ, the amount of fucking content you just moved through, I just realized, like, yeah, organs, boat.
Oh, we can go back. We can talk about it if you want.
No,
but I
so
don't.
I was going to say,
want to.
season 1 did the same thing, right? That the food became more scarce as time went on, if I remember. Is that a thing?
I think so.
I think so. Yeah.
It starts out like not bad.
Yeah.
And I like the element that sort of it adds almost to this sense of desperation as time goes on. That
I'd
even
say
the
so.
food and the water that we get is getting much more simple to where it's not even there's just it's a potato and a bottle of water.
Mm-hmm.
Here's what you get. So very yeah, but it's good, you know. It helps to sort of it gives a sort of almost a roadmap for the show in terms of the tone that it takes, how much more desperate it gets, and
Yeah.
you know
It's
the state
more
of the
than the
food that they
baby
get.
gets at all, right? The baby does the baby ever get fed at all?
Yes,
Um,
once.
Uh,
Well,
yeah,
Does it get
he
fed
gets-
once?
yeah,
twice.
Oh, I
Twice.
must have blanked those scenes.
The baby gets fed at the last dinner, and it gets breastfed
Yeah.
by Jun-hee.
Oh.
Closest we're getting to a tit, so savor it.
Hmm.
Now, well, though the Mystic Lady died, so all right. So the manager, who is oh yeah, we can skip that. Fuck it. Oh, we can skip that too. Haha. So Gyumja, this is the old lady. She goes to speak with Gi-hun, who is he's still experiencing melancholic ruminations. He's still kind of out of it. He was almost going to kill himself earlier until he was stopped. And he's got Dai-ho killed. He's got his revenge, but he hasn't turned that frown upside down yet.
Yeah.
He's just completely out of it. Maybe he really does think. Maybe it all really was my fault, all those deaths. But the old lady goes up to him and she asks him if he blames him for everything that's happened. And then she kind of gives a little, not a speech, but you know, she talks to him. She says, no matter how you look at it, life is just unfair. Bad people do bad things, but they blame others and they go on to live in peace. Good people, though, they beat themselves up about the smallest things. And my son was like that. He was a soft kid, foolishly so. He blamed himself with when his employer went bankrupt and when his creditors came to beat him up and when he was conned at the gambling den. He even um, uh, he even blamed himself when a friend he trusted had ran away with some loaned money and drank it away. And one day, I just got sick of him being so pathetic, and I yelled at him. I regret all the pain I went through to bring you into this world. I'll just pretend I never had a son like you. So get out of my sight now, you useless idiot. And she says that later on that night, he overdosed. And he left a suicide note saying that he was sorry for being such a failure. And she says she rushed him to the hospital in her car, and she prayed to God that she'd do anything for her son. But guess what? In the end, she says, I killed him. With my own hands, I killed my own child. And she starts kind of breaking down a bit as she tells the story, and Gi-hun turns to look at her, And she goes on and she says, "Sir, please, will you help Jun-hee and her baby? I still believe that you came here to save us all." But Gi-hun says he's sorry, he's just not that kind of person. But Gyum-ja replies that she doesn't know if he's here because she did bad things in her life or because of the awful people upstairs who organized all of this, but that baby hasn't done anything wrong. It's not her fault she was born in this hellhole, so please help Jun-hee and her baby survive. Instead of me and my son, please save Jun-hee and her baby. So, yeah, we get a really, a big pep talk, I guess you could say. He's really going to him, giving him a mission to do,
He
to
is
turn things around. That he's got a
proven himself to
responsibility.
be
This is
the follow-up best actor in the show as well.
she's been doing excellently throughout. She's been doing.
You might
really,
even
really
say
good.
this scene really locks her in as like, I think it'd be fair to pick her as a favorite character at this point. It's gonna be interesting to see where they take her.
Yeah.
It really is
Yeah,
something. So, I guess we'll have to see.
It is, because that's one of the interesting things about this scene, is because obviously, yeah, it is a pep talk. You could construe it as a passing of the torch, but does it not kind of entail, given she acknowledges the responsibility they have to get this baby out of here, that she still has a job to do? Like, she's not about to just renege all responsibility.
And just tactically as well, Hyunju is dead. So, they need someone to help her, protect Junhee and the baby.
Correct.
But yeah, I do agree. That's definitely a way to look at it. A sort of, well, we can skip a bunch of stuff and then return right back where we are, because those are all side plots we don't have to worry about. It's nighttime, and everyone goes to sleep, and then morning rolls around. And the guards arrive in the room, and with them, they are bringing a coffin.
So I just want to say real quick, right? I've it's been a while since I've had such emotional whiplash, and it'll make sense. I'm not gonna get ahead of what we've shown, okay? But I saw this and I went, oh, because this is how they brought in Gi-hun at the beginning of the.
Gi-hun, yeah.
So I was like, maybe they're bringing back frontman, and they're going to be like, we didn't kill him, or rather that he was injured and that he's been healed or whatever, and whatever happened to him, he's back, and it's just frontman's interested in getting back in the game now because he wants to speak
any of the blue survivors. If someone was stabbed and lived, this could have been anyone who was stabbed.
The reason why I was excited was because I wanted frontman in more of it, and I love the idea that he's been watching and he's like, I want to get back in. Like, I gotta speak to all these people. I gotta influence the game more. So putting this coffin down, I was like, oh, that could be how he gets back in the game. And then, of course, it's more deception, and it's going to be a great powder keg to pay off when he finally reveals who he is. I was like, this is good stuff. I'm liking the idea here. Anyway, continue.
The guards are delivering a coffin in much the same way that they re-delivered Gi-hun to the common room. But Gi-hun turns his head, and he notices that one of the contestants has committed suicide. It's 149, Gyum-ja, the old lady. She has hanged herself.
I legitimately went from partially excited to absolutely fucking insulted.
This sucks, man.
What a horrible decision.
I think it is so... Oh, this sucks.
Why would you... The door is open to so many opportunities for your story, and you kicked it shut.
There's no layer of this that makes sense. It's all retarded, and like from all the different. So as you just said, right, writing opportunities, you had about 1,000 to finish her story in any way you wanted, and you chose possibly the worst one with absolutely nothing to draw from it. Secondly, it's like, oh yeah, but would the character feel to do? It's like, no, absolutely not with that baby. There's no way this woman would ever kill herself, thus leaving the mother even more alone in this world, after especially like explaining all of the horrors that are going to come to it. And it's like, no, but that's the point of the scene. She was trying to tell Gyun that he's got to be the one to take care of it because she's preparing to kill herself. It's like, bullshit! What are you talking about? Why would she ever convince herself to... That's insane. She would obviously stay.
She's the one who's got the relationship with the mother, and she's been taking care of her all the way through the show as well. So it's not just that the baby is there, that the baby is important, but it's like she also has, like, she has been the mother to the mother all this way through. The mother still needs help. The baby still needs help. She understands this. She's lost a kid now, which
And
understandably
also,
makes her very sad. But like,
and Hyunju died to save her, to bring him to the exit. He fought two people
She
off to save
there's
them.
yep,
there's that. There's also, I feel, a reckoning that should have been had for the character, but they decided not to have it, which is that she truly decided to put the mother and baby above her son, which I thought was the show kind of pushing it, right? Because she valued the son more than anything. And it's like, is that true? And then you give a big old challenge for the character, and the character locks in and says, no, the son is not more important than a newborn baby and a mother. I will kill him to defend them. And that is like a commitment. That is a path to choose, instead of just going, actually, I'll just kill myself.
That's one of
too.
those.
It's like, fuck off.
Yeah, that's one of those
I mean,
big decisions that, sort of really shapes the way that you are as a character. That's a big one.
it might be the
Um,
thing that something she can never ultimately forgive herself for, or it might be the kind of thing that resurfaces once the rest of her job is done. But the more conventional way to do this, which is more conventional, I think, because it's better, is to have her make the sacrifice basically at the end once her job has been done. Like, she makes the final sacrifice to finish the job she started in letting the baby live, and some final choice mechanic comes in, and at that point, because she's lost her own kid, she doesn't have
There,
anything else to live for, but she believes that her purpose in this place and in life is now fulfilled.
there are
That's when she can do something like this.
countless ways to pay this off. They did so much work for a character already. She's been through so much. She's played by an excellent actress. It's like, what are you guys doing? What is this? What a waste. And cynically, I believe there's a very obvious reason this has happened. They were writing it and they thought, she's only going to get in the way of giving our protagonist the rest of the payoffs now. So she's going to have to go.
Yeah. Which is not ideal, and it's another disappeared character who we actually have some attachment to. So another one is gone, leaving us with a whole
now we're
bunch of people we
running out.
don't know.
She was
We are
one of the
rapidly running out.
she was one of the bigger ones. Like, so much work went into that character. You just flushed it. Why'd you do that? You fools.
Because it's fine to like aim for a depressing tone, or a sad or a melancholy beat, or a conclusion which is roughly the same, but you do also have to sort of write it with your characters in mind. You can't just have anyone that the audience vaguely likes kill themselves for reasons because you want like the desired immediate effect of being depressing. Ideally, they can achieve that effect, but in line with the character as has been set up, or justifying some decision they previously made, like something which just connects it way more securely than this has been connected to what's before it. And it gets more annoying as well because like obviously we're skipping over a whole bunch of stuff here. So it's not that you go straight from the previous scene to this, which would have been whiplash enough. It's that you go from the previous scene via a bunch of other unnecessary crap, which isn't just unnecessary to the story, but if you actually did break it down, it's incredibly broken. A lot of
A lot of it is,
organ
yeah.
harvesting plot mechanic stuff is just like another example. How do we delay this because we're not ready for it to reach a conclusion yet? Why do characters make the decisions? Like, all of that's there and it wastes your time. Then you get back to what you think is going to be the good stuff, and it's just, oh, she killed herself. Fucking fantastic. Well done.
Yeah, and if the idea was as well, like I've heard this argument that she did it to motivate the protagonist.
Nah,
Like it's
come
like
on.
I hate that, especially because
What?
and
She
let's
did
let's
it.
let's move it from even a character thing to a writer's thing. They did it to motivate him. It's like, you really think that he wouldn't want to protect a baby? Do you think he's that black-pilled? That's absurd. You would the baby's just been introduced. Of course, you don't have to motivate him to get him to do something about a baby.
He has a daughter.
This
the real
is what I mean.
world.
It's ridiculous. It's absurd. It's like, what are you doing? Of course you don't need to do that. But no, I think it is that they maybe she did live a bit longer originally, and they were just like, she only gets in the way now. We need him to be doing most of everything because he comes into full focus now. He's back to being like the plot pusher, so to speak. He's the main agency character.
And I had to step away, but I assume this idea of if your plan narratively was for her to die, then there's just so many better
Yep.
ways for you to do that. Like as some motherly sacrifice, or knowing that, I mean, because she's not an idiot, she's a smart character. So the idea that she knows, like, even if she doesn't feel like she has purpose, or she really is distraught after killing her own son or whatever, then she's in a way, she's a shield to for other games or whatever. It's just it really is such a damn shame, especially after that speech that she gave. The
Well,
previous night. It's just
I think it fucks up on all levels. It is like a really disappointing shame sort of thing, but it's also just assassination as far as I'm concerned. She wouldn't have done that.
terrible character move. I don't believe it for a second.
No.
All right.
Yeah.
So skip the operating room, skip the woo plot, skip the dog. All right. So the 5th game is announced to begin shortly. We see that Namgyu is he's a bit of a mess without his drugs. He's kind of, touching himself like he's feeling he's just not quite right. And Gihan's still there, but he's uncuffed from the bed. And then the players are led to walk through the stair room foyer towards the next game. Gihun sees that Junhee is struggling to walk because of her foot, which is in a really bad way. Her foot is fractured, it's swollen, it's blue, really bad. And he's carrying her baby, or she's carrying her baby, so he tells her to let him hold the baby, so she doesn't, maybe hurt it if it falls or anything like that. And Myung-gi is watching. Remember, he's the father of the baby. He's watching as she decides to trust Gi-hun with the child that is his. So he is noticing this. He's noticing the two talking. So in the VIP lounge, the cartoon characters discuss how much of a disadvantage 222 is. Junhee, oh, she's got her foot hurt and she has a baby. Oh my goodness. But the front man is with them, and he reveals the next game to them, which we will sort of talk about in just a moment once we finally get our proper reveal, I guess you could say. As they're walking towards the game in the stair room foyer, Jun-hee tells Gi-hun that she thought she'd be afraid she'd end up on her own again if she didn't keep the baby. She thought the baby was going to be her family, someone she'd be with forever. No matter how hard it might be, I thought having her, my own, family, my own baby would make me happier. But because of me, she says, both Hyun and Gyumja have died. Gi-hun says, no, it's not your fault. They all made, those choices, and you made your choices. And he says that he had a daughter too, but he was never a good father. But watching her grow up after she was born was the happiest time of his life. He says, protect your baby, no matter what, and
How
I'll help
much
you.
more meaningful it would have been had the mum not killed herself and instead died protecting the baby, so that then thematically we've got all of these different characters that have died to ensure a new innocent life. It is like that is the ultimate sort of important thing, and how it reflects on the themes of the show in total. Instead, it's like, yeah, a lot of people did, except the one that killed herself for some reason. Can't really
Yeah.
link that in, so oh well.
It's once she links both Hyunju and Gyumha having died because of her, it's like, well, Hyunju actually fought and died for you. Gyumja killed herself when that makes no sense. So yeah, different pedestal levels for those two, but all right. So one of the VIPs says that the baby should join her in the game, since a mother will do anything to protect her baby. Who knows? This line I almost forgot. Then one of the VIPs says, "Who knows? This might turn 222 into some kind of Marvel superhero."
Oh god, I
And another
remember
one says,
this. Oh.
like Wonder Woman. That's actually a DC superhero.
Oh
These are
god.
actual lines from the show.
It's like we've said it before, but I almost feel like you need something more exaggerated to really capture this. It feels like a 5-year-old from a different country who's watched a couple of American films, and then they're like, "That's what they say." They talk about the Marvel. What's the other one? The DC. Yeah, and they mix up their characters and stuff, and they have nerd fights over it. That's what they do. It's sad.
It hurts.
It's so sad.
It's sad, and yet here I am laughing. So, the players enter the arena. So, this is jump rope, basically. They have to get to the other side of a narrow bridge with a gap in the middle. There are two statues on either side of the bridge that spin a rotating jump rope bar. It goes all around and around and around, so it loops, so you have to jump over it like a jump rope. And they're over this massive chasm. So if they don't jump over the bar, they will be swept away and they'll fall to their deaths. So, as they enter, the bar begins to swing in a circle, and all of them are watching and sizing up their strategies and try and practice their timing and sort of jumping in place a little bit. And it is noted that they only have 20 minutes to get across. Everyone who doesn't get across will be eliminated. So, that's our next game. It's so
I was a little
Yeah?
confused, I guess, because I saw it and I was like, "Is this not easy? Am I missing
This
something?"
so that's the thing. This looks really easy.
Yeah.
Honestly, at the speed at which this thing is rotating, 1, 2,
So
3. You probably have like 4 seconds of like free time to
I
just sprint. You could
if you time it properly, which shouldn't be too difficult, you tell everyone, "Can you back away? Because I'm going to do a run-in start, sprint, and time it so you only need to do the one leap across the gap in the bridge." I think you're good. You'll get across the whole
I
thing.
think you can. Yeah, you can clear it in just 1 or 2 jumps. This one seems actually pretty easy because the timing is it's consistent and you don't have to jump very far. Um, this one seems really easy to me. Like in concept, I like the idea, but it seems really easy. So
I guess
hopefully they won't make it way more complicated than it needs to be. Or some shenanigans ensue,
I
or else
sure
this should
hope
be a easy.
everyone doesn't waste the fuck out of the clock. That would be lame. Because obviously,
Yep.
if I heard the rules, saw the machine, and then they said go, I'd be like, all right. I mean, no point in staying behind. The one caveat I'll make is I wouldn't mind seeing one person try it first. That's
Yeah.
all.
Yeah,
But
it's
other
always
than
sensible.
that, the second 5 minutes goes on the clock, I'll be like, all right, I'm not waiting around. Like, there's no way I'm going to end up risking all of these people.
Competing with
like,
everybody else, yeah,
I'll
in
just
a
go.
group. But yeah, and also very conspicuously, I would say narratively, this one specifically is about your ability to jump consistently, and Junhee has
Yeah.
just hurt her foot in such a way that she cannot
Well,
jump
the
in this
counter I've
game
seen for
than the game
that
before.
is that the games are being orchestrated by Frontman somewhat to ensure the road he wants Gihan to go on. So like, there's a theory that he chose this one because he was hoping it would knock her out and force Gihan to be the only carer for the kid. I think that's a reach.
But then he'd choose marbles because he know that Gihan would choose Junhee to be his partner.
That's one angle, of course. Well, so the specific thing they're appealing to is, haha, she can't jump, and it's like, I mean, okay. The thing is,
Yeah, but it's like
if
it's a conspicuously.
if
Go ahead.
the fucking timer wasn't relinquished by idiocy, then it would have potentially cost either neither of them or both of them. You know what I mean? With the plan. So it would have backfired on Frontman if that was actually the reason for this. I think this is just, unfortunately, unlucky for her, that the moment she makes it so that she can't jump, the game is jump. It's like, okay. Like, it's not very satisfying. Though I will say to everyone here, if you were faced with death or you have to hop over a skipping rope several times, what would you choose?
I would hop over the skipping rope several times.
I would
assuming
also
I even
do
needed to
that.
hop over it that many times. It's not a far distance. What is that? It's only like 30 meters, maybe?
It
you
doesn't
could
even matter,
probably
dude. If it was
bounce on your
1,000
hands and
meters,
knees.
I'd give it a fucking go. It's that or death.
I mean,
So
yeah, it's either that or death, but just because here, Rags, please elaborate why it's easy rather than just repeat it 6 times. All right, so you have legs and you just jump over the bar. It's you can see it coming.
I will say,
and
I
it
don't know
just
why
is- it's
Rags
on
would
a
have
loop.
to explain this.
It should be self-evident that this
It's a
is
basic
not
timing
difficult.
challenge. And most people have used a skipping rope at some point in their lives, and that, if anything, is slightly harder because you're in control of the pace and you don't necessarily calibrate it correctly. This is going quite reliably at intervals. You don't even have to jump very high. The rope thing isn't
Oh.
very high. It's not going very fast. It slowly increases its speed, but again, it's basic timing. It's not
Yeah, that was
difficult.
actually something that I thought they would do that would make it harder is change the spinning time every single swing. So like 4 seconds, 3 seconds, 4 seconds, 1 second, 4 seconds, 3 seconds, 5 seconds, 1 second, so that you really it would stress you the fuck out, you know? You'd be like, oh god, like, oh, okay, yeah, keep moving.
Or it
Yeah.
would gradually,
Yeah,
get,
but it's
smaller,
so
like a
consistent
jump rope. Yeah.
that, like I said, I think if you sprint, aim to have it swing down as you reach that center gap, do the jump, you're good. That's pretty much all you'll need.
So this is
It's
balance, but it's a pretty wide. It's like it is a bridge. It's not like a balance beam.
yeah,
It's just a narrow bridge. Uh, like you can just run in a straight line. It's easier to run actually because of how physics works.
yeah, yeah.
But yeah, that is the game.
As a
It's
direct
no hide and
comparator,
seek.
though, in terms of difficulty level, we've had 2 bridge-based challenges in Squid Game. This is quite obviously easier than the bridge in season 1.
Certainly with how that's
But the
portrayed.
glass one
Yeah,
was the glass
but
one
that one
sucked.
guarantees deaths basically. Like this one, everyone can get through this if you
Yeah,
didn't
theoretically.
unfortunately have something happen. Which to me just feels a little bit like cope from the writers because they'd written the game too easy, or that they'd written the game specifically easy because they wanted to do what they're gonna do.
By the way, someone in chat said I'd hang off the sides and shim across. That's a thought that would come to
It
mind to
is,
some
yeah.
people. I
Yeah,
think.
if
I think.
somebody
Mhm.
tried it, they should try it and then get shot by one of the guards. Like,
Or
hey, no, not
see,
allowed.
Or it's just that's an
I
option.
was going to say, I
Or
think that's
let them do
unfair.
it.
They have
Let
to
them
make it
do it.
against the rules before the game starts. Otherwise, they're just shit at their jobs, the Squid Game people.
I mean, yeah, this is, I guess, bearing in mind that the Squid Game is like unfair, even though they pretend like, oh
There's
no, it's fair and there are rules. It's like, no, you guys are
there's
That's
interesting
the
sneaky and
unfair and
cheeky.
problem.
there's interesting unfair and stupid unfair as far as I'm
And it's stupid
concerned.
and unfair.
I'm
Yeah,
all on board with being like they claim it's fair, but really think about it. Like even red light, green light, it's really down to who you are, your health, your speed, your balance, all that stuff. It's like how is that fair? I think that's the interesting angle, but the uninteresting one is when it's like, oh nah, you can't do a thing that we didn't say
Actually,
you can't
fuck you,
do.
die.
Yeah, just
Yeah.
yeah.
it's like, oh well, that's no fun. Okay.
And it would be interesting to get that scene where someone does like swapping the jerseys in hide and seek, and the guard like comes like you've broken the rules, but they're like, no, I didn't swap teams, I just swapped jerseys to hide in. You didn't say I couldn't do that. And then maybe it's actually left up to a manager to come in and decide if it's like on the spot, do you kill the person or not? That would be something that you could have shown,
It out here
or they're
is
just
these
or they're just
opportunities.
permissive.
Yeah,
I
it's
just
just
err on the side of
opportunities to do things that are cool. That
yeah.
instead it's like, nah, let's not do that because yeah, it's more or less gonna play out exactly as you would expect with like one notable twist.
So Gihan and Junhee are informed that they cannot leave the baby behind because everybody here is a player, and the baby will be
Like,
eliminated
oh,
if it
now
doesn't
we're
make
talking.
it
Okay,
across.
So
okay,
yeah,
now we're deciding
I
we're
was
gonna be
so
dealing with it.
fucking disappointed that they basically just say like, yeah, you got to take the baby or we'll fucking kill it. It's like, wow.
The baby did not, yeah, because the baby didn't
The
agree
baby
to be
can't.
in the
Yeah, the
games.
baby's not.
This
The baby.
seems
This is part of the
antithetical to the
problem that
entire system. It's so bullshit.
you're not
Like,
allowed to make a choice. Like a baby can't make choices, so the baby can't choose to be a participant. And as much as you could say, yeah, but the point of the game's a bullshit. It's like, well, but it has to be a certain kind of bullshit, and a certain kind of bullshit is at least the pretense of choice. You
that's
know,
what makes
like
Squid
that
Game
you can
interesting. They
vote
all chose to be here, right? Season 1. And then
yeah,
season 3, or 2 and 3, they've added this angle of they chose to be here and repeatedly chose to be here.
Yeah, baby doesn't get to
The
choose.
baby doesn't choose at
was
all,
brought up
no.
for circumstance.
I mean,
So
they
like,
specifically highlight that the baby, when it comes to the voting, the baby isn't a baby's an abstention because the baby is unable to
well,
make
if the
choices.
baby's
They
unable to
explicitly say
make
that.
choices, then the baby shouldn't be a player. The baby should be safe instantly.
That's how I see it.
That's how it should work. Even
Yep.
with how messed up Squid Game is, if there's
There
meant
is
to
a
be some
system.
semblance of rules and order and some kind of ideology that's informing it, that ideology should be extending to the baby being a non-participant.
Yeah, I don't believe that the
Baby's
Squid
safe.
Game people would have this as the contingency for babies being born during the game. I just don't think they do this.
I just say like, all right, the baby is going back because they have the info on all these people. They know who to give the baby to. They just drop it off, as we'll see happen later in the episode. They would drop it off to the next person, or they'd say, "Well, I mean, we'll keep it here if you win." But I mean, it's yeah, I think that it's a problem. I think it's an issue. So, um, the businessman says that somebody has to go first. They're wasting time, and everyone starts kind of arguing. How about you do it? You're, yeah, you need to do it. You're a coward. Blah blah blah, stuff like that. Now Junhee tells Gi-hun to take the baby with him because she can't do it. Her foot's all fucked up. Um, and before people start crossing, Min-soo confronts Nam-gyu, who is jittery on the floor. He's got really bad, no druggy feels. He's in
Withdrawal.
withdrawals. Yeah. Min-soo taunts him with the pendant. He reveals to him that he has the pendant with the drugs inside, and he threatens to drop it off of the ledge. Nam says, please, please, I can't do the game without the drugs. Please, I need it. And so Min-soo throws the pendant into the middle of the bridge and calls him a fucking loser.
Damn.
Oh, how the turntables. Nam then starts to cross the bridge, jumping over the beam as it swings. He makes it, jumping, creeping forward, and then he reaches the pendant on the bridge, and he picks it up, opens it up, and goes to get some of the drugs that are inside that he needs. But he finds that there are no drugs inside. Min-soo has taken them out. In his moment of realization, the beam sweeps Nam-gyu's legs, and he falls to his death. That's
There he
Nam-gyu done.
goes. Yeah, I mean, there's nothing to be said for this character. I think he's incredibly lame.
Yeah, the only thing that you can really say here is Min-soo is getting back at him for how he was treated
Yeah,
earlier.
sure. I
and
mean,
the
but
drugs were his downfall.
I
well,
guess,
sure, but
yeah.
I mean, like,
Sure.
okay,
That's
I
like
guess
it.
so.
Yeah,
Don't
that's
do
like
drugs,
that's it.
yeah.
Don't do
That's
drugs,
don't-
kids.
Don't do
Yeah.
drugs.
Go ahead, McCoy.
Even except Min-soo, do drugs. But it's
Also, yeah, as mentioned in
that'll
chat,
be a problem for him later.
if you'd not necessarily wiped out the character in total, but sacrificed him in place of Thanos, this would have been an okay time to kill Thanos. You just would have changed the writing around to make it a bit more meaningful, I suppose. Because we're running out of games, if you really want to. But killing this guy here is just like, okay, there he goes.
It could be, Thanos could say something funny as he's tumbling down. Like, Mitsu, I trusted you! And then hit the ground.
There's a lot of
Do something funny
options.
with him. Yeah. But instead it's like, yeah, okay,
My
there
brother,
he goes.
no.
Yeah.
Gi-hun takes the what's a Thanos line that he could have said, like from the Marvel movies? What he said,
Oh, I know the Marvel.
a Marvel superhero, because that's what Thanos is. He's a Marvel superhero. Anyway, think about
it's
it.
just that I'm thinking about that chart that was showing how Marvel movies, how much money they were making per phase, and it just kept going down and down. And the funny part is, even amongst those, it's like, yeah, but like a third of this can be attributed to one movie each. Like Spider-Man was $2 billion for Phase 4, and Deadpool and Wolverine was like $1.5 billion for Phase 5. So when you subtract the outlier success stories out of
The
those,
average, take the average.
fucking Deadpool and Wolverine
You
dog
remove
shit movie.
the
But you
the
remove
mode.
the big successes, then what does it look like? I will say, I found it really funny that people are like, "Oh man, Fantastic Four is fucking failing." It's like it ain't doing that much worse than Superman. Like I don't understand why everybody's saying that. Oh man, they needed to get out of the way of Superman. Big mistake. This movie's just okay, whereas Superman's great. It's like, dude, neither of them are making the money they should. Anyway.
It's the meme of the guy who's celebrating, but he's in second place on the pedestals. It's like that, except
because
number 2 is
Jurassic
still
is
a
the winner.
winner. So it's not
Yeah.
even a really an appropriate meme. It's just
No, because all three of them have done worse than they should have, but it's been so weird, like this collective psychosis that Superman is a success when it now looks like it will just outright not make as much money as Man of Steel, not even adjusted for inflation, which is an obvious bad outcome. And I don't know
obviously
why anybody
bad.
would pretend that that's obvious, that's not the case. Of like, well, given the circumstances, no, none of that.
No.
It's bad. You
It's
made
your
less money,
job.
and the franchise it was deemed a failure.
Yeah, your job is to get around the circumstances. Your job is to make a whole bunch of money with a whole new thing. The way that you I mean, just think about Supergirl. Like, fuck. Is that
Yeah,
even gonna
there's
Ooh.
no chance that it could make more money than Superman. Like and Superman's got a hard ceiling. That's kind of the thing. Aside from Batman, Superman is kind of your ceiling, if you're being honest. Like, what other DC
In a
character
sane
are you
world,
really
yeah.
gonna say is in a really well positioned to make a lot more money than Superman, except for Batman and Batman adjacent characters?
By the
And even
way,
then, who knows how well like a Red Hood movie would do, for instance, right?
Haha.
Or like a
Yeah.
Nightwing movie.
Yeah.
like,
Well, I mean, a lot of that might depend on the success of whatever
Of
Batman movie comes before it, sort of.
well, again, Batman 2's happening, so I guess who fucking knows what's going to be happening
which
with the
I
Batman for James Gunn.
unequivocally take as evidence that they are no longer 100% sure of James Gunn's position. Like, not that they're going to be firing him, just that they're like,
Agreed.
well, we're going to test out
Yeah.
Reeves now. Thank you for that. We
Look,
said well
they're trying-
before Superman came out that
Yeah.
we will not be getting confirmation on the future of the Batman 2 until Superman comes out, because it's all
Until
about its box
Superman,
office.
Now, about a month after Superman's come out, we have like a set timetable now for the Batman 2.
Yeah.
It's shooting next year. It's
Obviously,
coming out.
we know what's
Obviously, they were
happened.
waiting to see. Yes.
But I just saw, by the way, because he actually replied. So James Gunn addresses a fan's question that Superman must earn $650 million to break even, and he said in response, "Absolutely false. Anyone saying that doesn't have an understanding of the film business, and we would be idiots to make a first in a franchise film that would need to make that much to be profitable."
Okay, if you say so.
Hmm.
All
Yeah, I
right.
mean, if you say so, but like we can just look at the precedent for other films. Like that's all that matters. There's
We have a lot
precedent.
of research to pull
How
from.
much money do you generally need to make on a film to be profitable? The general rule is 2.5 times the budget. That's the general rule.
You guys,
Because
well,
you
we
don't
know
get
this from. You know, when they film in the UK, they have to like declare. We basically get the definitive information. That's why the Marvels, everyone knows just how badly it failed, like specifically. Now, this is all based on all the information we've had over time. There's nothing. I'm not like we're not rooting for it to fail. There's plenty of films. Lilo and Stitch remake made a shit ton of money. Okay, it sucks, but there we are. It was super profitable. Of course, the sequel's already in production. Whatever, fuck you, basically. However, what I'm trying to get at is that I don't have a stake in this conversation beyond just knowing what happened, because I want to know what happens to DC next. Now, the fact that Batman 2 is rolled into production and the fact that James Gunn felt the need to declare this makes me think, oh, so it's not getting to 650 and everyone knows it. That's why he's now drawn the line under it. Which, by the way, all the people promoting Superman's huge success, their numbers keep going down. They're like, guaranteed to hit X, and then the next day they'll be like, guaranteed to hit a little under that. Yeah, guaranteed to hit a little under that.
-2.
Yeah, and it's just
for
like,
a lot of people, it just seems like, oh, it's a big number, hundreds of millions of dollars. It's like, yeah, but the films cost a lot of money, and also like a lot of movies' budgets keep ceiling at about $200 million, even though like we all know that inflation is like happening. So like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't even know about any of that either. I'm like, yeah, no, it's only $200 million. It's like, dude, these films were costing $200 million like a decade ago. Like, are we getting like way more efficient with like how much money it actually costs to make these movies, or like how much money do we seriously think that these films cost versus how much money do they actually need to make in order to be profitable? And do you think that there might be a reason why the people who are involved in making the movie have a vested interest in convincing you that their films are a success no matter what? Like until the point that it becomes undeniable that it's a failure.
any of you three, sorry, seen Memento?
Memento,
No.
the Chris Nolan one? No.
Yeah, it's at this point, well, so you probably have seen the meme at least. It's why am I fucking forgetting? You know, when you take a picture and you have it immediately. What is that called?
A Polaroid?
Polaroid, yeah. There's a Polaroid, and he's written as a note, "Don't believe his lies." We need a Polaroid of James Gunn with that written underneath it every time, just to make sure everyone remembers. Whenever he says anything, you're supposed to go, "Oh, so it's the opposite of that." Neat. Like him saying
It's
this
the
is
fact that they
absolutely
even need
not
to
fucking
say,
true. It's like, oh wow, it's true. Damn. Yeah. Okay.
well, why do you even feel compelled to respond to this? Like, do you think James Cameron would feel compelled to respond to somebody saying, Avatar 2 was not very successful making $2 billion. Like, you think that James Cameron would be like, well, I gotta correct the record on that one. There's no need. It's obviously successful, and that person is obviously wrong. But in this case, it's like, why is there even an argument of, well, the reason why Superman's not doing well internationally is because, it's a quintessentially American. Like, why are these the things that are being said? If it was just a success, it would just be obvious.
Anyway.
Yeah. The point being, look, all right, back to Squid Game.
Yep. Gi-hun takes the baby and makes a sling for it with his jacket. And then he goes across the bridge, struggling to clear the opening in the middle of the road, but he does manage it. And he gets to the other side. The time counts down. Only 13 minutes are left, and only one person has crossed. That
Like
seems
someone else would have
wild to
tried.
me.
Yeah, because again, it's like somewhat daunting, but it's not dramatically. Like, as long as you can time your jumps, you'll be fine.
Seeing him do it, I would just be like, "Oh, that's so possible. Yes, I'm in. I'm going. Like, fuck this."
Well, I guess that's the conclusion, is that everybody will decide to do that.
Well, but
now
that would only be in the contingency that I hadn't gone already. Which, do you say the timer was at 13 minutes after this?
It's
which
it's
means
13 minutes.
already a third of the way
Christ,
through.
man,
A third of the time is out. Yeah.
They've just been fucking around for 7 minutes. They only have
And of
20
course,
to cross.
it's entirely viable that there could be a traffic. It's kind of what was pointed out with the Glass game by Sung Woo. It's like, well, if somebody ahead gets scared and doesn't want to keep going, you're in danger at the back. The idea that, like, you're safe, the time matters here. You got to get going.
Which is something they do actually make use of in the bridge episode of season 1, right? When people hesitate and get stuck and the time's running out, they do start pushing each other off.
Yeah.
I mean, it's partly to test and rule out a prospect of your own death, but people do actually react believably in this situation. Unlike here, where then they're going to all be jumping on the bridge for a good long time.
That's right, because with 13 minutes left and with Gi-hun able to cross, others begin to go across the bridge in a little bit of a row. And the first guy across the bridge turns around when he gets there and he pushes the next one off when he gets there. "What are you doing?" Gi-hun asks. "What do you think I'm doing?" the man says. "I'm playing the game."
Which I
And
thought
then the episode ends.
was a really, because I knew exactly what the writers are doing. It's like, oh, what an interesting variable that will now make the game much more complicated. It's like, no, he would obviously grab him immediately and stop him after the first one.
Well, yes.
That would be it.
You're right. It would be interesting if Gi-hun wasn't also already on that side.
Yeah.
Because if this guy was the first person, because this is a good idea, right? Because the guy's got a point. He's in a really good position to sabotage everybody on the bridge. He's in the position of strength. Because he can't get killed from this position if somebody's approaching him. They'll just push him back. So they can save themselves, sure. But it's very precarious, so it's
also
smart if he's trying to win the game, but Gi-hun's there to stop him.
I will say, so look at this image, for example. If I'm this guy, the one who's still on the bridge but at the front, I see this fella who's just pushed and killed someone off, I'd be like, he's looking away, I'm fucking running and tackling. Like, I'll just move forward and tackle him over so that we're both safe. It's like a guarantee.
Guess that guy is super focused on concentrating on the beam.
But that's kind of you know what I'm going to say, right? It's like that's your out. That's your only out potentially, because if he's looking at you when you try that, it's a harder proposition. I'd still do it though if he was looking at me. I'd be like, "You want to take me? I'm going to grab you so fucking hard that if I get taken, you're coming with me."
You've got momentum on your side. He doesn't. Like, if you'd actually be trying to effectively rugby tackle the guy, because he can't immediately bounce you off the edge. He's going to have to arrest your momentum and push you back again.
Yeah, aim just below the waist, and he's and
hold on to him as well. Because as long as you're holding on to him, he's not going to push you off the edge.
Yeah, because he's in the safe zone. So as long as you're with him, holding on, he's got to either move with you or just give up. This is what I mean. Like, this doesn't work that well for me as a payoff. This guy loses from both ends, I think. It's just that the writers are, and this is another reason why it kind of made me think, like, it's because the skip rope was too easy, so now we got to involve some craziness to it to make it not too easy.
Yeah, all right. Well, what
By
a
the way,
pickle.
I think there was a line from one of the hosts where he says, while watching, it's crazy that he won the game and then he came back into the game, or something like that, about
Yeah.
Gian. And it's just like, fuck me, man.
Someone said like, "Oh, it's
Uh,
crazy that there's a baby," and someone says, "Not as crazy as someone winning and then rejoining it." Something along those lines.
Like, thank you so
Or
much.
I can't remember. Yeah,
Thanks for the
I think they
insightful
mentioned it like
commentary, fellas.
twice.
It's so cringe.
Appreciate it. Yeah.
Episode 4, 222, which is Junhee's number. It's the name of the episode, 222. So the man who did the pushing, he explains that if nobody else makes it across, he and Gihun can simply vote X and both leave with 48 billion won. So there's a logic to it there.
Yeah, I don't.
The
I
businessman.
think it's easy to buy
Yeah.
that someone would do it. It's
Yeah.
just I don't think anything else works that well. Like I think there's easy ways out of it, and you can't do it while Hero Man is right next to you. He would stop you.
So the businessman is next in line. He says he'll give the man half his winnings and help push off anybody else that comes across. Certainly a very businessman thing to say.
But I mean, it's
Um,
just you're in no position to bargain, really, at
Yeah.
all. Like,
Dormammu.
it's just-
At least he tried, I guess.
So
Well, yeah, as you would.
a woman near the back of the line on the bridge tells the man behind her to go back, or else she'll die. But the man trips and falls when he turns around, and
Which,
when
by the
then
way, this is why you wouldn't form a line on the you would go one at a time, like because if anybody stops you, it just means you got to stay out there for longer.
Like-
Why would you line?
You know, watching it unfold, it's like, what is taking Gian so much time? He's got to save a baby and a mother. It doesn't. I don't. You know what I mean? Like we haven't got. It doesn't make sense for him to be like, I wish to ask you more
Well, yeah,
questions
'cause
about the
it's
nature
saying,
of your
like,
decisions
"Stop,
while I'm
don't
watching you
do it."
kill
It's like-
people.
Yeah, like come on, you got to stop him now. Every second that you don't, people are dying, which is the thing that you're trying to prevent from happening. You just have to grab him.
Yeah.
Or even push him off, but that's not even necessary.
Sucks, man. Like he's just useless. He's like a zombie. And as much as you might be like, well, he's a bit apathetic after everything. It's like, no, he's got his new purpose.
No, he's back on his hero arc again. He is. There's the reason why this needs to happen is because we got to get rid of some
Gotta
players.
wipe
and
them
this
out.
is a really efficient way of doing it.
Yeah.
Because
instead of
he
just
can
having
push
them
players
fail to
off and
jump.
other players. Well, it's, again, the problem is that because of how consistent it is, you kind of need to mix it up because it's very hard to convince us that many players would fail this at the pace that it's going, as opposed to if it was going at irregular intervals, which I don't really know why they wouldn't make it like that. That would just make it more interesting if it swung down really quick and it's shocked a player, knocked out several at once.
So the woman reaches the back where she began, but then another player who hadn't even begun the bridge kicks her off the ledge,
And this
Sparta
player-
style.
This player is way more important than you would think. This is going to emerge as like one of the bad guys, like one of the prominent bad guys, rather than just a rando like the guy on the other side of the bridge. Like this is one of the main antagonists going forward. Isn't that crazy?
Well,
Just
I mean,
like,
they've
oh,
been
hey,
building up
hey,
to him
you.
for so long.
Have they?
Nope.
Seems like.
But
It's like you had 3 different characters all designed to play the same role, and then you awkwardly killed 2 of them, at different times, which damaged them as well. Because, like, I don't know, man. It's so weird. You don't even know who this guy is, but he's, like, starting to get a lot more attention. You're just like, what's going on? And it's like, nah, he's, like, super important.
so Min-Soo, watching this, he nervously takes the drug pill that he's got. He takes a drug. So this is the second one he's taken now. Ooh, boy. Now, Gi-hun then tells the man pushing the others that if he doesn't move, he'll push the man himself. And he helps the businessman and another to cross, noticing that Junhee is struggling on the other side as she tries to sort of practice her jumping, but her foot is like super fucked up. It is really difficult for her to be able to jump and stuff. She's gonna have a hard time. Now Myung-gi, the YouTuber guy, he goes to her and he tries to get her to stand up and to go across, but She resists him, and she asks why he killed Hyun-ju, who saved her and the baby, and he killed her with a knife that she gave him. Myung-gi tells her that he was just looking for her to protect her. He did it so that they could get her out of here and start a new life together. She shows him her hurt ankle, and he's a bit distraught at the revelation because he's just now learning about this foot that she's got. She says the baby is hers. It has nothing to do with trash like him. She never wants to see him ever again, not even in her dreams. And he walks away. Goes towards
Which
the
I
bridge.
think is kind of evidence of who he is. It's this is the kind of thing you would never give up on, right? If you were the
But
father.
he found an excuse. He found an out. See, she doesn't really want me or like me and all that stuff. I'm out. He takes this as an exit.
But yeah, I saw someone mention it, and I'm remembering what I was thinking because when the trailer came out, there was a shot of the jump rope, and I remember thinking like, oh, it'll be in the same vein as Tug of War in terms of teams, probably 7 or 8. They'll have to all go across, and the nature of the game will be the rope will continue to spin until half the players are dead. So like all of you have to jump.
Oh yeah.
And then, of course, it's like, well, the interesting angle, not only is it just how long can they last, but then, can you sabotage and kill other players while trying to stay alive? It's like, that works. There's not many layers to it. It's not super dynamic, but it just seems like that would make way more sense than this one. Like when you get the rules for this one, it's just like, oh, that's easy. But, yeah, he's a shit.
He is. He takes this as an exit, an excuse to walk away. And off he goes. Gi-hun is watching this exchange from the other side. The pusher, like the first guy who came across him was pushing people. He tackles Gi-hun, noticing that Gi-hun's distracted, and he shoves him down, almost onto the bridge with his head really close to where the bar is swinging down. But Gi-hun presses his thumb into the man's eye and is able to throw him back onto the bridge, and then the bar smacks him and he's swept into the pit.
By the way, while they're like fighting, the people are like, oh god, because they're all paused and stuff, I'd be leaping over them. I wouldn't even, I guess, I'm going, fuck this.
Yep, I don't have to land pretty.
No, I'm okay with even...
I'm jumping.
Yeah.
So, Min-soo, remember he just took the pill. He's kind of a bit drugged out. That stuff works quick. He has he's taken his shoes off, and in his perception, he's just kind of like the music and the voice of the computer voices of the kids song that's playing and the statues. He's kind of into this. He's kind of in a daze, a drug-fueled daze, sort of.
I like that the doll looks at him.
Yeah, he's like, hey.
Just like, oh god, yeah, he's losing it.
Some of the others have kind of been fallen off during this time. Some make it across. Min-soo makes it across, and now everybody except for Jun-hee is either on the other side of the bridge or they have died. So Gi-hun, he says he goes to get her. He's like, I'm coming, but she tells Gi-hun not to come back for her because if he doesn't survive, then the baby won't survive either. She says, you told me to protect my baby no matter what. That's what I'm trying to do right now. So please help me. Jun-hee then steps up to the ledge of her side, and with a tear in her eye, she steps off the ledge. So Jun-hee is out. I do one.
We're running out of characters.
We really are.
They keep killing themselves for reasons.
Yeah.
Hers is more understandable. But
I don't like that she doesn't try.
Yeah, at least give it a shot.
Well, I think it's pretty simple. It's because it would be
embarrassing, awkward, whatever.
Well, it's just because it's like there are ways that cinematically you can have a death occur that isn't as awkward essentially, and for that of just slowly step off, slow motion, land, sort of flatten your back, compared to I'm gonna give it a go.
So this reminds me of using comic accurate like Galactus or something, where it's like, listen, we can achieve the same thing, but we don't have to have the embarrassing thing. And it's just like, you fools, you don't understand. It's way worse that she doesn't try. Her baby is on the other side. That's just terrible.
She tried and she failed. It's like that's
And there's
good.
ways you can film it so that she's hopping and she's sort of making it. Her balance is being lost. Then you just cut over to Gion and he has his face completely drop, and the music
Well, I don't know, I
follows,
mean,
and we know
it's-
what
maybe
happened.
it's she's doing the jump. She does it. She lands really badly. It knocks her off. She's about to fall, but she grabs onto it, and then she looks over to Gihan, and then her grip like slips, and then she falls. And
Or
then you can give them that moment.
you've got just having it be her face's perspective when the bar hits her legs when she can't jump anymore, and it goes
Well,
kind of slow, and then she just sort of goes out of the frame of the camera as the camera shot holds still where
Well,
she
it's
was
just
standing.
I'm sure we talked about this recently, but like when characters die in an explosion, but it's meant to be like, like, hey, I'm back, and then flies it into the, you don't show it in the cockpit like I'm
Yeah.
back. There's the explosion happens, you cut away, so that you don't have to really think about what it looks like from the inside. There are ways to cut away or to show it in a way that makes it more, I don't know,
Oh, and as
favorable, less awkward.
someone pointed out, remember the first guy across, the evil druggy thugman, he was literally using all 4 limbs to jump, and like you can do that with 3.
That's true.
Yeah, hands and knees. You can just hop along.
So
Do
there's that.
one.
There's also, she could have been tripped by the one leg hopping, and then down on the bridge, looks at the rope coming. Then you cut over to his reaction, so you don't have to show it. You just show him tearing. There's so many tasteful ways of doing this. It doesn't ruin the
Well,
moment.
Mhm.
You can even lean into the brutality angle. That you don't even need to cut away. If you make like say she tries a hop, it doesn't work. She looks up quickly, very briefly, like split-second eye contact, cut back, wide shot. She gets swept off the bridge, and like the brutality and the normalcy of it is kind of the point.
Yeah.
Yeah,
For some
I
reason I'm
agree
thinking
with
of
that. I
yeah.
think this show's a little bit too theatrical to do that, though. I would say it's a little bit too what's the word I'm looking for? It's like they wouldn't want to do that.
Melodramatic.
Yeah, maybe because it's the kind, because again, if it was Fincher, he'd probably do that. If it was Tarantino, he'd sure as hell do
He'd do
something
it, yeah.
like that. But and it's part of the reason why I like those types of films and the kind of stories that they make, because this is like a little bit too. This a little, it's just a
I
little
think
bit too,
you can
like,
call
I
this
know why
cowardly.
you're doing it. Yeah, I think that's fair, because you don't want to, you want to present it in a way where viewers are almost, there's an amount of distance put between what should actually be happening and how they perceive it. It's kind of, it's it's Arcane does this, right? A whole season 2, that is, has this kind of problem of like presenting it in a way where it's like more favorable, rather than what it actually is.
The cause of death now for her and for the mum are so, as far as I'm concerned, arbitrary in terms of how much they put in to make it happen, that it is so obvious they wanted to zero in on Gian and the baby. Like
like now that you two have served your purpose, let's get rid of you.
Yeah, you're out.
You don't really matter as much as Gihan. Which the reality is that all stories are going to be written to service probably one character ultimately above all others. The whole point is you're meant to essentially disguise that. You're meant to do a good enough job with the other characters that they feel like fully formed characters in and of themselves, rather than existing solely to bolster the main character.
You can also keep them for way more important payoffs later, and obviously we'll get to it on that episode. But if hypothetically your next game involves a choice element in which like people will effectively be choosing who lives and who dies, having that choice made by people who are all good and all like equally invested in the future of this baby will tell you more about their outlet, like their outlooks on the world, where they view themselves in the world if they continue to do so. You can give them a noble sacrifice that achieves basically the same as the 2 suicides have done,
And
in line with character.
think about something. Given what the final game is, could you imagine if Gihan had to protect the baby and her? Like if she managed to actually make it through this game and he had to deal with 2 people that he needed to protect instead of just 1? That could
Would
be
have
some
been
good shit.
interesting. And
Imagine
then
if he
her,
failed,
Well,
yeah.
imagine the mum was there for
with,
that too. Holy
yeah,
shit! It's pretty
exactly.
much getting to what Platoon was suggesting. Just more and more good people makes it more and more interesting.
Well, yeah, because something that all the ladies are out now in the story. It's only the guys left.
It is misogynist. You're
What
right.
you'll notice. I look, all right, I didn't say that, but if you want to go
Prosogynist.
with that, then that's your
Prosogynist.
prerogative, I suppose. But yes, instead, it's like now, because now, who we got left? We got Gihan, we got Myungi, we got Minsu, and businessman, and then 5 goons, and that's and the baby, obviously, but and that's it. It's like, man, we have lost so many characters, like so quickly. We lost one of the best new characters in a really frustrating way. It's like, shit, man, we have like drastically limited the potential of this story. We haven't locked the door to any great stuff entirely, but goddamn, we've lost a lot of good stuff.
Yeah.
There are many doors to great stuff, and we've locked a lot, like loads of them. There's maybe 1 or 2 left, which will still be locked eventually. But you also run into the problem as well of entering your climax with your protagonist having no particular relationship with any of the other characters he's with, because all the people he's actually spoken to are already dead.
Yeah.
He's not really spent much time with any of them. That there are no interweaving stories in the way that there was with season 1's climax. So it's going to be like guy you know versus guys you don't really, and then guys you just definitely don't.
Yep.
So,
Yep.
yeah, that's her out.
Which, by the way, when the game ended, I had this distinct feeling of, well, now it's time to pay the toll. I'm sure I'm gonna get a whole bunch of fucking VIP organ boat scenes. Like that's gonna have to wait a while till I get something else.
Yeah. That's okay.
Well,
we can skip those.
yeah, we certainly can, because the surviving players arrive back in the common room as the VIPs watch from their lounge. The VIPs wonder what to do with the baby, and one of them says it isn't fair to eliminate somebody who crossed the finish line. But another one says that since it's dependent, this is so stupid. All right, one of them says that since it's dependent on its mother who died, the baby should also die. But which is like, what?
They're not
Like-
even human. They're just like weird dialogue delivering machines.
It's like a chat bot, but 5 years ago or something. But I can actually imagine like an AI chat bot saying that. Well,
Fucking
logically,
Grok.
if a baby requires its mother to live and its mother dies, then through the transitive property of survival, the baby must therefore also die.
It is ethical.
It's more ethical to kill a baby than say the N-word. Is probably
True.
what it would say. But yeah, another says the leading VIP guy says that it should be considered an independent participant since they allowed it to cross independent of the mother anyway. And the front man tells him when they ask him that the baby should take the place of her mother and be player 222, and it'll make the game more interesting. And the VIPs agree. So the baby is now player 222.
We are nearing.
So the
I mean, this is now made all of the Squid Game people, like, it's confirmed in stone, definitive, absolutely stupid, and goes against everything they believe in as far as we were told they believe in. Seeing Frontman be like, what if we made the baby a player? It's like, who the fuck are you?
Dude. Yeah, what happened, man? I thought you had like an ideology that like a crazy,
he was
you know,
fast-tracked to,
because
like,
of
being
the
a
circ-
favorite character in Season 2, and now he's just like,
Frontman was
man, who cares about you,
He's
I
just-
guess?
Yeah, Frontman's just sort of around when he used to be super cool.
And so, yeah, it's
One of,
damage to him, damage to all the Squid Game people, and now it's like stacking damage on all the players. The fact that barely any of them have talked about the fact that there's a baby here. As long as we don't, it's bad enough that they're not all collectively saying this is fucked up, there's a baby, what the hell are you guys doing, this is horrible. As long as they don't all decide as a team that they should murder the baby. As long as we're not at that point.
Go insane,
Yeah.
turn into these it's crazy goblins.
That would be weird if they did that.
Anyway, one of them says that player 222 is back in the game. This is a bigger twist than the resurrection of Jesus. Line from the show.
What?
The line from the show.
I don't know what they think they were saying with that line. What was the intent?
That it's a really big comeback.
Did they just Google twists and just go with the first one that came up?
Could you believe Darth Vader was a ghost the whole time? It's a crazy twist.
What?
So, two of the players are talking together in the common room on the O team, and they decide that they've got enough money, since they'll be getting about 5.6 billion won each. And they imagine that should be enough for everyone to settle their debts, apart from the businessman, since he owes 10 billion. And they start to arrange to vote X when the guards arrive. Now, the guards present the money and say that 16 players were eliminated and that 9 people remain. Each person's share is 5 billion, and they notify the players that the baby is now player 222. And the other players are quite angry about this, since the money should go to them, and the baby's done nothing to deserve it and gets to share the money anyway. The baby being alive reduces the money by 700 million won, and the 5-0 players without Minsu then start going forth to eliminate the baby. They're gonna go kill this baby.
They become completely unhinged psychos, basically.
I get maybe 1 or 2 psychopathic characters, but like, are we seriously doing this? That just normal people who are thrust into this situation, like, yeah, I'll kill a baby. Yeah, okay, I'll kill a baby.
So unhinged. It's like, dude, it's so unfair that the baby's getting the money because the baby didn't have to do anything to earn it. It's like, dude, it's a baby. Like, what is going on? They've lost their minds.
I find it so lame.
It starts to strain against what I thought the theme of the show was as well. And certainly, like, so you have the repeating line, and it will come up again later in this, like, we are not horses. But actually, kind of the show that you get here, everyone is, except for one guy.
Yeah.
So he's
yeah, because we fucking
wrong.
killed the other characters that were absolutely not horses either.
Which is, again, so he's wrong. Like, if you're not a horse, then you lose. So everyone left is a horse. We are all horses at the end of the day, which ain't really the message I thought they were trying to get across. But it's the utility in keeping alive, well, characters generally, but characters who are nice particularly, is that actually you can allow them to make sacrifices in favor of the theme rather than sacrifices with nothing very much to do with it.
I suppose what's strange is that when you compare it to the first game had more, like, better people in it, like, in terms of people who were trying to make, like, the right choices or the good choices, to the point that they were almost going to get out of there until Sang-woo basically prevented that from happening. Whereas in this case, it's like, yeah, Gihan is the only, like, moral one left, and he's in a room filled with, like, psychopaths. And if the point is, well, that's the kind of person who would make it to the end of the game, it's like, okay, all right, look, there's a degree to which these guys are notably unhinged. And I think even the writer would have to concede that, like, given the circumstances, they are pretty insane. Like, insane to a degree that actually is kind of unbelievable that literally all of them are on the same page with this one. That it is a compelling argument. Well, the lady's dead, so it's not fair that the baby gets the money. It's like, what? Okay. All right. But moreover, it's like, so what are you trying to say, Mr. Writer? Like, what is your point that you're trying to make about, like, human beings? Like,
they will kill babies in order to get money. That's how disgusting humans are. All right. Someone said the show actually decided that of the final contestants, you have Master Soul, Jesse Pinkman, and 6 Hitlers. Why not, I guess.
So the the evil humans
The
go to
Hitlers.
kill the baby. The Hitlers, the 5 Hitlers go to kill the baby, but a guard is there, and he fires a pistol as a warning shot and says, "Violence against other players is no longer permitted, as they want to give every player a fair chance."
They say this with a straight face.
Like, okay, there's a baby. You made a baby a player, but okay.
We want
I mean,
everybody to have a fair chance, all right?
I've seen it
What it
said,
helps is that the
and
Squid Game, like the actual game's organizers are now better than the people who are playing the game because they're the ones with a code of ethics. Like, you're not allowed to kill the baby.
apparently,
That probably shouldn't come from the people who are being portrayed as the villains, but it is.
yeah, no, I think you got a point there, as well as this, because I've seen it said in different discussions online and stuff, and I think we've covered enough to make this point too. Everything is falling apart in the story to create what is obviously going to be a specific payoff with this baby. Everything has been like a lot of characters have been sacrificed in order to make it happen, and now like this absurdity is happening, and they even have the Squid Game officials having to move rules around in order to make sure certain things happen. Because I think the writers thought, yeah, okay, the Hitlers would obviously immediately want to kill the baby, so we're gonna have to protect the baby with the Squid Game official. But it's like, you guys could have just had them not want to kill a baby. Like that was always on the table. You could have just had that
They'll
as an
probably
option.
just they'll probably say it's like, well, one of the people over there has to take care of the baby. That makes him weaker and more likely to fail in the test. So it's actually good that the baby is weighing down one of those other players. And if he dies, the baby dies with him, and that means we get extra money. So it's like a 2-for-1. Or they go kill the baby.
Yeah.
But yeah. So we're gonna skip some Woo plot. We're gonna skip some policeman stuff. We're gonna skip some more Woo stuff,
There's a
more policeman,
lot
blah blah
of
blah.
police and
A lot
boat.
of boat
Holy
stuff.
shit.
Lot of police stuff, lot of cap.
Oh, look at
So
it
boy,
go.
we're just
Yep.
scrolling. Oh, we scrolling.
Given how much of the
Damn.
game is actually left, and there's still like 2.5 episodes. Yeah, it's kind of remarkable how much of the other storylines we've got left that we can just
We
skip.
cut out that was a big old chunk where Wu
Yeah.
goes to the police precinct and breaks into the house, and oh man, that's all gone.
Yep.
So, back in the common room, a fine dinner has been prepared for the surviving players who are now dressed in suits. A guard even has a bottle to feed the baby who's in the crib. Now, the players chow down on all the food as the VIPs watch them. And one of the VIPs says that he's worried that with the big cash prize, surely the players will be satisfied with the money and will vote to end the games. But the frontman says, don't you worry, there will be another game if the players all think they will survive. So,
All I was
manager
thinking
on
is like, but yeah, because it's going to be some fucking ruse that none of the players recognize, even though they've been fucked over several times by vague language. Like we're going to see that none of the characters think. There is information that they are omitting here that will fuck us because the games are designed to eliminate people. They are designed to systematically eliminate a general number of people to
They're
whittle
made for
the playing field
entertainment.
down. Yeah.
Like, they're not trying to give you money out of the kindness of their fucking hearts, guys. Like, how do you not figure?
When they say something that makes you think that you can survive, it's a trick of some kind. And it's not that they're lying, but it is that they're often lying by omission, or they're not providing you with the complete information that you would need to actually make a decision. But
if you came to me and you said, do you want 5 billion won, or do you want to risk your life for even more on a vague game?
You want to risk it all for
I'm
what's
taking
in the box.
I'm taking the 5 billion won.
Yeah, obviously, but oh well.
I don't understand. There wasn't any nuclear material in the truck.
So a manager goes.
Great episode.
Anyway,
it is a good one. I agree. So a manager goes into the common room, and he says that they are going to vote on whether or not they're going to have the next game. But first, they get a hint about the next game. A little hint, a little clue. Basically, if they all decide which 3 players will be eliminated, everybody else will make it through the game, as they only need to eliminate a minimum of 3 players. So that's the clue, the hint, the sneak peek that they get. The voting begins.
3 players. It's like, what do you? Guys.
It's so I can't believe they couldn't even entertain having a character say like, that could mean anything. Like the idea that we'll just run on that and then potentially get us all killed. It's like why? We should take the money. This is stupid.
Just take the 5 billion and run.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously,
So-
businessman, that only gets him half of the money that he needs.
It's
I
only
can
one vote,
understand why
too.
he would keep going.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So like, I'm okay with having him refuse, but the rest of them have to have fucking half a brain cell, right?
So,
You think so?
you would think so, but the voting begins. Gihun votes X. Player 353 votes O. Player 336 votes O. Myung-gi votes O. The baby is considered abstaining due to the inability to make decisions.
Interesting. Interesting.
Literally, they say this. Player 203, the Sparta kicker, votes O. Min-soo who's been chugging water this whole time, probably because of the drugs wearing off. And it's his time to vote now, and he votes X. The businessman votes O, and the last person says he would have voted O anyway. So the O's have it. Businessman raises a toast for them to do their best, but Gihun doesn't drink to it. And we're gonna skip some stuff because fuck it.
Right, I
now
was
in the
actually
top-
thinking, because we're in episode 4, like, third quarter, and I was just having the thought that I actually had at the time of watching the episode, how are there still 2 more episodes after this? What the hell is going to happen?
I was thinking that too. I was thinking the entirety of the last episode might just be resolutions for everything, or people dealing with island stuff, or like police raiding the island or something.
Hmm.
And then the next episode would be the entirety of the game. But like,
Not-
guys,
not-
we have skipped over a lot of the B and C plot. They
And
oof.
as was mentioned, there are problems with them. There are plenty of plot problems that
yeah.
happen, but it's just... I would rather
It's
just
not worth it.
conclude they're bad. They are very bad. It's just very bad, not good.
Oh, again, I do want us to talk about the demise of the manager guy because it's fucking funny.
It
Yeah,
is
we
funny.
But we're not there yet.
So the X players conspire with each other to vote out Gihun, the baby, and Min-soo. They agree to make a pact to only eliminate those 3 and walk away with 7.6 billion won each. They all put their hand in and agree on the strategy. One even says maybe it's a good thing that the baby showed up, which tactically might actually kind of be the case for the nature of this game, even though they don't really know what the details will be. So that night, in the common room, as they're about to all go and sleep, Gihun is approached by a manager who takes him to see the front man. He leads him to the front man's office, where the front man is, with his front man chair, front man drink, and he says to Gihun that he wants to give him a chance. And he gives Gihun a knife and says to kill the trash who wanted to kill the baby. And he could slit their throats as they sleep. Gihun asks why, and the front man takes off his mask and reveals that he is Hwang In-ho.
Whoa!
Oh my,
Oh my
holy
goodness.
crap. Now Gihun draws the knife and stands up, shocked at the revelation. He's angry. He's upset. It's this guy that was like my friend, that was my compatriot, that we spent time with and won games together. He's actually the front man. Holy crap. Well, the front man says that once Gihun kills the trash, there will not be enough players to complete the final game. So by the rules, the games will end, and he and the baby will get out alive. Frontman gives his word on this. Frontman says that killing the others before they can kill him is the best choice that he can make right now. And Gihun leaves angry, and the frontman asks if he still has faith in people. But Gihun says nothing. He exits the room and returns to the common room. And that is episode 4.
That is also pretty much all we get for those 2, right?
That is it.
Yes.
That's it.
I was distinctly disappointed with how they handled this. I thought season 2 did a really good job of getting us somewhere, and that this.
Yeah, invested in their relationship and
I already
how they
had a
see the
problem
world,
with taking Frontman out of the game early. I think that was a bad move. In retrospect, I
so too.
realize now that they had completely different goals, and that Frontman being in the game was kind of just we'll do that as a gimmick to keep people going until we get to the part we want to tell as a story. Whereas I'm sitting here like, that was the way more interesting thing that you did,
The
but okay.
story, that was a great idea.
And just the idea of
It really
having
was.
Frontman reveal himself in game 5 or 6 or something, it just feels like the drama would have been through the fucking roof. And there could have been so many things you could do. But,
Yeah, they don't have a chat.
well.
They don't talk. They don't have a discussion on the
No.
nature of the games, why they should exist, that they'll exist as long as people want to participate in them, that this is a bottom-up problem and people want to do this. And yeah, there's a lot of death, but this is something that people volunteer for, and for them the risk is everything. And they don't have any of these talks, no discussions, nothing. It's just he just gives them the knife and tells them what he can do, and
Yep.
that's it. It's done. It's over. So,
Yeah.
back in the common room, Gihun stands over the baby's cradle, and then he goes towards the sleeping O players as Frontman watches from the screen in his room. And the Frontman then has a flashback to when Ilnam, the old man, the founder of the games, is speaking to him while wearing a mask and has given the Frontman a knife and is making the same offer to In-ho that he just gave to Gi-hun. So, Gi-hun stands over the businessman, sleeping, and we see while this is happening a mirrored past between when In-ho took that knife and the offer from Il-nam and did stab the sleeping man in the neck. He stabbed him, and then he stabbed all the rest. He killed all of the sleeping players when he was given the knife and the offer was made to him. And we cut to Gi-hun contemplating stabbing the sleeping businessman. But as he puts the knife to the businessman's throat, he sees a vision of Andrew! Andrew's back, everybody! Not really. This is Kang Sai-byok. This is the lady who died in season 1 that we called Andrew as a joke. She was
remember.
stabbed in her sleep by the second contestant, Cho Sang-woo. And the vision of Andrew says not to do it. She says, "You are not that kind of person."
Wrong.
And the vision dissipates.
She is
So
It's a
wrong.
little bit awkward because he killed
He's
someone.
killed twice.
Yeah.
So,
The second time was more disconnected in a sense of like, well, maybe he wasn't doing it on purpose, but one of them is like hyper definitive.
As far as I'm concerned, they can't do this storyline anymore. It's locked out. You're gonna have to do something else. Because and if you want to get it such that he doesn't kill these guys, you need something different because he's already understood the nature of taking lives for the better, right? If you are definitively locked in, you know you and the baby are close to death right now. These fellas want to kill you. They just proved to you they will willingly fucking stomp that baby to death, as well as you. You've got the chance to save yourself. And if it's like, yeah, but this is a bit different because they're sleeping, I'd be like, you serious?
Fuck that.
You serious?
Yeah, like,
It makes
come
it
on.
good. Makes it
Like,
easier.
what is the notion in terms of being
Just-
present? Like they're trying to get a baby. Like these guys
are murderers.
Like, sorry.
These guys are
Yeah,
murderers.
They're done. it's over for them. So
Yeah,
the
yeah,
idea that
Morally,
we-
they're
fucking-
bought and paid for.
It would be horrible, it would be brutal, but it's gotta be done. You understand all the variables at this point. It sucks, but you've got to do it. And so, if the show was like, but he won't, I'd be like, okay, tell me why. It's like, because he's not that kind of guy. It's like, what do you mean? You can't make that argument. You already said he is.
He made a promise to protect the baby.
Well,
He's got
what
a
I'm-
moral job to do that he is committed to.
What I'm getting at is, first kill was out of a sense of revenge, right? Really angry and definitively. You could argue there's a tad bit of self-defense. Not really. It's mostly revenge. He was really pissed off. Second one was he needed to clear the bridge as soon as possible to save a woman. So you're like, okay, where are we going with this? How much further you go? And it's like, this one would be to save the life of an innocent baby. Like, what? Yeah, that's the most motivation you could have had out of the three.
It is at this point that I felt incredibly disappointed in his character, more than probably any other point that I really felt. I thought this is the obvious correct move is to kill them.
The other
Um,
problem is that they have now locked him in. A lot of writers do this because they're scared of making their main character do a particular thing. And so now, if he ends up... Because I was like, so then he's dead, right? What are you going to do? Contrivancely pull him out of having to make these difficult decisions? Superman style?
Well, yeah, of course that's
Of
going to be the
course,
case.
because that's the only thing left in your fucking toolbox.
Well, and the reality is the show is just not reliably good enough that you can rule that out as a possibility. Unfortunately, it's much more likely that the show will essentially use contrivances to get where they want to go because they've done it before.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, it's reliably bad enough to expect that. And this is a guy who's been through the games before. He knows how they work. He knows what the likelihood is that the last time it ends up one-on-one, the likelihood is it ends up lots and lots and lots of people who still inevitably will die at some point. He will be presented with this choice again in a less controlled circumstance with a higher risk of failure. I guess it's fine to kill people in the course of a game, but not here. Reasons.
This is what I mean.
It's
He's
fine
not
to choke a guy out to death, basically
out of
for
revenge.
not even out of self-preservation, because he's going to kill himself right afterward. That was just so that that guy doesn't get to live anymore. Meanwhile, you got like these psychos here, and you got to try and protect the baby. Like the notion that's like, oh well, that would be like a moral wrong. It's like, dude, these guys are insanely evil.
And that's the thing,
Kill
right?
them.
If he did it, and then frontman said, like, to me, for example, he'd be like, "See, we're no different." I'd be like, "Whatever. I was saving a baby. Like, what did you do?" I think it's more about not giving frontman the satisfaction. You think sacrificing a baby's worth that? Do you think that's in his character?
That's insanely
worse.
egotistical.
That's the worst argument.
That's really awful. Like, well, I'm not going to let you get the win, so I'm just going to put this baby's life in jeopardy in order to prove a point to you. What a stupid decision to make. That's
Because the
profoundly
point-
dumb.
You could make the case the other way. He's already proven a point to the
Yeah.
front man in the sense that he's forced him to change and bend the rules of his game, which
He's-
is supposed to be sacrosanct, in order to make his point. Like he's already accepted the premise that there are some human qualities he cannot control within the rules of the game. He's just done that by making you this offer.
Frontman did a bunch of killing, and he runs the games, and so he's like, it's a little bit more complicated than Mr. Paragon thinks it is. He's already got him to kill 2 people. He's won.
By
So the idea that it's like, well, I'm not going to kill him because then you'd be right. He's already right. What do you mean? Because it was never tough for me to buy that there would be scenarios in which not only would I choose to kill somebody, but so would Guion. He was obviously going... You can write it in lots of ways, but he was eventually going to have to kill someone. I didn't think they would open with a revenge kill. I thought they would build it up where he has to choose an act, like in Mingle, for example, like choosing between 2 people in a room, grabbing one and throwing them out of the room, that sort of thing, where it's like, oh shit, yeah, I guess you killed them. Like, so that you could say something a little bit more morally complicated. But like, they had him kill for revenge first. It's like, you're done. That's it. You've killed. So yeah, not a fan of this at all, and I think it's cope from the writers having her show up and be like, "You're not a killer." It's like, yeah, he is. Like, it's silly. Stop it. Get help.
McDonald's wants you to be all you can be.
Yeah, and this is not all you can be. Kill those Hitlers.
No.
That's right. Kill them. Kill the Hitlers. You've failed if you don't. But yeah, he decides not to kill them because he's wrong.
As someone mentioned, the Penguin went through with doing the hard shit. It's like, yeah, and that show kicks ass. It really committed to a lot of dark shit that was the reality of the situation, right? More of those.
Even though, didn't the writer of this show say that he was he said something about the idea of not necessarily doing a happy ending, but like the ending that the story should have. And it's just funny that he says this when it's like, look at the story that you've written though. Like, you don't really, this is something you say, but not something that you consistently do.
Save that baby.
Unfortunately, Gihan does not save the baby. He allows the Hitlers to live. He'll sacrifice 1,000 Hitlers before he lets this child live.
He'll save
Or
1,000 Hitlers.
I'll save 1,000 Hitlers before I let this child live. Is what he says. So, the common room lights turn on to awaken all the players. We skip a bunch of bullshit, and then the players arrive in the next game. So,
Oh my god, there's so much bullshit.
there really is. Boof! All that that gets done. Don't worry about it. So, the players arrive in the next game. Think of a massive room underground. It is think of an absurdly large room with
Or you could
three.
look at the screen.
Oh yeah, yeah. I guess you could.
Well, I mean, I guess.
Imagine looking at the screen. But yeah, there's three huge columns: a circle, a triangle, and a square. And they have elevators that run through the center of them with little poles at the top, right? So they get into the yellow square column, and then they take the elevator upwards to the top. The final game, the announcer says, is Sky Squid Game. Maybe it translates better.
Did you want to do the manager's death before or in line? Sorry, like after the episode's over, or when do you want to do it, basically?
I mean, it feels like we should probably get it out of the way now, right? So that then we can talk about the game on its own.
Sure. It shouldn't take too long. It's just funny.
Mainly, the only thing that I just want you to show everybody the part where he does the big leap in the air.
Well,
so to get everybody caught up really quick, No Eel has arranged for the father to get sent off the island in a boat, but she comes back to like get rid of his records, to destroy his records so that they can't find him or do anything with them again. So she goes to the manager, kidnaps him essentially, so that she can use his mask to go up to the top of the front man's room so he can get to the records. Okay. But then they fight in the elevator.
But already it's stupid. You don't need him. You just need his mask.
Just get the mask and then shoot him.
She keeps him, obviously, because we need a boss fight.
And it's the second time as well. It's the second time she takes him prisoner, because there's an earlier one which like she just appears in his bedroom and says, "Hey, do this shit for me," and he's like, "Okay."
Yeah.
The obvious question is why, and then she leaves, and then he just doesn't do it. That's what he should do, but he does it because the plot needs him to. This has happened again.
Well, they
It's
technically give a
twice.
reason. They give a little bit of a reason.
What's the reason they give?
So No Eel says it's better for both of us if we just slip away into the night, essentially, while the VIP's here, than if I'm around with and causing commotion. It's just simpler for everybody. So just let us go.
Then she goes
and that'll
back
be
to
that.
sleep in her bunk, so he could just send someone in to shoot her.
Oh yeah,
he could. But look, this plot is really bad. That's the thing. That's why we've been skipping.
I do wish
really
to impress upon people just that we would have spent way longer on this episode talking about it. It's just such a meaningless fucking series of events. Like it's just with saying like you should skip these scenes if you're gonna watch this show. And that like if you decided no, I'm gonna check them out. It's like be prepared. They're pretty bad. Like even their boss fight starting is just it's like a bell rings and it's like it's time for you guys to fight. It's like oh, okay, here we go. Ooh. Fighting.
So they struggle in the elevator, and the gun is dropped in the elevator during their fight. But their fight carries on into the front man's room. They fight. She gets stabbed a bit. She gets beaten up pretty badly. And then as he's monologuing, she crawls back towards the elevator and then hits the button to open up the elevator. And then when he realizes that she's going to get the gun that was just dropped and is still laying there on the floor of the elevator, he gets a knife and he runs towards her to stop her. And then as he's jumping to try and like stab her, like this is a fucking Soul Calibur game, she turns around with the MP5 and blasts him in the air. I
gotta try and make it as small as possible so the copyright. But it is funny as fuck. We burst out laughing seeing this.
It was very funny.
What an idiot! What a loser!
Now let's be clear. This funny moment was not worth 3 hours of the C plot happening where nothing happens. It sucks balls, but it was at least a little. Oh, okay. Well, that was funny. That was amusing, at least.
Someone said, "Is that it for front man?" It's like, no. This is manager Square. He's not
This is
front
the
man.
manager. Yeah, this is
Yeah.
the main manager.
You know
This
what
is the
this
guy
reminds
underneath
me
him.
of, but is obviously worse. You remember in Die Hard 2 when it's like the first big like shootout in the
Ooh,
film.
fuck.
It's when it's when like the special forces guys are heading over to a new terminal that's being built, and then the T-1000 is part of the bad guys, and they ambush them. And then John's there, and he starts fighting him, and he gets like pinned under some debris. And there's this one bad guy whose gun just keeps jamming, and so he leaps over onto like it's like the walkway escalator thing in the airport that just moves you faster.
Yeah.
He's on there, and he's gonna go get John, but then John activates it, and it starts moving the pistol towards him, and so the bad guy starts scrambling towards him to try and get the gun, and John gets it and blasts him as he's running towards him. Obviously, that's a good moment in a good movie. This is a funny moment in a bad storyline, but it
Yes.
reminds me of that.
I haven't seen Die Hard 2 in ages. I need to rewatch it.
Die Hard 2, it's not as good as the first one, and I don't think it's as good as the third one,
You
but it's
films are.
good. I like it. It's good.
So there, So that's him dying in the air. That's fun. Ba, 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 ba. Let's see here. Sky Squid's game. We can skip all that stuff. Fuck that. Boom. Okay, so the final game, Sky Squid Game. The players will play a pushing game on the pillars, one pillar at a time, essentially in 3 rounds. If you push one or more players off while they are alive, all remaining players will move on to the next round. And this happens on each tower. As the rules are being explained, Min Soo, who's going into like these drug withdrawals, he sees a person. That's a hard word to say. Withdrawal. It's a hard word to say.
Withdrawals?
Withdrawals.
Withdrawals.
Yeah,
Yeah,
withdrawal.
withdrawals. Yeah.
Why are you like flapping your
Withdrawals.
tongue? Withdrawals.
I'm not. Withdrawals. Withdrawals.
Withdrawals.
Withdrawals.
Okay, so if I try my American
Withdrawals.
voice, withdrawals? That's what you'd be saying?
Well, is it you because you want to take you withdraw things, but a withdrawal is you would have the ul, right? You would that be part of the withdrawals? Right?
Withdrawals.
Strange.
Yeah,
Strange word.
withdrawals. It's like it's always more of
Withdrawals.
an R than it is a second. Like the
Withdrawal.
W sounds more like an R.
Yeah, maybe.
All right.
So yeah, he's going into withdrawals, and he notices that there's a person's hand that's holding on to the ledge. And the hand is Thanos' hand. It's the hand of Thanos.
Thanos.
Holy shit. Thanos. He hears Thanos' voice call for Min-Soo, asking for help. He asks if he needs more pills, because if you do, he can give him some. Min-Soo reaches down for these phantom pills, and then Thanos changes into Nam-Gyu, who grabs Min-Soo's foot. Min-Soo tries to kick them off for a bit, until he snaps out of his drug-induced apparition, as the other players are discussing things, and he's just kind of in the corner freaking out like a weirdo. But
It was
yeah,
nice to
the
see
players-
Thanos, though.
It was actually nice to see Thanos. Yes, it was. So the players hit the button because there's a little button at the top of the pillar that will begin the game. Begins the countdown. They have 15 minutes to basically push one or more people off. Counter begins counting down, and they begin discussing. The businessman says that they need to be organized, and to avoid more than one person falling down, they should only push off one person per round. And the O players think to nominate who they should push off. One
But
says that they
another
should.
voting scene, another one.
Yes.
And this time it's a game.
And they do,
But this
as
is-
much as I think this is interesting, it does last a long time, each of the discussions. Like,
Yeah.
they don't streamline this. They keep all the fat.
Yep. Because one says they should kill the baby first, since it's unfair the baby gets credit for not earning it. And another says that, yeah, the baby can't play by...
They're
It's
Hitlers. Free the Hitlers.
yeah,
They're
okay.
Hitlers. No, it's
Yep.
a good thing that Gihun didn't stab them in their sleep
Yes.
and kill them. This is good.
I'm sure
This
he's
is
not
the
regretting
good
that decision
outcome.
whatsoever.
Yeah. At least Gihun can take the moral high road by saying, at least I'm trapped up here with these 5 Hitlers. So, yeah, another says, yeah, the baby can't play by itself or participate in voting. So, yeah, it's really, if you think about it, it's kind of fair if we kill the baby. And another one adds that, well, the baby doesn't have a mother, and it doesn't look like the father's around, not knowing that Myung-gi is here, is actually the father. So, really, who's going to take care of the baby? There's no hope for it ever making it, don't you think? So we should just kill it now. Myung-gi, however, says that they won't be able to push off the baby without also pushing off 456, Gi-hun. And if they all want to survive, they cannot push more than one person off per round.
I've got another potential. I don't know if this is. I think it is a problem. So let's hypothetically say that like they don't kill the baby, and like one of them walks off with the baby at the end. The baby doesn't have a bank account, but the person has the baby. Where does the money go? Wouldn't the baby maybe be like more valuable to have because like whoever emerges with the baby would theoretically have a means of getting all the baby's money as well because
That's a
anybody else.
thought, but obviously, I mean, to be honest with you, that may have been worth introducing that the baby represents a whole share, and so all of them want the baby. That's an angle. They are Hitlers,
Ooh, that
though.
would be interesting. Yeah. They are Hitlers, that's true. The baby is a middleman.
That actually really would have made this all more interesting if they simultaneously recognized getting rid of the baby because we're soulless, heartless demon people, but simultaneously keeping the baby, any one of us gets double the payout. That is a thing that would have been interesting to introduce, but oh well.
Yeah, or they agree
Yeah.
to split up the baby's amount with everyone else. Or the games are that the baby's family gets it as the next of kin or whatever. They have some rules for it if the baby lives, or it gets put into an account or something.
Yeah.
But none of that's ever brought up. So yeah, Myung-gi says that they should go for the easier target to push, which is Min-soo. They raise their hand to vote for it and agree and move to eliminate Min-soo, who starts he's getting pretty upset. He says he's sorry for voting X. He just wanted to live. He didn't do anything to deserve this. The O players cannot decide, however, who will try and go to push him off, because there is a lot of risk in being dragged with them or being put into a vulnerable position by the others. Myung-gi then pulls the pole out from the center of the pillar, because each pillar has a little pole sticking out the top, and he approaches Min-soo with a pillar and has an apparition. Min-soo, as this is happening, has an apparition of Se-mi in front of him, to whom he apologizes with tears in his eyes. The apparition holds out her hand and says, "Come with me," and he reaches out to take her hand, but Myung-gi thrusts the pole forward as Min-soo is having this little withdrawal vision moment, and he shoves Min-soo off of the ledge, and Min-soo perishes when he strikes the bottom. So that's Min-soo
Minsoo's
done.
like just kind of like
Yeah.
kind of how I feel about the character. It's like nothing jumps out as being dramatically wrong with the character.
I get it, yeah.
Obviously, the
the guilt
character
he
serves a
carries
certain role in the story as kind of this, essentially a weak man who, essentially, these are the consequences of that. And it's like, yep, that's all fine. It's just not particularly interesting.
Yeah, he's not that interesting. He's fine.
It's fine.
By killing, he gets one over
okay.
on Namgyu by taking the drugs and throwing it out there.
I suppose a noteworthy thing is that he is a character that escapes the season without being assassinated, which is not something that can necessarily be said for other more important characters than him.
Broadly achieved by drugs. Like whenever you give a character drugs, writers are like, I can do whatever I want with this one now.
That's the get out of free. Yeah, it's like any possibility is fine because they make you irrational or something. So
I mean, he imagined,
the
girl he's felt complete guilt over is in front of him just at the moment where he's about to be pushed off. So he, what I mean? It's like, well, yeah, okay.
Yeah,
that's how that goes.
Okay, sure. he made it to the end of the game. You know, he made it to the last one of all the characters to make it
Well,
to the last one. I don't know, man.
had you said that to us post season 2 or even halfway through season 2, we'd just be like, why? Like, to the
Also, I guess
writer,
that means
why
they're
would
gonna do
you?
some big stuff with him in the next season, right?
Also, my
So
god, sorry, I just had a fucking PTSD flashback. The amount of fucking time we spend watching her get rid of files. Oh my god. It is
Yeah.
so
oh yeah, she
unnecessary.
finds
I know
Slowly
what
she
it
finds the file
means.
downstairs.
for
And again, it's really awkward because we as viewers have seen this before.
Yes, we
We've
have.
seen the slowly venture into the office, start discovering all of the files about Squid Game, read through it. Like, we don't need to. Obviously, you could say, well, it's a different character's reaction, but her reaction isn't any different from. There's nothing particularly novel about her interaction in this area. It's just seeing stuff that we've seen before
she's a
for
boring,
a very
flat
long
character.
time.
Yeah, she sucks.
Yeah, it's
so
just pretty boring.
all you
Yeah.
had to do was when this is like one of fucking 4 ridiculously long scenes. All you need to do is start the scene up with it's like pitch black and a lighter creates the light in the area or whatever, drops it to the floor, the fire starts, and she leaves, and the camera makes sure we see that she's holding a folder or whatever, so that we know that whatever information she's gonna gain, because she seems to hang around and read a bunch of shit, right? Like you can be like, ooh, what's that all about? Like, achieved in basically 10 seconds what they take
Man.
about half an hour to do.
You know what? I'm just having a thought about. I feel like this new era of prestige television, if you want to call it that, the creators of these shows have gotten entirely too comfortable with wasting dramatically limited time compared to television shows of yesteryear that were 22 episodes a season and generally shorter runtime because they had to fit within the confines of network television. Now, it can be any length you want, and for some reason that has yielded some really bizarre outcomes. One, a lot of shows are just much shorter. Sometimes you have episodes that are ridiculously short, like 30 minutes for what should be an hour-long season episodes consistently across the season, and just way too much of a willingness to spend a ridiculous amount of time on characters like walking through an area slowly. It's not
And
you are no-
something that you can
Yeah,
relegate
you are
to
no
one
Ridley
particular
Scott with
company
Alien.
either.
You think
No.
you're tension building or
Well, yes,
atmosphering
I think
or
that's
something?
the
You
logic. It's like you're doing something because you're having stuff that plays out where characters aren't talking, which must mean it's good. When in a lot of cases it is just superfluous information. You know, we don't need to see. It's like it's kind of funny because with shit movies, a lot of the time people will point out we don't need to see a character like going from point A to point B if there's nothing very interesting. But if the camera's better and the lighting is better, that tricks people out of that mindset compared to if it just looks worse. Like, it is funny because we've said it before, but people who believe themselves to not be superficial with their engagement in media tend to be the most easily won over by essentially superficial stuff, which is just nicely composed and well lit shots, regardless of what it is that they're being shown.
You will
It's
get
funny you
responses from
mention.
people like that saying, like, there's more to film than story. Like, you should be able to appreciate shot composition. You should be able to appreciate lighting. So, I do appreciate all of those things. But
Yeah.
like, at the same time, it's not a zero-sum game. It's not lighting,
And they're
shot
not the
composition,
story.
or story.
Yeah.
It tends ideally to be both. If you, like, counter example, Cyril walking through Gorman on Andor, which is like a quiet moment, like before he picks up the spider. There's a huge amount of mise-en-scène storytelling which is happening around it. It looks wonderful. It's well shot. No one's saying anything, but the story is progressing quite dramatically. You're seeing a lot of consequences of past information. You're seeing like the current state of the world. You're seeing set up for like the transition between Gorman as it was and Gorman as it now is. Like, you can do all of this shit and frame it beautifully, and you can make it look wonderful and be a wonderful piece of visual filmmaking whilst also telling a really important story with every second that you have, because that's what you should be aiming for, right?
You bring up movies, and a lot of people's theory was these prestige, quote unquote. A lot of people take when you say prestige to mean you think they're good. It's like, obviously we're not saying they're good. It's prestige more so refers to like this new age of television that's supposed to, well, big budget, and also
cinematic.
they're presented in a way that TV just never was before. Like they're the kind of thing. It's like, you gotta see this. This
And
is fucking
packaged with
quality.
it is a sense of that this is the, like, think about it this way. You go back 20 years ago, the kinds of shows that were winning Emmys were like normal television shows on networks. Like
Yeah.
24 won an Emmy, you know, like that's a Fox television series. Now it is like exclusively relegated for shows made by like HBO, Netflix, FX, like these sorts of, it's the only thing that exists. Like I don't think that there's a single 22 episode season of television that has been like nominated or won an Emmy for like 10 years at this point. It is now firmly, it's like these shows essentially exist on a different, in a different realm than like typical network television. If you understand what I mean by that.
Why I wanted to bring up movies though is that a lot of these shows, especially the single season ones, and this applies to so many that we've actually covered, does it not feel like they had a movie's worth of story to tell, and then they stretched it the fuck out, cut it at arbitrary points, and involved a whole bunch of extra shit that means nothing? It's like, yeah, this season, wipe out the 3 pointless plot lines and shore up and lean out the actual main plot line. You've got a movie, a solid one.
You have a movie. It'd be a long movie, but it would be a movie nonetheless.
I think if
2.5
you
hours.
shortened all the games, just cut out a bit of the fluff in them, tighten them up, you'd probably get about a 3-hour movie. I think you could fit it in.
Yeah. Which that is not the way that television. Again, 24. You can't condense 24 into a movie. That show, by its design, needs to play out over the course of several episodes. And the same applies for a whole variety of different shows, serialized, semi-serialized, compared to this era now, where, you know, Ironheart, that's, you know, because that, as much as you might be like, what, prestige television? Like, yeah, remember, this is not, look, all right, it doesn't mean it actually is good. It's just to describe a genre, and that show belongs to that genre, and that show does not have enough content in it to sustain 6 episodes, which is a short season of television. It's as short as you can get, essentially, before it starts to become a little bit silly to be a television series at all.
Well, we'll have to settle with the 6 that we got here. It is
Yeah.
wild that you'd get seasons of TV that had 20 plus episodes in them. You think of the Star Treks and everything, and
That was just
those
normal.
episodes really
Yeah.
were, yeah. Those episodes were not. They weren't like full of filler and stuff. Every scene had a purpose. There was a
They,
reason for everything.
I'm telling you,
well, yeah,
man.
even the episodes people say are filler, you know.
Angel season 5 is you look at it and you're like, how did that even happen? It's just fucking 9 to 11 out of 10s throughout, and it's
And
all
you're
in one
turning
season.
around these episodes in like a week, you know.
It's
Like
insanity.
meanwhile, you got these shows now that have like principal photography that last like 5 months for 6 episodes of TV.
So, with Minsu off the ledge, the timer beeps, and a platform slides out for them to walk onto the next pillar. And at that next pillar, Myung-gi tells the businessman to not press the starting button yet until they separate Gi-hun from the baby. They quickly do a vote to kill the baby,
Yep.
and then they try to get him, separated, Gi-hun separated from the baby. But Gi-hun says that if they kill them both, they will have to kill one among themselves in the next round. 203 then presses the button, and he says he doesn't care anymore, just push them both off.
So that's fun when you just have some retard that sabotages a really workable system because he's insane. Oh, well, I'm crazy. I don't want to talk. Let's just
Fuck
make
it, I
things
don't care
harder for
anymore, just
ourselves.
push him off. I won't be the next one. So
Especially
as
if you've already killed off, like you had characters whose job it was to be the insane one, and you killed them. So, like having another one now because you suddenly remembered you need that function doesn't really work in the same way. Like, you could have just kept Thanos for this. That would have been fun.
Yeah. Could have kept all the characters, you know.
Yes.
The Hitlers.
Nah, why would we do that?
So, yeah, 353, one of the O players, advances on Gi-hun and the baby with the pole. But Gi-hun gets in his head and he says, "Hey, look, you can push if you can manage to. Listen, they're already scheming behind your back. It'll probably be your turn next. Look, they're whispering behind your back." So, 353, he relents. He brings the pole back. He steps back. And they're kind of about to all get into a tussle, an argument, but 203 says that Gi-hun is bluffing. He'll give up the baby if he's about to be pushed. But Myung-gi has an idea. They start playing rock, paper, scissors, trying to decide something. We're not exactly sure, but they're all playing rock, paper, scissors. This is all the O players are playing rock, paper, scissors in a circle. Rock, paper, scissors, da 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 da, and they're narrowing it down. They're trying to decide something. And then one of them loses. And so they all take off their jackets and then they tie them together as a sort of rope. And the person who lost the game of rock, paper, scissors is essentially in the front with the jacket rope tied around his waist. And he goes with the pole. Myung-gi holds the pole to the side, and the loser of the rock, paper, scissors goes to push Gi-hun off the ledge, right? So the game is essentially to decide who's in the front of the row. They then say that they're going to draw lots for the next game to convince Gi-hun to come closer to the middle, but Gi-hun says that they're how about you bring me the strips that they'll use to draw? And the businessman says, "Oh, sure, sure. Let me just count the strips here, count the lots, so we make sure we've got enough for everybody." But it's just a distraction because the man in front, 336, he charges forward. 336, he charges forward with the jacket as the rope around him. But Gi-hun takes the knife that he's got. Remember, he's still got that knife that the front man gave him, and he cuts the jacket rope that was holding him as sort of like a little safety measure. And then he holds 336 at knife point at the ledge as Myung-gi approaches with the pole. Now 336 begs not to be killed. Says it wasn't my idea. It wasn't my idea. I didn't want for any of this to happen. But Myung-gi runs in and pushes off 336 with the pole instead of Gi-hun and the baby. And he tells Gi-hun that he's on his side. So, that's that taken care of. Bit of subversion there, a bit tense and whatnot,
Yeah, I think
The remaining...
I was just sort of fine with this. I was kind of watching it like this is better than not having television to watch, I guess.
Yeah, it's all right.
I think
what
was it's all the stuff we've lined out. It's like it was losing me a bit because I already figured what the ending was going to end up, and there's so few characters that I care about the conflict with. Again, it sounds like a meme, but it truly is.
Yeah, like
good guy, confusing but pretty much bad guy, and then Hitler's. It's very like
Yeah, it really. We needed someone to care about here who wasn't
Yeah.
Gi-hun and the baby. It really was. Like you essentially have like 5 red shirts that you can dispense with as you wish for tension or drama or whatever, but I don't care who they are. So, okay, you know. Yep. So the remaining O players then decide that they will draw lots for the next person to be pushed off. But Myung-gi says to Gi-hun that that those guys, they outnumber them. They can't be trusted. He says that they're still trying to protect the baby since the baby is his. He finally reveals that Myung-gi he reveals that he is the father. The others are incredulous. But Myung-gi asks why else would he push off the man instead of the pair? So I guess he's trying to say, see, I am the baby. Why else would I have pushed him in 336 instead of the pair of people? Gi-hun asks why he's doing this now. It took him so long for him to reveal it and to, finally step up. And Myung-gi says that his plan was to get out of here with Jun-hee, but she didn't trust him. Myung-gi says that they have weapons. We've got the pole, we got the knife. So those guys, they outnumber us, but they won't be able to really mess with us. And Myung-gi says that they can even be able to choose who to eliminate. I guess he thinks that they could use their weapons, the pole and the knife, to be able to get an edge on somebody. But he asks Gi-hun to believe him. He really does want to protect the baby. But right after he says this, they notice that the O players start beating the shit out of player 39.
Just
They start punching him and
wanted to highlight how awful the VIP dialogue still is, by the way. Where he's
oh
like,
yeah,
you have the father, the mother, and the baby all in the same game.
Oh my, who knew?
Wow, it's like a Marvel superhero.
Whoa!
Whoa! Oh yeah, so the O players start beating the crap out of one of the O players, 39. And the businessman says they'll go to the next pillar, we'll drag this guy we beat up with us, and we'll push him off. And they even break his leg, and all they have to do is carry him over. But Gihan approaches them and takes pity on the beaten man and says this isn't the solution. Gihan says they'll draw lots, it's fair and square, but leave the baby out of the draw. The three O players they're kind of talking about how little sense it makes. Just throw this guy off the ledge, he's defenseless. But 203 rushes Gihan and they start struggling with the knife, while 353 starts to fight Myung Gi with the pole. Now in the fight, 203, as they tussle, 203 gets stabbed by Gi Hun with that knife, and he's killed there on the top of the pillar. And 353, when he's struggling with the pole in Myung Gi, gets knocked off of the ledge. So we've gotten rid of two Hitlers. Boom, boom.
And to be clear, one of them was Mega Hitler. Like, he made loads of things happen, and now he's just dead. Like, you understand, he only existed, he was injected into the story to push plot. He's just like that retard in Alien Romulus and loads of other films where you just have to have this fucking aggressive, idiot, loser, shallow character that doesn't matter for anything other than putting other characters that the writers actually care about in danger. Be it in a scenario or whatever character action. I'm fucking exhausted of this shit. Like, you had two other major thug characters that you just killed arbitrarily to replace them both with the shallowest of all the thug characters who then just dies once he's served his purpose. Lame. Lame.
It's very lame, especially because each one of those slots could have been taken up by someone else, a more dedicated villain from the beginning, or someone we actually care about. Both would be pretty neat.
Yep.
But instead, they're just mooks, red shirts to be killed off, and two of them are killed right here.
Dropping
So
Hitlers
Myung
like
approaches-
flies.
Yep, Hitlers are dropping like flies in this show. Myung approaches businessman with the pole, who says that there's 5 left, and they did the businessman says, "Oh, hey, there's only 5 of us left, and actually, you did a good thing taking the pair out. Yeah, you did a really good thing. They were crazy." But still says that they should take the beaten man up, the beaten up man, and toss him over for the next pillar. Because if they do, they'll each get 11.4 billion won. But Myung Gi says that actually they'll get 15.4 billion with you gone. And Myung Gi uses the pole and pushes the businessman off the ledge. And he's dead.
Which is really short-sighted because
Yeah.
you should be able to anticipate the less numbers you have, the more risk it increases. Businessman was obviously going to cooperate up until you... Basically, what I'm saying is, if you're evil, or even close to evil, you shouldn't be wanting to get rid of Businessman immediately. You should be like, let's wait until we're at the next place, because at least killing you then actually just fulfills the requirement.
Yep, you just have to push one person off. So you want to have as much, extra people as possible. I mean, money is... You already got so much fucking money. At this point, realistically, does one more person really matter? But you want to have as many options as possible.
Didn't feel much poetry there for Businessman's death. I know someone will be like, well,
Nope.
he tried to negotiate his way out of it, but still died. It's like, yeah, I guess.
Yeah.
That's not really doing
I
much
would've
for them, is it?
I would have liked something a bit more, fitting, maybe drawn out, maybe. I just really wanted to see that
Well,
bastard die in a spectacular way.
You want a Burke death where he is only by the numbers, a company man, and he makes a whole bunch of decisions that lock the heroes away to die, but he ends up locking himself in a room with a monster that kills him. That kind of thing. Like, your calculations killed you.
He creates his own downfall.
Yeah. But this one was just, I mean, he tried to negotiate his way out of being executed and he failed. It's like, yeah, okay.
Yeah, yep. So the second round, it ends. Yeah, it's done. But 039, the guy who was beaten up, he has crawled to the ledge, and he says basically they can figure it out amongst themselves, and he drops himself off the ledge.
Yep.
I
had a feeling this was going to happen because the most interesting thing, of course, like literally, I think it was before they killed Businessman. It was like, so he's dead. The other guy is not going to let them use him as a sacrifice.
No way.
And then of what happens in the final platform. Pretty easy to predict. And what then would be the final decision. And you sort of, it all gets backed up by the notion of what's happened in this season. You're like, oh, that's why everything's been weird, because you've been pushing for this payoff, this one very big important payoff that I'm not sure the season's damage was worth it, guys.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's how they've decided to use their writing to engineer this sort of thing happening. The guy just basically says, "I won't be your lunchbox," essentially to throw off the ledge. Goes off, and now that remains is only Gihan, the baby, and Myung-gi. Those are the three that we have left. We're down to three.
Wiped out all the Hitlers, even though there's kind of a Hitler left technically, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, sort of. So, how far do I have to scroll until we get to the A plot? So, Myung-gi, this is episode 6. It's entitled Humans Are
Horses.
Hitlers.
Humans are Hitlers. So, Myung-gi asks if the baby is okay. And Gihan and Myung-gi start to move to the next pillar. But Myung-gi crosses first and he pulls out the pole. But before Gihan can cross with the baby, Myung-gi stands at the other edge, and he's pointing the pole at him. And he tells Gihan to give him the baby. The announcer's voice then says that the bridge will break in 5 minutes. Gihan then begins to cross with the baby in hand, saying that if they can't make it across, they'll all die. And Myung-gi threatens, then we'll all die together.
Yeah, so Hitler, yeah.
That's yeah, basically. Gihan says that he will be he says he basically will volunteer to be the eliminated player of the three, but Myung-gi doesn't believe him. He thinks that it's a lie just to get across the bridge. Myung-gi says, "Do you know how I ended up here? I got screwed over by bastards like you." And which is obviously not true, because the reason that he's here is because he lost all of his money and his entire reputation because of MG Coin, a cryptocurrency scam.
Yeah, he's like Boogie.
That he pulled on a lot of people. Yeah, essentially. Yeah, he really is. So even now, Myung-gi is trying to find other reasons for why he's here. He's blaming other people. Gihan says that he made a promise to Jun-hee to protect the baby. But Myung-gi becomes paranoid and asks him, why did he make the promise? Why have you been talking to her like I saw you doing? Did you know her before the games? But obviously, yeah, Gihan says, yeah, basically snap out of it. This is stupid. But then he sets down the baby on the bridge and he begins to step back. And Myung-gi takes the baby with the pole, because the baby's in like this little sling made out of the jacket, and he lifts it up with the pole and brings it to his pillar, all while Gihan steps back while this is happening to the body of 203, where the knife is still inside. Yeah, because Myung-gi doesn't notice this. How very fortunate that,
Yeah.
that Myung-gi doesn't notice this knife that's just sticking there. This obvious weapon was just there in the guy's back the whole time. Hmm. Now, as the bridge starts to retreat and pull back, Gihan jumps across to the next pillar where Myung-gi is and confronts him, and they begin to fight. Now, in the tussle, the pole is lost over the edge, but the button has yet to be pressed,
Which was
to
driving
begin
me insane.
the round.
Because I knew they weren't allowed to press the button for the story, and I was like, you guys suck. Both of you would press it. It's the obvious thing to do.
Of course you would.
Because that's the thing. They both know they need to press it for this to work. They have to. They both have very good reasons for wanting to do it, and it's the baby, funnily enough, for both. But they don't because, yeah.
That's right. It is very frustrating. Myung-gi then takes the baby and he holds it over the edge. He says, "Oh, don't come any closer. I'll do it. I'll drop this baby. I will. I'll be just as Hitler as they are."
I'm a mega Hitler. Like, don't test my Hitler.
I'm all of those Hitlers combined. He tells Gihan to throw the knife down. And Gihan does. And when Myung-gi goes to get the knife and set down the baby, Gihan wraps up his forearm in his jacket as at least some kind of protection, and they begin to fight once more. Gihan takes a slash.
The button.
Yep, we're not doing that. We have fights to fight.
Just to be
Now
clear,
he
because someone has
takes
said like, "Well, you're in a stressful thing." It's like, no, the point being made is that is what's making it stressful. The nature of the rules of this whole fight, that would be on your mind. It's not something you'd forget. The button not being pressed means everyone dies. So, you gotta be. That should be on your highest point of priority. Is what I'm saying.
Yep. So Gihan takes a slash to the chest, but then he's stabbed in the arm. And in the fight, as they're tussling, they both fall off the ledge, but Gihan is able to hold on to some of the little like rebar at the top. Well, fortunate that's there.
Hmm.
As Myung-gi holds onto a jacket that's in Gihan's other arm. But the jacket rips from the weight, and Myung-gi falls to his death.
But
Yeah.
the button wasn't pressed, so we all know what happens next.
That's
Yeah.
right. Gihan then notices when he climbs up that the button hasn't been pressed. Oh no. Gihan approaches the button, presses it, begins the final game, and a 10-minute countdown begins. He takes the baby in his arms and stands at the edge of the pillar, looking to the window where the VIPs are watching. And after a while, he looks at the baby, kisses it on the forehead, and sets it down on the pillar. Gihan looks to the camera, to us. He looks to the camera and he says, "We are not horses. We are humans. Humans are." And then he falls off the side of the pillar.
It would just
To
be
his
much more
death.
forceful if like
Yep.
he hadn't had to basically kill everyone else before he got to make that point. Like everyone else is dead.
Yeah.
We are not horses. You're the only one here.
It was
So
a, it
what
was
does
a
that mean?
team of mega Hitlers, and he's like, human life is precious. It's like, none of them thought so, and none of them were precious. You know what I mean? You might have wanted to... Man, if only there was a set of characters we could have kept for this portion of the game that could better have made that point, through actually all of them giving themselves up in order to not kill the baby. Could have done something like that, but instead you just made it about everyone is trying to selfishly kill each other. To the point where I think something's broken here. Like, they generate their own little mini games of Squid Game, so to speak, in this big Squid Game to kill each other. You understand what I'm saying? It's like, that's obviously deliberate, but I feel like it makes the opposite point.
Yeah, it's like if you would have killed the bad people, the good people would have won. They were unrepentantly evil. They were Hitlers, and now you're dead. And uh, mm,
By the way, this is so very disliked by the majority of the fan base. It's memed on. Him saying we're not horses. I was looking at the trailer for Alice in Borderlands Season 3, and loads of the comments were making fun of this. Like saying basically, like, please don't fuck it up as bad as Squid Game. Please don't have main character say we are not horses and then fall off a cliff. Please don't have it all be about a baby. That sort of shit. I was just like, damn. Like, people were very fucking unhappy with this. And I think I want to give some credit. I think it does go beyond just the idea that my main favorite character died. It's like, I don't think it's that. I think it is the context of this is very unsatisfying. And
yeah, because the idea of
Just how
Gihan
we got here.
sacrificing himself to save someone else is like that as a concept is something that I would totally be
Yeah,
down with and fine with if the scenario was appropriate for him doing that and how we got here wasn't retarded. Unfortunately, that does not seem to be the case.
It's a case of this must have been the idea from the start.
yes.
For like what it was all going to be about, and it was a matter of how do we get there. And it's like, man, you made a lot of wacky choices to get to that ending.
It seems to me even the conception of season 2 and 3 put together, post season 1 not even having a story. What point do you want to make? What is the most precious and innocent version of any given human life? It's like a baby. What if we had a baby born in the game? And then what if everybody died in order for that baby to make it, because the baby couldn't possibly fight for itself, so it has to be the result of everyone else making choices. And it's funny because I'd be like, okay, and how are you going to do that? It's like mega Hitlers everywhere, basically, instead of good people. And then this brings in something that I find a bit awkward to talk about, because of I feel like you should be more careful with this sort of thing, but a lot of people killing themselves in this season. And it's like, why are you doing that? Like, what point are you really making? It's as we've been over a couple of them, they're not very meaningful, and a lot of them are in the face of way better choices, and they're not even, I hesitate to say, done because the character is broken mentally. They're done because the character's like, oh well, GG, may as well kill myself.
Yeah.
It's like, no, don't do that. Jesus.
The closest you get to a broken character is the old
The
woman,
mum,
the
yeah.
old mother. Like, but,
Oh,
and
yeah.
even then, it's still she's not really broken enough. I don't think for her
No,
to have
no,
made
not
that
at all.
decision.
And
The others are just kind of nihilistic, which I think
These are
is
the
the
most
problem. It's not like suicide for noble sacrifice reasons. It is suicide because one of them couldn't be bothered to try and jump. One of them decided someone else should take care of the baby because she was sad. One of them decided that he didn't want to be a lunchbox. And one of them, who was the other one? I'm missing the suicide. There's more.
the
Uh,
Jun-hee, the mother,
he
no,
did the mother.
she couldn't be bothered to jump.
the old
The
lady.
point
Oh,
is that
So there's
yeah,
the
none
old
of
yeah,
them
lady,
yeah.
have a
Jun-hee.
good reason to do it.
Yeah. It's a little hard to not notice that there's several, and that they didn't write them particularly meaningful to the point where a lot of people come away with, and I can't say it's unfair as an interpretation of, man, this was fucking apathetic. Yeah, I really hesitate to use the word nihilism because I think it gets spread around on a lot of media
Yeah.
that wants to explore darker stuff. But this one, it is bordering. It's like, you guys, you needed more good shit to back this up. Like, because holy shit, man. Like, it's getting pretty rough in this story, you know what I'm saying?
A valid exploration of darker themes, one that was actually aiming to make a point about cynicism, would have very clearly and unambiguously shown you that the games were forcing them to make this decision. That would be different. That wouldn't be nihilistic, and it would be an exploration of the darker side of this reality. But the games didn't do that because they all have eminently better options available to them, or at least to try first before falling back to it. The reason I'd say it's nihilistic precisely is that there are better options available. None of those better options are taken, and it is done because the characters just don't have any further use in the story. In which case, that kind of is nihilism, right? It's just like, well, I guess it's time for me to die. Why? Because it is. Okay, then.
Well, the
Goodbye.
mum
Off she goes.
to have hanged herself after knowing there's a innocent life that desperately needs care that she recognized the value of, but somehow concludes that life is meaningless to live. It's like, that's nihilistic, is it not? Like,
Yes.
like, how could it not be categorized that way? The other ones, there needs to be a bit more of, like, with that one, I'm squarely hitting the writers on, like, you fucked up huge with that one. The mother, you know, dropping herself off, it's like, yeah, you guys fucked up a little, and I don't know that you even know. Like, that one I can believe they thought they had it right, because they're like, no, she had no choice. And you're like, no, she did, though, but you guys just don't really see it, because you suck. There's just different degrees of all of it, and yeah, I don't know. Not quite what I was looking for the end, but this is what happens when you have to rush it, I guess.
Rush, but it's like 3 years.
They had to, well, I don't know what to say, man. I just, you know,
Nearly 4 years at this point. You know, with it all said and done. But I mean, yeah, it's kind of inexplicable, isn't it?
yeah.
In a
Also,
sense.
I think that's a good point in chat. I almost want to say, like, if you had a story that addressed nihilism, you know, and portrayed it and then responded to it or whatever have you, like, that can still be very engaging and excellently written. This is a kind of nihilism that's more so knocking on at the point, which is that the story was meaningless. As in, like, so many of these payoffs are just like, what was the point of that? Why did you do that? And the only answers you can draw are just the writers being confused.
Well, now I guess we're kind of in the resolution of everything now.
Yep.
That we have our winner. Um yeah,
Yes,
so
because ultimately the detective storyline, the whole point of it, if you're like, well, what was the point of it? The whole point was that they get to the island with like a big force to take the
Coast
island, which
Guard,
means the
yeah.
island gets blown up. Like,
Well,
Yeah,
essentially, the detective finding the island brings about the end of the game
they have
around
a
about the same time that the game ends.
Dr. Evil level self-destruct of my evil villain island because they found us, sort of thing. But I mean,
Yeah, there's a Coast Guard boat coming, so they have the whole island rigged with explosives, and they set it off, and it explodes. The island explodes. How there's a ferry though that all the vans that were used by the Squid people to get players from the mainland, they've been put on the ferry, and the ferry takes off into the fog with all the workers still on it. And I mean, the Coast Guard's here. They blow up the island. No eel. She was gonna kill herself, but then she heard the baby crying, and that like changed her mind, and so she got on the ferry with the rest of them to get back to the mainland. Uh, I mean, it's almost like what do you well say? I guess
did
we
we
can just
do?
go point by point.
I know we may have talked about it when we summarized it. I just want to be clear because of how stupid it is. It deserves re-mentioning. But the two brothers that met up with each other post-season, or at the end of season 1, meet up with each other once again, and nothing happens.
Yeah, I mean, so the front man goes up in the elevator to go get the baby from the top of the pillar, and as he's holding the baby, the Detective Wang has entered into the facility, has gotten himself into the front man's room, and then is looking at the front man as front man's on the pillar with a baby, and he says, "Inho, why? Why did you do it?" But front man just ignores him,
Yep,
and that's it.
Yeah.
That's it. That's
unbelievable.
actually it. That's it.
The entire detective plotline was fucking pointless. All 3
Yeah.
seasons.
It'd be worth even like trying to tally up the amount of time spent
Yeah.
on it, and this is the payoff. It's just, hey, why did you do thing? No answer.
No answer. He just gets ignored. So, the island has been exploded. Um, yeah. So we cut to the next scene. There's a figure in a dark hallway, and he's walking down some kind of hotel floor, and he shoots the door to get it to open with his pistol, and he finds a massive stash of money inside. It's the big stash of Gihun's money
He's gonna
that he won
take
from the
it.
first
It's
Squid
not
Game.
his.
Yep,
Or
he's gonna take it.
his. Are we sure it's a guy?
or it could be some sort of a robot creature,
Ooh, could be an
an
alien.
android. It is Asia. They're into that. They like their androids, you know? So, 6 months later, we cut to 6 months later. Okay?
Not a
No,
reassuring thing to see. 6 months later, really?
Not
6
really,
months
but
later.
yeah.
We'll just go down the list. No Eel is having her picture drawn by the father, right? Who she was able to get out of the games at
Yep.
the fairground where he works as an artist. And yep, the daughter with cancer doesn't have cancer anymore. Uh, she walks up and oh, Nail says she heard that about the daughters. I mean, it's almost like what because it's weird to get to the end of the No Eel plot and to just be like, "Yep, she got the father back, and the daughter doesn't have cancer anymore."
Yeah.
I don't actually really even know how the daughter got cured of cancer because all they say is that the father said it was she's all better now with everybody's help,
Yeah, I guess they raise money
and
or something.
I suppose so.
Alright.
I guess so. Yeah.
It's
So
very
that's good, you know.
very embarrassing storytelling of like, isn't it sad that there's a guy whose daughter has cancer, so he goes to Squid Games to try and raise money to do it, but there's one of the Squid Game workers who knows who they are, and so she gets him out, and then her cancer's solved by people raising money. A friend tells you that as their pitch for a story, you'd be like, what, does anything
So
happen? Like, is anything else in
So
there?
yeah, he's like, "What's the theme you're going for here? Is this some weird meta story or
Humans
something?"
are
But
great and nice, aren't they?
I'll just might as well just sum up all the no eel stuff. She gets a call from the broker who helps to connect people from North and South Korea, families and stuff like that, find people, and he gives her a lead that her lost daughter, may have been spotted in China. So she's going to go off in a jet plane, to fly to China and try and find her daughter. And that's that
Yay.
plot line.
Woohoo.
Yeah, sweet. Meanwhile, at Mujin Penitentiary, Mugen Penitentiary, you might ask. What does this have to do? Why are we at Mugen Penitentiary? What could this have to do with anything? It has everything to do with everything, you fool. This is where Wu has been incarcerated. Wu has been incarcerated? How? Who? First off, who is Wu, and why has he been incarcerated? Because he broke into the captain's house and he was bit by the dog, and he stole his phone from the cops.
All I can
you
say
fool.
is, chat, you're lucky we skipped over all of it, alright? It's just nonsense.
Look, this is the resolution of the Detective Huang B plot. Wu is his friend. Wu, I actually like Wu. I think he's a
Wu's
fun
chill.
actor. I like his expressions. He has a personality. He's not like an idiot or moron or anything.
He actually did
And
some
from
detecting.
Yeah, he did.
he actually did.
Yeah.
He's not a
He actually
detective.
did. But yeah, he basically he had to spend 6 months in the slammer for what he did to try and get the information about the captain. And yeah, so him and his coworker, Wu and his coworker say they're gonna turn the pink motel that they were using at the beginning to organize the searching for the jockey player. But yeah, they're gonna make it nice and they're gonna renovate it, and that'll be their gig to do. So there you go. Um, Huang goes to his house. This is 6 months later. Huang goes to his house, Detective Huang, and when he gets inside of his house, he notices that the baby is there.
Wow.
It has been left in a crib
Wow.
on the table,
Wow.
wearing 222's jacket. And
Wow.
on the baby, there is a note, and it has the Squid Game's little calling card on it, the square, the circle, and the triangle. And it says player 222, winner. And there's a credit card with the note. And when he takes it to an ATM, the machine asks for the 4-digit number, and he puts 0222. And the balance is 45.6 billion won. Wow.
Ah, damn.
Wow, yeah. This is almost the end. So, Los Angeles, United States. Oh my goodness, we're in America. The front man arrives at a house in L.A. and he wants to see Miss Gae Young. This is Gi Hun's daughter. He says that he knew Song Gi Hun, and he delivers her a black box with a circle, triangle, and square on it. And he says that he's passed away, and this are the things he wanted you to have. And inside there is his jacket, his 456 jacket. That's still a little bit bloodied, kind of fucked up. But then there's also a credit card that has his name on it with the remainder of his winnings, probably. So, yeah, there you go. And then the front man drives away.
Felt a little,
Is
I
it-
guess, iffy about the
what
fact
is this
that you're
meant to
choosing
be?
to have the kill Gyun pay off, but then also just be like, he never fixed the relationship with his daughter. It just went bad. It's like, oh, cool.
Yeah, because
Was
the
that
girl
original
even says
plan, or
that.
what was the plan?
Yeah, because the girl says if the box is from my dad, then I don't care about him anymore. I don't care if he contacts me. I'll pretend he doesn't exist, so he shouldn't even bother getting in touch. So yeah,
Yeah,
And
I
That's-
don't
also,
know.
like, what exactly? What's the tone that we're going for here? Because like you know what are we trying to do here? I sure hope we're not saying this is meant to be a happy ending.
No.
That like, oh well, they got money. They got the money though. Detective Man
That's
got
what I
some
mean,
money,
what's-
and Guillaume's daughter got the
What is
money.
it?
It's like
what's missing here
it's
is
the money
that
from the
she
game.
never gets to understand on any significant, meaningful level who her dad was.
nope.
She just, it's like, here's some money. It's like,
he
okay.
just died. He just died, and he left me a whole bunch of money. That's weird. Doesn't
Yeah, like
change how I
this
feel
doesn't
about
say
him.
anything about
Yeah, I mean,
whether
she
or
could
not he was like a paragon or anything.
You know, or like why he was an absent father. Like she could still absolutely hate his guts, but now be slightly richer in doing it, which is like the whole ending in general just feels, I think, probably deliberately ambiguous in the sense that the system kind of rumbles on regardless. Like the money is still dispensed, contacts are still made, the games are still played, employees are still employees. I don't know if it wants you to think that maybe the front man has had a change of heart based on what he's seen, but he doesn't. So
Yeah.
He has not. So yeah,
he hasn't. And,
I mean,
and the big revelation that's coming is that there's a site B. So fuck it, it carries on.
Yeah, that's right. As the front man drives away in his Cadillac, he goes downtown to L.A. And he notices that in the alleyway, as he passes by, there is a There is a man who is playing Daki with a woman in a suit, who's played by Kate Blanchett. The woman in the front man's eyes meet for a moment. She gives a subtle smile, and the front man looks a little pensive, but he rolls the window, and they drive on down the road. And the pair keep playing the game, and she slaps the man when he loses, and he says he wants to keep playing. So there's even more Squid Games out there.
It has already been pointed out by plenty of people, but it's obviously worth saying. Why the fuck are they playing a South Korean game in America? Like,
Yeah, the
why wouldn't they be
Americanized
playing an
version of
American
Squid
game?
Game you'd think would have an American
Yeah,
game, but
It
oh
would have an
well.
American game. Why would it be a South Korean game? Like, the whole point is that they're meant to be games that everybody broadly recognizes and understands. So why would you go to America and play some game that nobody has ever heard of before that you would have to explain to them, like, somewhat? Like, why would they be playing this? It's like, well, they're playing it because it's the game that you play to get recruited. It's like, yeah, in South Korea, not in America. Why would you be playing something else? It's just
It's also
stupid.
just a
It's
bit
really silly.
a bit cringy anyway, isn't it? Like,
Well, of course it is. Like, oh yeah, American Squid Game coming to Netflix soon. It's like, man, holy shit, nothing ends. Nothing truly ends, does
no.
it? It
To be
just
fair,
goes forever
I
and
think
ever.
this about plenty of things. Obviously, it's just that it is so successful. Why would they end it? You know,
No,
never
there's
gonna
no
happen.
reason to. As much as people would say, no, you don't get it. It's, the Squid Game continuing and being commercialized. It's like, yeah, it doesn't change that that's going to happen though, because they want to make some money. Like, they want to make money, and they're going to make money. It'll prove to be the right decision.
Yeah.
To continue Squid Game and to do a Western version, because as silly as it is, people do treat something in a foreign language as a barrier to entry.
They do.
If Squid Game was American, it probably would have been even more successful than it ended up being. So
And there's
of
a
course they're
slim
going to
chance
continue.
as well, like the American version gets written by somebody who actually does want to continue
Well,
the
David
story, which
Fincher,
evidently this creator did not. So
And
it
hey,
doesn't have to be worse.
Fincher
But
worked with Kate Blanchett on Benjamin Button, so maybe he even wanted a cast.
yeah,
He was like, I want her.
perhaps. But I suppose again, even with all of that said about how lame it is that it's just going to continue and there'll be an American version, they'll probably keep doing it forever as long as they can to make money. If David Fincher is significantly involved, it's probably going to be better.
Yeah.
Than this.
He's not going to have
version.
3 different useless plot lines. That's not what he does. So like,
Yeah, he's a little above that.
it would be quite funny though if like the American Squid Game starts and like the first episode is the detective sailing across the Pacific, like just on this mission forever.
No, Fincher says like, I'm gonna make that fucking storyline worthwhile. That detective's getting a fucking payoff, okay?
That's it, by the way.
That's
the
Squid
end.
Game season
Yeah.
3.
Woo!
Yeah, I mean, it's been unfortunate, isn't it, really? Because if someone said, well, so what is it bad? It's like, that's complicated.
It is a mixed bag, but ultimately it feels me leaving. I leave it feeling quite disappointed.
Once I was done with it, I just never thought about it again, like until now when we're talking about it. It's like it didn't have an impact, and I think the problem is that when you talk about season 3, and given that season 3 is the end of the story, there's a sufficient number of problems that it might actually slide into the bad territory overall.
I think it qualifies if we split it all up into like, bad, mid, good, excellent, and terrible. I think it's in bad.
Well, I mean, consider that especially for those watching, we really didn't cover the B and C plots at all.
Yeah,
they are a huge chunk.
They suck. Those plots suck. And so then you're left with the A plot as being a mixed bag that I would say in season 3 leans more toward. Well, the thing is that season 3 is not like some substantial drop off from season 2. Season 2 was rough.
It had the organ plotline and the detective plotline that were just as awful.
But then it hadn't got around to assassinating characters yet, right?
That's
and it's
true.
Still like you say, Frontman is there.
I said prior to our big discussion that 2 and 3 are basically the same to me quality. I've been swayed. I think season 3 is definitively worse now.
I think it
Mainly
is worse too.
because of the
Sure,
character
sure.
assassination and theme damage, as well as world building damage, which
Worst
I hadn't
games.
even anticipated properly.
Well,
I don't. The jump rope was kind of
I'd
lame.
say
I like the
Jump
hide and
Rope
seek.
was lame. Hide and seek, because the overall quality of the games, I would say, season 1 has the marbles, which is the
Yeah.
best one. Like
But that's
number
almost
1.
like more characters than a game thing in a way.
I'd say that the game the game gets compliments because it invites a lot of potential. It's so dynamic with all of the different
Yeah,
rules that the players can implement on how to do it, whether or not they
Yeah,
want it
yeah.
to be like fair, whether it's an all or nothing deal, the deception, all of that's really good. But the problem is that like season 1 has a lot of games that kind of aren't that interesting. Like the honeycomb one is fine. There's nothing like really wrong with it, but it's not super interesting. The tug of war is also pretty straightforward as well. And obviously, the glass bridge has many problems with its implementation, even though in concept it's pretty awesome. Whereas in this one, red light, green light, again, it's like, right, nothing to be said about that. The second game was really cool. I'm a big fan of that second one. And
Yeah.
Mingle was, I think it's safe to say Mingle is great, if not excellent, as a
Mingle's
game.
really
Lots of really
good.
good stuff happening there. And then we had hide and seek, which was good, and then jump rope, which was, I would say, certainly one of the weaker ones. And
Yeah.
then the tower one is fine again in concept, but like the way that it plays out is pretty fucking annoying. So in that sense, it's kind of hard to say whether the games are better. It's like, well, the games overall probably average out as being similar quality.
Because I do want to. The reason why it was thought that way is because season 2, its ending is shit, like, really bad.
Yeah, it's not good.
And it does it like leaves a sour taste sort of thing.
I understand the point that's being made of, humans.
Yeah,
Humans
yeah.
are whoever they choose to be. Whether we're good or bad, that's entirely up to us. We always have the capacity to make good choices. That's fine, but how we get there is pretty compromised in a way that it's the reason why you can't have a theme conversation. You truly cannot have a theme conversation independent of the plot and character writing, because if you write the plot or the characters in ways that contradict that theme, it of course, like, it doesn't matter whether or not it can be said like, well, I understand the point that you're getting at ultimately. It's like, sure, but how you got there is flawed. It's compromised. The theme is compromised.
Sad.
Yep. I don't think it will not age well. It didn't leave a great taste in my mouth. I felt like we wasted a whole bunch of time.
People
I
stopped
really
talking about it
didn't
after
feel
like
those
3
big-
days. It was ridiculous.
Yeah, it was actually kind of wild.
It is kind
I
of
didn't
funny
even
as well
have to
that,
worry
like,
about spoilers because no one was talking about them.
Yeah.
No, like I'd heard maybe one, like the big Kate Blanchett was the only one.
Yeah.
And that's it. But the rest of it was just, I think I heard there was a baby involved, but that was basic. Like no one seemed particularly keen to actually talk about the specifics or the characters or the games. Even it was just, it's happening. Kate Blanchett's in it.
It sure did
Um,
happen.
Yeah, it's kind of like looking back as well. Doesn't, because season 1, it ends with that sort of Matrix tribute, right? In the sense that like it's similar ending beat of out of the system, emerges as new man with new power and new knowledge, effectively does the phone call saying, I'm going to come for you next. And like he has the dodgy red hair, which is a very strange look, but it's
Yeah,
I like what they were going for. And then if you like the sequel and then the sequel to the sequel have also kind of followed the Matrix trajectory in the sense that, okay, you did have a cool idea. I'm not sure you're really developing this particular. Oh no, you're definitely not developing this particularly well at all. Maybe you should just not have bothered. Maybe it actually was best as a one and done. Leave it with that sort of optimistic note of a guy who's going to go and take this horrible corrupt system down. Don't bring people back into the system and have him fuck around for a bit and then conclude that people aren't horses and die.
Oh well, would you guys recommend people check out season? You can't really do 2 without 3. So when you're watching Squid Game, do you watch just season 1 or do you watch all 3 seasons?
I'd
I
watch
feel
just
like
season
season 1. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I get
2 and
that.
3 are just we're getting into the opportunity cost of asking people to watch 12 episodes, 2 seasons of TV, when I would just point them in different directions. There's way too much other stuff that floats to the surface. And the highs of season 1, you're just not gonna get them from 2 and 3. Like season 2's got its moments, certainly. Season 3 has some, but it just isn't. I mean, it just doesn't. Doesn't get there.
Yeah, I agree. I suppose that wraps us up. Obviously disappointing. Some stuff in there that's enjoyable, but a lot of wasted time and a lot of stuff that they apparently couldn't handle in terms of payoffs because they botched a whole bunch of it. And this is funny because this is what you're hearing is a much more positive view on the season than what I saw from the majority of the fans. Squid Game fans were not happy. So not even a crowd-pleasing sort of season. I guess the future of Squid Game critical acclaim will be left to the American version. Which just about wraps it up, I suppose.
Yep. Yeah. Squid Game.
Hmm.
There it
Yeah.
is. There it goes.
Here he comes.
I'm excited for the David Fincher one.
Absolutely.
So-
If it is
Well,
him
I'm
and he
excited
is
to say
involved,
that
like
One of his writing and directing.
Yeah,
if he's
if
producing
it's-
alone, that's not enough.
Oh yeah, then that's
if it's his project through and through, then yeah, I'll be seated, as
Dude,
they
the
say.
Killer is so good, man. All you
It's
people
really
who said that
great.
it wasn't, you were so dramatically wrong about
Well,
that film.
Bringing I looked up the Killer kind of as you were talking for the ratings, and it's like 2.6 out of 5 in some places, and
No, yeah, people really
it's so
didn't like
unfairly
it.
maligned. It sucked. Yeah, it's a shame. I
Because a lot of
think
people
it's a
don't really
great
understand
movie.
what that film is about. It's one of his best films, to be honest, which I think, which bear in mind, considering how great his filmography is, particularly how high regard I view. Like, dude, I think Alien 3 is worthwhile. All right, like he is just one of the best filmmakers currently working, and The Killer is excellent. And it really is a case of like, if you're in sync with it, God, it's such a great film, and it's so unusual and unique. Which is funny when the most common thing that's said about it is it's really straightforward. It ain't really, not truly. Like on a surface level, yeah, in terms of like purely what the plot is about, sure, but like the point that the film is making is incredibly unconventional.
Alien 3 as
Sorry,
well.
I
Assembly
figured
cut.
it would be good.
Uh,
Yes, to be clear, yes. Just like our Daredevil recommendation is the director's cut of Daredevil, Ben Affleck's
still
Daredevil
not quite over the
2003.
shock of having watched that. It's just,
Dude,
my
that's
God.
I can't believe that was a good movie. That's
Yeah.
a good movie. God damn it. That's actually a good movie.
And to
like
watch
if
it,
Daredevil 2003 released today, god damn.
the director's cut, yeah, and watching it back to back with Born Again, which was just abominable. It's like, God.
Yeah. Oh
Like-
no, but Marvel's so back though. Yeah, it's so great, so exciting, good times.
Can't wait for Doomsday. Well, what Fringy Rags Platoon, what are you guys up to? What do you want to tell the old fans about? The old chatteroony?
Well, I've been busy for a bit, and I said a video would be out, and I got a video. It's finished. I've just been kind of waiting on the thumbnail for it, and the thumbnail will be done either. Let me click this. The thumbnail will probably be done the next day or so. So then it will be out. Apologies for the delay on that, and I hope to have some other stuff out kind of quickly. But yeah, apart from that, I got things I want to do, things to try out, stuff I've been compiling. But I won't say anything quite yet. But yeah, hopefully a video in the next couple days once I get that squared away. It's ready.
All right. Yeah.
I have a little.
Oh, sorry. I'm distracted by I thought the MCU slop fight in the middle of The Killer sealed the deal for me with it being bad. Has been said in chat.
The MCU.
The
Oh, are they
slop
talking?
so
fight.
good.
They're talking
When
about
he
the fight
fights
with
the guy
They're
in the
talking about
house.
the crazy fight. Yeah, the crazy
Dude,
fight with the dude in the house.
The sound design alone on that fight is worthwhile, but no, I love the choreography
It's
of it.
amazing.
It's an awesome fight.
Yeah.
My favorite thing about it, though, is the line that gets cut off when he gets hit.
Yes. Fight only the battles you're willing, and then
Yeah, oh, it's so
and then
fucking
he
good.
gets tackled. Yeah. God, fool. Sorry, Platoon. Sorry to interrupt.
That's all right. Speaking of MCU slop, I have a little second channel video out, which was spun out of. I was going to carry on with Ironheart, and then I realized I'd rather die. So I've used a little bit of what was done, and that's now a second channel video, which is out. And then there'll be a couple of big main channel videos, hopefully this week into next week. One at least this week, and then one probably next week. Looking at Jurassic World Through the Ages, and Superman, which is nearly there. Everyone's gonna be really, really happy with that video. I can see it
Yay.
already.
Well, don't you know? It's been
Was the world ready to be
immensely
rational
successful.
about Superman? I saw somebody mad that Warner Brothers is it's getting released on digital at the end of the month, and it's like,
Oh.
man, fucking Warner Brothers, what a stupid decision! Like, dude, the film's done making money. Like,
yeah.
why are we pretending like it's gonna make some spectacular money if it remains in theaters all the way into September? Come on.
I mean, I don't ever use the argument
way.
that like box office numbers necessarily indicate quality, but I do find it quite enjoyable that just in the time I've been making the Superman video, the box office projections have collapsed. So that's fun. I'm sure that'll find its place in the video somewhere.
Doesn't matter. They decided that 500 million means it made a profit. Like that's
Oh.
just how it works. Get
Oh,
over
that's
it.
fine
If
then.
you say so, then. Yeah,
Well, James
alright.
Gunn has now come out,
Cool.
and do you not trust James Gunn? Like, come on.
Yeah, James Gunn has no incentive to present his film that he made as more successful than it is. Why would he do that?
Why would he do that?
That's crazy. I'm just working. That's the update. Just working.
Well, on my end, I saw a couple people asking, so I may as well say, so comedy arc updates, it's just not complete. Last time I think I talked about this, I can't remember if it was on Real BBC or here, but what is reasonable now is that we've got the anniversary coming up, and so then we move into we usually have a gap after it of I don't know if it would make sense to release it even if it were complete, which it probably won't be, the comedy arc by then. The earliest time I'd imagine the full set will be done will likely be near October, which of course no room for any comedy arc releasing in that, because that's you guys are gonna get stuffed with Halloween. We got a big arc coming, lots of stuff for yous, and then November and December. It wouldn't, like, I just don't think, it makes more sense now to probably start the comedy arc in January of 2026. And I know that I said we were hoping to start it in January of 2025. You guys have been here long enough to know that sometimes things don't work well. And I guess that's me learning for the 10 billionth time that I shouldn't announce any dates, because it always goes wrong. It's just, it's been difficult to edit it all up. But of what's completed, I'm really happy about it, and I think you guys are going to enjoy the hell out of it once it comes out. It's all been worked on. It's coming. But of course, I guess by what I just said, the Halloween arc is near complete, right? Which takes precedent because it's very close. Meanwhile, the comedy arc can kind of come out sort of whenever. It's as long as we get it all done to the degree of quality that you've all come to expect. So that's the update on that. Like I said, I would give you like it's done and we're going to be releasing it super soon if that were possible. It simply is not as it currently stands. Work is being done. Don't you fret. Other than that, this is the last EFAP before episode 350, which is in exactly 2 weeks from now, I guess. Next week, I think we're going to do instead of like just a week off or no stream, we'll probably do something. Not 100% in stone, but the plan is to stream something.
Yeah, we'll have something fun for you guys. So
yes.
Be here.
Well, a usual time is just probably not going to be an EFAP episode.
Yes.
But then, yes, the anniversary, of which, if you've got stuff to send in that you want me to see or potentially do something with for the anniversary or during, try email, Twitter, or the Discord. Hopefully I will catch it before the timer runs out. The plan, if for anybody who's a new fan who doesn't know, 24 hours of us doing things. Not necessarily exactly going to tell you what they are, but it can be all kinds of stuff. And
it'll be great.
Good old celebration of our long-running and very fun little show. Then, as to updates on what I've been up to, this week I will not tell you what game or franchise it definitely isn't. I will instead say I will tell you what game it is exactly on the anniversary.
Ah!
So in 2 weeks, I will confirm exactly what game I'm working on.
Well, now they have to show
And-
up.
I know, right? But I will also, because I really did want to get this video out before the anniversary, but I absolutely cannot. It is not possible. I will say I'm going to show you part of it during the anniversary. A section of it. The irony, of course, would be like I'll show you a decent chunk of minutes, but it will simultaneously be a tiny, nanoscopic piece of the whole video. Just so you guys know for sure something's being created. And at the same time, you know, it'll just be fun to see how you react to it. Because I have a feeling there'll be different emotions of all kinds. Who knows? I believe last week I said it was definitely longer than 12 hours. So I guess this would be the week to say it is definitely longer than 13 hours.
Oh my goodness, this is madness.
My
You're a
goodness.
madman. You're
Who
insane
knows?
in the membrane.
Who knows?
You have been taking those Thanos drugs in your cross pendant, and you are going crazy.
I think it's become a bit of a thing of getting used to me saying these numbers. I just want everyone to recognize 13 hours is insanity. Just saying. Absolutely ridiculous. And hopefully...
yes, your video is literally longer than half a day is. It's
hopefully,
longer than a work day.
This is why... This is helpful to understand why it is... The last video I put out on my channel, main video, was October of last year. That's why. It's so... this is going to be a very large meal. And by the way, it will not be done even within a month. I'm almost certain of that. Can't speak to how long it would be post that amount. But when it gets close to me knowing it's completable, I'm probably going to give loads of like warnings and prep of when. Because who knows how long it'll actually be when it's finished. But also, you know, if any of you want to watch a decent chunk of it, you might have to like book off work depending on what day I decide to premiere it. Like, I'm not even sure what the rules are when you have a video that's longer than 12 hours on YouTube. I think you can premiere that, right? There's no reason why I couldn't do that, I think.
I think
I
you
think
can.
it's just live streams that cap, isn't it? Live streams will cap it.
Yeah, as far as I know, there's
well,
nothing
but-
stopping me, so hopefully.
No. You can upload videos longer than that, so...
Yeah. So, you know, but, that, yeah, that'll be a thing, so... With that, well, is there anything else anyone wants to say? Because the next time we'll be chatting with these fellas is going to be the anniversary, more than likely. Other than, you know, stream next week, probably. All right, I assume not.
Well, I suppose
Nope.
that's it for now. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, all right.
What a year, huh? Well,
Yeah.
Also reserved for when we actually get there, but yeah, what a year.
We will be more than excited to see you all on the day, as well as perhaps before. Who knows? But for now, we shall say bye-bye. Have yourselves a good rest of your day, whatever you're up to. Toodle pip. Cheerio.
Bye, everybody. We will
See
see
later,
you
everybody.
later.
Bye.